Welcome to Fantasy Audiobook. Machine Girl, From Contract Schoolgirl to the Strongest Commander. Chapter 21. Black Firmament Academy, Training Ground. An armored vehicle came to a stop in an imposing manner. Then, Sun Kai with gauze wrapped around his leg and a neck brace around his neck walked out. It was Sun Kai who was beaten up by Lin Feng. It was just that no teeth could be seen in his mouth. But now that he had someone backing him up, he was even more arrogant than before. After Sun Kai came out, a well-dressed middle-aged man in a suit also walked out. It was Sun Qi's father, Sun Xiang. Then, the armored car turned into a human. It was Sun Qi's mother, Zhang Yu. There was a cold-looking woman who seemed to be very shrewd. Her strength was 3 stars. She put her hands on her hips and opened her legs slightly. She said coldly, "Professor Xiao, it seems that my money every year is in vain. My son was bullied, but you're on the side of the murderer. I will always stand on the side of justice. As for the money, it was donated by Z Alliance to Black Firmament Academy. It has nothing to do with you or me." Zhang Yu had some tricks up her sleeve and held an important position in Z Alliance. But Xiao Shun was not afraid at all. After all, it was just an economic alliance. It was reasonable for him to do it himself. He did not have a good impression of Z Alliance. He wanted to cooperate with Black Firmament Academy several times to get the technology core for commercialization, but he was sternly rejected by Xiao Shun. Xiao Shun's words made Zhang Yu suffer in silence. She was not an impulsive person. She also saw the 4-star fighter next to Xiao Shun. Although his mistress was also a 4-star commander, he might not be willing to go all out. Then, she gave Sun Xiang a look. She knew what Xiao Shun was afraid of. At this time, Sun Xiang walked out. "Justice. My son was seriously injured in school. Half of his teeth are missing and he can't speak properly. Tell me what justice is." Quote. Xiao Shun saw the police behind him. This was what he was most worried about. It was difficult to deal with a war between the school and the police. Their words were not too harsh. They were just arguing. "It was your disobedient son who was beaten for harassing Su Qingwan. There are many witnesses. You can ask. Even so, they can't be so ruthless. After all, my son didn't do anything. I think it's better to let Lin Feng cooperate with the investigation." Quote. Sun Xiang did not expect Xiao Shun to protect Lin Feng so much that he even brought his own fighter. Although he had the advantage, both sides would suffer. Xiao Shun would definitely not hand the person over. If he couldn't do it, he could only start a war. After all, even if he couldn't handle it, there was still Su Yunpeng who was protective of his children. Do we really have to go this far? If you want to reconcile, you have to ask my son first. Sun Kai also knew Xiao Shun's attitude, so he eased up. He was also prepared to give his son some pressure. At the same time, he was also here to establish his prestige in school. This way, it would be much easier for his son to contract an outstanding combat concubine. If a fight really broke out, it would only do more harm than good to his career. Zhang Yu was a little disappointed as she shouted, "Aren't you usually very arrogant? You're not going to talk about it anymore. With me around, what are you afraid of?" Quote. Sun Kai was most afraid of Zhang Yu, but he also admired Zhang Yu the most. As soon as she heard that her mother was backing her up, she became strong-willed. "Weren't you acting all high and mighty just now? Now you want to reconcile." Quote. "I didn't say that I wanted to reconcile. If it weren't for Principal Xiao, I would have taught you a lesson in front of your parents," Lin Feng said casually. "How dare you? My mother is an armored vehicle. One shot can turn you into ashes. If you don't believe me, you can try." Sun Xiang was a little speechless. He said, "Keep a low profile. I asked you to state your conditions, not to act cool and attract hatred." Sun Kai ignored him. After all, he heard from his mother that the leader of the Z Alliance was a 4-star commander. "How about this? You cancel the contract with Su Qingyan and let her contract with me. Then, let Su Qingwan become my maid and wipe my body every day. This matter will be over just like that." Quote. Lin Feng's face instantly darkened. There were some things that he couldn't even think about. Previously, "I just wanted to teach you a lesson. Now, I don't want to see you at all. Remember, it's forever." Zhang Yu seemed to feel the murderous intent in Lin Feng's eyes and quickly gave Sun Xiang a look. She wasn't sure if the leader of the Z Alliance was willing to make a move. Sun Shang was still feeling complacent. He felt that his son's conditions were very good. After all, if he could really contract an S-rank combat concubine, it would directly bring glory to his family. It was also because of his good luck that he was able to contract an A rank, and his official career was broad. But he didn't realize the green hat on his head at all. What was even sadder was that he didn't know that he had become someone else's tool. At this moment, the leader of the Z Alliance sent a message. Do it freely. Take down that kid and threaten him. I'm not afraid that the two women won't submit. This way, I won't have to worry about Su Yunpeng. Zhang Yu instantly became firm. As long as Qi Hong was willing to make a move, it would be easy to handle. She also guessed that that guy must have taken a fancy to the two women beside Lin Feng. Zhang Yu said to Sun Shang, the leader has spoken. Do it freely. Sun Shang seemed to understand, and then said to Lin Feng, your name is Lin Feng, right? I'll give you a chance. As long as you agree to be my son family's bodyguard and listen to my orders from now on, today's matter will be settled. Lin Feng was amused. You don't seem to understand human language. I don't want to talk to idiots anymore. Just do it. Quote. Just as Lin Feng finished speaking, Xiao Shun pulled Lin Feng and reminded him. I didn't notice just now. Qi Hong is actually in those commercial vehicles. He's a 4-star commander. It seems that the Z Alliance's purpose today isn't simple. Sun Shang directly called the deputy captain of the police station, Chen Peng. Go up and capture them. If there's resistance, kill without mercy. Chen Peng instantly transformed Zanji into the conqueror and jumped up. Instantly, there was a clicking sound, and they all began to transform and enter battle mode. Seeing this situation, Fu Min also directly transformed into the Xingtian Mecha, 6 meters tall. The school's guards also began to transform, tit for tat. The two sides seemed to be evenly matched, but the moment the Black Demon Mecha appeared, the mysterious Firmament's side was weakened. Interesting, Lin Feng said as he prepared to tell Su Qingyan to transform. A cannon sniper bullet directly hit the front of Chen Peng's mecha. Chen Peng was instantly stunned and didn't dare to take another step forward. When Lin Feng heard that there was a 4-star mech on the other side, he felt that the Z Alliance's purpose this time was not simple. Taking advantage of the temporary pause in the battle, he directly let Su Qingyan transform into a machine girl and went to the core technology building. Su Qingyan now had the wings of the Sky's pivot and Lin Feng's continuous energy transmission, and her combat power had achieved a qualitative leap. Even if she encountered danger, there was no problem in escaping. After all, the wings of the Sky's pivot had extreme speed. And Chen Peng, who was driving the more than 3 meters tall conqueror, was frightened by a bullet and did not dare to take a step forward. It was because this sniper bullet was too familiar. It was the special bullet of his captain, and Lan. Not only was she a police officer, she was also a firearms expert. Before everyone could react, a roar of a motorcycle came from afar. The sound was very loud, and it was obvious that the accelerator was stepped onto the extreme. Look, that's the policewoman I showed you. She's pretty, right? It's indeed very valiant and cool. This posture, this figure, even a girl like me is tempted. Quote. A few seconds later, a few motorcycles came in front of Lin Feng. The leader was in Lan. Perhaps for the convenience of riding, she did not wear a police uniform but a special agent costume, which highlighted her excellent figure to the extreme. Her eyes were cold, and her cold beauty at this moment was like falling into an ice cellar, and a heroic spirit rushed to the face. She raised her head slightly, stretched out her snow-white wrist, and tidied up her waterfall-like hair that was messed up by the wind, as if she was holding up a handful of clear water. Gently, she tucked a lock of black hair behind her white and tender ear. It was just a simple action, but it made everyone hold their breath. Captain, why are you here? Chen Peng quickly came out and walked to Lan. And Sun Shang and the others, because Chen Peng did not make a move, they also lost their sense of propriety and did not take any further action. And Lan came up with a series of attacks. Her orders were very simple, to stall for time and prevent internal strife. If I don't come, are you really going to go against Elder Xiao? Internal strife. You're quite capable. Quote. You're a deputy captain. Are you so easy to be used as a gun? Don't you know who Elder Shao is? A war hero from 5 years ago. He's a highly respected professor. Quote. And Lan's voice was cold and penetrating, and her attacks made Chen Peng ashamed. The director in charge asked me to fully cooperate with Mayor Sun, I also. Shut up. Then, he turned around and greeted Xiao Shun in the mecha. Xiao Shun only nodded, his eyes fixed on Qi Hong's black demon mecha. Sun Xiang was a little unhappy now. He was about to become mayor, and he didn't even have this bit of power. And Lan, what do you mean by this? Didn't you see that my son was beaten? This is normal procedure. Quote. At least he's still alive. Ambition without strength is a sin. You. And Lan interrupted, I've heard about the situation. Don't think that you can be lawless just because you're with the Z Alliance. Ask yourself, what have you done for this city? As a 3-star commander, when the city is in danger, you're thinking about your own benefits. I didn't see you make such a big fuss when the city was in danger yesterday. Your son was beaten up, and you even called a 4-star mecha over. You're really great. What you've done can't even compare to Lin Feng, who just signed a contract with her a day ago. I think I've already given you a light beating. Is the daughter of the chief something that a good-for-nothing son like you can covet? And Lan's attack directly caused Sun Zhang's face to turn red. Most importantly, he actually had no way to refute. Qi Hong looked at his plan being ruined and was a little annoyed. What are you afraid of when you don't even have a commander? Just grab her together. Quote. What Sun Xiang was most worried about now was that without the support of the police, he would definitely be punished by the law if he directly attacked. However, Qi Hong did give him too many benefits. Chen Peng, Lin Feng maliciously beat others. I order you to arrest him immediately. Chen Peng seemed to be awakened by the scolding. Mayor Sun, I think Captain and Lan is right. In this case, we'd better not fight among ourselves. He's just a 1-star commander. He can't play any role. Our advantage is that I'm a 4-star commander and you're a 3-star commander. After this, I'll find a way to help you rise to 4-star. Quote. Qi Hong continued to bluff. Qi Hong didn't pretend now. His purpose was not to help, but to seize the opportunity to snatch the technology of the Tesseract and destroy the school. He had been lurking about the Tesseract technology of the Firmament College, but now there was no time. In the past few days, several spies he developed had been uprooted. He estimated that it would be soon. Qi Hong hadn't received any news from the other side, and his heart was anxious. Get ready. At this time, Su Qingyan, who hurried back, nodded to Lin Feng. Lin Feng saw that the opposite side was ready to make a move and directly sent a message to Xiao Shun in the mech through the battle watch. Uncle Xiao, it's confirmed. Do we kill them directly or? Quote. Don't kill Sun Xiang and his wife. Leave them for the military to judge. After all, Z-League is only one of the alliances. See if we can get some useful information. Xiao Shun was a little surprised, but combined with the investigation of Fu Min and Lin Feng, he was basically sure. Then I'll do it. While speaking, Lin Feng directly entered the mech and connected to the system. Detected in the battle area, the opponent has 2 mecha with a higher star level than us. All attributes increased by 100%. Following Xiao Shun's order, the mecha and the women of both sides directly fought. Xiao Shun piloted the Xingtian mech and directly fought with Qi Hong's Onyx Demon. Lin Feng aimed at the Wilderness Knight mech that Zhang Yu had transformed into. It was 5 meters tall. This was the first time that he fought with a mech that was 2 levels higher than him, and he couldn't kill it. It was a test of the commander's understanding and fighting skills of both sides. Lin Feng used the system to forcibly check the structure of the opponent's mech and locked onto the energy transmission structure. At this time, a barrel about 20 centimeters in diameter appeared at the elbow of the Desert Knight. A dark red color had appeared on the barrel. Lin Feng saw that the situation was urgent. A 3-star mech's cannon was no joke. He directly activated the state of extreme speed, and the people around him only saw a shadow. Before the opponent's cannonball was fired, he directly approached the Desert Knight in a breath's time and wildly threw a fist at the Desert Knight's chest. The Desert Knight was completely unable to react. The speed of the punch was completely beyond Sun Zhang's imagination. He kept retreating, the dust on the ground flying. After taking a set of combined punches, Sun Zhang's mouth gushed blood, which was caused by the resonance system. The mech's chest was even more tragic. It was directly dented, and the kinetic energy interface was directly seriously deformed. Then Sun Xiang heard the system's warning. Synchronization rate dropped to 30%. Please leave the mech as soon as possible. Synchronization rate dropped to 20%. Please leave the mech as soon as possible. Synchronization rate dropped to 20%. Please leave the mech as soon as possible. Open black lens bracket, close black lens bracket. Lin Feng's fist did not stop until Sun Xiang was forced to escape because of the insufficient synchronization rate. This also meant that the mech's energy had been completely cut off. Sun Kai saw that the mother he was proud of was beaten to the point that she could not fight back and was instantly stunned. He could not understand how a mech could be so fast that it could make a 3-star mech lose its combat power in an instant. So much so that he could not even fire a single cannonball. Then Lin Feng changed his target. His killing intent was already rising. Sun Kai must die, just as he said that sentence. Moreover, he was the son of a spy from a foreign force. Your mouth is too smelly. Be careful in your next life. Lin Feng said expressionlessly as he wiped his knife. The speed was so fast that Sun Kai did not even have time to say another word before he fell to the ground. At first, Lin Feng only took a fancy to the Z Alliance's most luxurious mech modification shop in Junhai City. He did not intend to kill anyone. He did not expect to discover such a big secret by accident. Now it was not as simple as just one mech modification shop. Z Alliance had a lot of resources. With professional large-scale modification equipment, he could add weapons and accessories to his own mech. The kinetic energy core, fire control system, and weapon accessories were the places where the modification master's skills and equipment were tested the most. Lin Feng looked at the Xingtian mech and the Black Demon mech in the distance, who were inseparable. There was a fire in his eyes, and he decided to go forward and help. Z Alliance was so rich. The accessories on their bodies should be good, right? At this moment, the Desert Knight mecha, which had no energy supply, turned back into a machine girl. Lying on the ground, her breathing was weak, her face was pale, and her body was severely deformed. Everything happened so suddenly and unexpectedly that Zhang Yu felt like a pitiful piece of paper that was being blown and ravaged by the storm. Previously, she was still an arrogant person who was ranked in the top 20 even in Junhai City. The moment they fought, she was beaten to the point where she could not fight back. At this moment, she was lying on the ground like a pile of mud. Anyone could step on her. Until now, she still did not understand what kind of monster she had provoked. And Lan and Su Qingyan, who had witnessed all this, were stunned. It was as if they had lost their voices and were numb. They even forgot to cry out. Lin Feng wanted to go straight to Black Demon, but he saw An Lan, who was stunned on the battlefield. An Lan was in machine girl form at this moment. Her body looked extremely comfortable, and her snow-white skin was faintly discernible. Name: An Lan. Form: Human, Carrier, Armed Riot Vehicle, Machine Girl, Future Policewoman, Mecha, War Soul Number 1. Overall rating, S. Applicable energy, fuel, light, electricity. Kinetic core, War Soul Number 1, 10T, 5000T. Integrated system, Pioneer Generation. Mecha material, high-strength bulletproof explosion-proof alloy, high defense. Weapon: Plank Sniper Rifle, Human, Carrier, Browning Heavy Machine Gun Carrier. Contractual relationship, uncontracted. Combat type, long-range sniper. Focus on the battle. Lin Feng's magnetic and powerful voice was heard. He waved Waning Moon in his hand and sent the Z Alliance soldiers who were about to attack and land flying. These were all machine girls sent by the government to assist Qi Hong. Only then did An Lan come back to her senses. Thank you. She thought that she had seen too many shocking things over the years. She had even seen the Great Battle 5 years ago. Her heart had long been calm. She did not expect to lose her composure at this moment. She could not help but clamp her legs together as if her entire body had lost its strength. It's fine. Go and control Sun Xiang and the others. The surrounding students also seemed to be suffocating and could not speak for a long time. After a long while, they shook their heads and said, "Is this real? I don't believe it. It must be an illusion." Quote, "At this speed. If it were me, would I be able to take it?" Quote, Have you gone crazy thinking about men? At this speed, even if you had 9 lives, you would still have to kneel. I should be able to withstand 1/10 of this speed. Don't blink. He's on again. Is he preparing? I can't take it anymore. Lin Feng had forcefully spied on the Black Demon. He had already set his eyes on the Black Demon armor that was filled with the aura of money. What made Lin Feng even more surprised was that the black demonic armor was also equipped with an artificial kinetic energy core, which was fully deployed to attack. I wonder where that guy got it from. This kind of thing couldn't be done without billions, and this wasn't even including the top secret research and development costs. A full set of luxurious accessories was also the reason why Chi Hong's overall combat strength was ranked 7th in Junhai City. It was second only to the Xingtian mecha that was currently fighting with him. The Xingtian mecha's specialty was its high defense, while the Black Demon's advantage was its high attack. It was a battle between a spear and a shield. The Xingtian mecha's combat power was slightly higher, but it would be very difficult for it to defeat the Black Demon. Because Black Demon had many weapons to switch between, Xingtian could only be on the defensive at first. Uncle Xiao, I'll help you. Xiao Shun hurriedly stopped him when he heard this. Don't come. Just protect yourself. You're still a 1-star. If you're not careful, you'll die immediately. Lin Feng said calmly, don't worry. Just focus on creating opportunities for me. Her main kinetic energy core is a little special in the head. Quote. Xiao Shun was a little worried and also a little surprised. Wasn't he besieging the 3-star Sun Chong with everyone? How could he be so fast? It was rare for him to be distracted and take a look. When he saw the dying desert knight on the ground, he finally understood why Lin Feng had said it so casually just now. Once the 3-star mecha fell, the rest of the battle was no longer suspenseful. The rest were all 1-star battleships from Alliance Z. Under the siege of the police station in Black Firmament, they wouldn't be able to hold on for long. Okay, then I'll leave it to you. Xiao Shun also knew that it would be very difficult for him to take them down. The key was that when he saw that Lin Feng could take care of the 3-star mecha, he was no longer worried. The Xingtian mecha directly used its special skill, solid wall collision. A thick shield condensed on the surface of the mecha. Then, it suddenly charged toward the Black Demon. Then, it used the hardest part of its mecha's elbow to directly hit it. The Black Demon didn't seem to have expected the Xingtian mecha to suddenly attack. It couldn't defend in time and could only cross its arms to block. Bang! There was a deafening bang. 2 deep pits appeared on the ground of the training ground. Xingtian took the opportunity to protect his opponent's arms. Now, Lin Feng, who was on the high platform, was like a falcon overlooking all the details of the battle on the battlefield. He only had one chance to launch a sneak attack. If he was discovered by the other party, it would be too difficult to end it quickly. The waning moon in his hand lit up with a blue light. The Doobie Wings directly activated its speed mode and rushed down at an extreme speed. In the blink of an eye, he had already arrived at the battlefield of Xingtian and the Black Demon. The waning moon in his hand was injected with energy. The sky-raising slash directly slashed at the Red Demon's head. The Red Demon let out a whimper. A deep mark appeared on the mecha's head. If it weren't for the good basic shield and mecha's material, half of its head might have been cut off at this angle. Xiao Shun was also completely shocked by this attack that was as fast as lightning. At first, he only thought that Lin Feng was stronger, but he didn't expect his speed to be so fast. The kinetic energy connection was cut off, and the Black Demon instantly lost its ability to move. Only the attack system relied on the backup energy core to operate. Lin Feng once again stabbed the Black Demon's armpit with his wrist blade and cut off the kinetic energy system. Okay, it's time to end it. Xiao Shun, who reacted, saw Lin Feng's intention. Can you spare her life temporarily? They might have important information in their hands. Quote. This, Lin Feng was a little hesitant. After all, many of these mecha parts could be reused. If he didn't kill her, wouldn't he lose tens of billions? She has already lost her combat ability. A 4-star mecha is very rare and has a lot of research value. Xiao Shun saw that Lin Feng wasn't going to stop and said again. I can spare her temporarily, but I have to remove 2 parts of her body parts. Okay, I'll do as you say. Clang! The huge Black Demon fell to the ground. Its 100-ton body smashed a huge crater in the ground. It raised a cloud of yellow sand as if they were walking in the desert. This loud sound was like a huge rock pressing down on everyone's body. They didn't know if it was because they couldn't breathe or because they forgot to breathe. His entire body was like a rock, and his heart felt like it was filled with cold lead. At this moment, Chi Hong, who had completely lost synchronization, was ejected. Her body curled up and twitched in pain. Due to the exhaustion of energy, the black demon couldn't transform into the phantom battle concubine form and directly turned back into a human. She collapsed on the ground powerlessly. Her body was still trembling and she coughed out blood from time to time. Lin Feng was afraid that she would die in one breath. After all, to disassemble the equipment, one had to be in the corresponding state. The system could directly disassemble the equipment of the killed person. However, the system couldn't do this. Otherwise, it would be too unbelievable. Call the ambulance. At this moment, Xiao Shun was still recalling Lin Feng's angle and speed. To be able to achieve such an accurate angle at such a fast speed. If one didn't have a proficient driving talent, it would be impossible to do it. This wasn't just about hand speed. From receiving information, to analyzing, to reacting, to controlling the action, to operating the mech, there were many links. If one couldn't keep up with the speed, the deviation would be huge. After all, it was in a state of extreme speed. For example, after the car reached 200 meters, even if the steering wheel was only 1 centimeter, there would be a huge deviation in a very short period of time. Until the ambulance sounded, everyone was pulled back from the shock. The ambulance saw that the situation was urgent and instantly transformed into a human. The soil on the ground had been dyed dark red by the blood. The nurse in a pink nurse uniform took out a prop to stop the bleeding inside. This is too violent. How could they beat him up like this? However, when she saw the faces of the 4 people, she couldn't stay calm. This is a 4-star black demon, Shi Yu. A female who had awakened the motorized form would have a lot of physical fitness. After the nurse took care of it, she heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he won't die. Then, she turned around to look for someone who could beat the 4-star black demon beyond recognition. When she was pacing back and forth between the 2 mechs, Lin Feng walked out of the mech calmly. Wow, you did it. The nurse blinked her charming eyes. Lin Feng only smiled arrogantly. Do it, she seems to be getting darker. Quote. Traitor Sao. Right now, she just wanted to remove the precious parts from Black Demon's body. The nurse chased after him again. I'm a fan, and I have good stamina. Do you want to try it? Lin Feng looked at it, but he wasn't very interested. I still have something to do. Su Qingyan, who came after Lin Feng, held his hand and said to the nurse, Sister, he already has a wife. Clearly, the nurse didn't catch Su Qingyan's eye either. Can I? As long as I can be your maid. A seductive voice came from behind Lin Feng. Su Qingyan and Lin Feng turned around. She was an exceptionally charming and enchanting nurse with an extremely hot figure. She had an exquisite figure, a naturally enchanting facial features, and her skin was as white as mutton fat. Especially that huge chest that was on the verge of collapsing. It looked like it was going to burst out of the nurse uniform. Just one look was enough to make people sink into it. Lin Feng was curious. With such long legs, such a slender waist, how did she maintain her balance with such evil? Lin Feng looked at it. Although she only had an A-grade talent, she had an E-grade chest. We'll talk about it in the future. A-grade had some bonuses, but not by much. After speaking, Lin Feng pulled Su Qingyan and continued walking. The woman said again, learn about super agility physique. It's a support-type mech special skill. It will make your battle smoother. At this moment, Su Qingyan rubbed against him. Super agility. The legendary water curtain cave. Why don't you try it? There have been a lot of things recently. My energy is limited. I shouldn't rush this. Looking at her, she probably didn't run away. Recently, his identity seemed to have attracted a lot of attention from machine girls. Perhaps this was the trouble of an SSS grade commander. At this moment, the surrounding people were already in an uproar. The girls were all discussing how shocking and thrilling the battle just now was. The boys, on the other hand, were lamenting the importance of strength. Looks like the goddess Yin Xin also knelt in front of strength. Yeah, the school bell and the police bell have all knelt down. It's good to have strength. Quote. It's good to have strength. If you can have 10% or 20% of his strength, I'm willing to kneel down too. Quote. Quote. After dealing with all the relevant people, Lan hurriedly walked towards Lin Feng with her snow-white long legs. Her steps were very even. It was as if every step was deliberately measured with a ruler. Lin Feng, can I ask you a question? When you attacked last time, I specially looked at the Blade Dancer's status. Does the Blade Dancer have the ability to fly? Lan asked anxiously. This was far beyond her understanding. After all, she really couldn't think of what kind of power could support a mech that weighed 100 tons to fly in the sky. The Blade Dancer's components were all very high grade. Of course, its weight was also much heavier. After adding the sky pivot wings, the Blade Dancer's weight had reached 232 tons. Lin Feng smiled and didn't answer directly. Fly. Is there a possibility that I can jump high enough and far enough? Quote. Hubby, don't tease Sister Lan. Sister Lan is a person who pursues efficiency to the extreme. As long as she has a minute, she will spend it researching weapons. Quote. Lin Feng looked at Lan with some surprise. Then introduce her to me. Just when everyone thought that today's matter had come to an end. The sound of huge aircraft wings rang in the sky. A military helicopter flew over quickly. It was as if the entire air was trembling. What's going on now? Helicopters are here too. What's going on today? I don't usually see this in a year, but I've seen it 3 times today. Quote. Armored vehicles, 4-star mechas, police beauties, these are all rare in the school. Now, even armed helicopters are here. These are things that can only be seen on the battlefield. Quote. What do you think they're here for? To continue fighting. Quote. 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 5 helicopters landed on the training ground slowly. The loud noise drowned out the discussions around them. The propellers kept stirring up the yellow sand in the training ground, making it hard for people to open their eyes. Su Qingyan took out a wet wipe to cover Lin Feng's mouth and nose. Su Qingwan and Lan took out the riot shields from the police station to block the sand for Lin Feng. This action made everyone envious. Lin Feng had already seen who it was. After all, he could see her information by force. Lin Feng couldn't help but complain as he walked up the stage. Millie, can't you find a more reliable place to land? Su Qingyan smiled sweetly as if it was rare to see Lin Feng being defeated. Actually, more sand was in her mouth. Lin Feng had met Millie before, so he spoke casually. Just as Lin Feng finished speaking, a young lady with an excellent temperament walked down from the helicopter. She was about the same age as Lin Feng. Her figure was curvy, and her face was cold and noble. Her long black hair cascaded down her shoulders and fell on her chest. She wore a noble white dress that looked like a half-opened lotus flower. She was quiet and pure, perfectly combining holiness and nobility. She was Qin Yu's daughter, Qin Shiru. At this moment, Millie also transformed into her human form and slowly followed behind Qin Shiru. Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh. Was he being fed by so many people? All of them are so beautiful. Small waists and big wavy hair. I'm just an ordinary person. Who can resist this? Even Photoshop wouldn't dare to look so perfect. They actually look so perfect. I'm just an ordinary person. Who can resist this? When the surrounding people heard Lin Feng's words, they knew that the 2 beauties were here for Lin Feng. They were either shocked or envious. It's not over, is it? Do you still want us to live? 2 of the 3 beauties of the maintenance team have come. It seems that even the maintenance team has been defeated. Comparisons are odious. This can no longer be described by the word gap. Quote. 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 Millie walked up to the stage and looked at the relaxed Lin Feng. She smiled and said, it's a pity that I didn't even get a position in the cheerleading team this time. What a waste of my full speed. I almost flew to my death. Quote. How can you still laugh? Look at the clothes I just wore today, the hairstyle I just did, it's all dusty. Millie said seriously, it's indeed my fault. I forgot that there was a battle up there. I'm willing to accept any punishment. Lin Feng smiled. Naturally, he wouldn't really care about such trivial matters. Me. Punish. Your commanding officer must have a problem with this. Quote. Qin Shiru saw Lin Feng looking at her and hurriedly said, I don't have any objections. Actually, I'm just a mechanic in the maintenance team. It's just that I didn't expect you to know each other. No wonder father asked me to come with Millie. Quote. A mechanic is pretty good. Your contributions aren't any less than those of us on the battlefield. Millie smiled and said, Lin Feng, didn't you say that you also know how to repair mechas? Why don't you find a chance to have a competition? There's no need for a competition. If there's a chance, we can exchange ideas. Don't tell me you're admitting defeat. That's not like you. Quote. Admitting defeat. I won't. It's just that there should be some sort of reward for a competition. I don't have the habit of bullying beauties. Millie pointed at the injured and said, look at how you beat them up and you still say you don't bully women. That should be because they aren't beautiful enough. Yes, their hearts aren't beautiful either. Qin Shiru looked at Lin Feng's relaxed face. It didn't seem like he was boasting. Her interest grew even stronger. Perhaps they could exchange ideas on how to repair her mother's energy core. I'm very interested. What kind of reward do you want? Millie blinked and said teasingly, Shiru, didn't Lin Feng say it just now? He wants beauties. Do you want to think about it? Quote. Alright, if I lose, I'll give you to Lin Feng. If I win, I'll punish Lin Feng and you to have a little commander. Millie said generously, sounds good. Are you sure you want to reward me like this? Millie's reply instantly made Qin Shiru confused. I'll take my hat off to you. But this still depends on whether Lin Feng agrees or not. Lin Feng already knew what Millie was thinking. He smiled and said, open the trap. Even if I like beauties, I won't use this method. Of course, it's not that I'm not attracted to you. It's just that the first application hasn't been approved yet. I don't know if there will be any problems. Quote. When Millie heard this, she was overjoyed. It seemed like her guess was right. And the other party seemed to have a good impression of her. She knew that she was going to meet Lin Feng today, so she specially dressed up. Although she was still wearing the same uniform, it had already been. The light green shirt was slightly tight, but it perfectly displayed her protruding waist and buttocks. The exquisite necktie swayed in the wind on her full and round peaks. Her waist was extremely delicate and slender, and could only be held with one hand. Her buttocks were round and full, and the curve was beautiful. Together with her waist and back, it formed an extremely steep and exquisite curve. Under her plump waist, a pair of long and straight legs shone brightly in the shorts. Hearing Lin Feng's worries, Xiao Shun, who had been watching the show, could finally speak up. Don't worry about this. Sun Zhang's resignation is already set in stone. There shouldn't be any problems. Who knows, maybe if you apply a few more times, the country will arrange the highest standard training program for you. Quote. Fu Min also added, yes. Also, you've made a great contribution this time. I've already reported it. The higher-ups are probably worried about how to reward you. Hearing the word, contribution, Qin Shiru remembered her mission today. First, it was to give the award. Second, it was to help Lin Feng solve his problem. You made a contribution again. And it's a great contribution. Qin Shiru looked at Lin Feng in surprise. Her eyes were filled with disbelief. Qin Shiru's heart was filled with shock. She had just modified the award and was about to present it. You've done something again. Even the big shots in the military all year round aren't as capable as you. Do you think it's common to do something? Most people can't even do it once in their lifetime. Again, doing something. Actually, I don't know either. I just killed and crippled a few annoying flies, that's all. Quote. Fu Min was also a little excited now. Originally, there had been a lot of resistance in carrying out the mission. She didn't expect that after coming over and talking to Lin Feng, the problem would be solved. This time, Planet Kimming has received instructions from the highest authorities of the Fire Country. The 35 base cities of the Fire Country have joined forces and activated all the mercenary groups to investigate the spy operation. The rewards are extremely high. Because of your help, the Town C city should be able to take the lead. When the time comes, you'll get the biggest reward. Quote. Planet Kimming was a national organization set up by the government. Anyone who succeeded in becoming a motorbike or awakened as a commander could join. They could freely form teams to complete missions. It was similar to the Adventurers Guild's Demon Hunter team, but Planet Kimming could get many confidential missions. Qin Shiru was stunned as she listened. The merit was so great that it gave the higher-ups a headache. It seemed that her father was the one with the foresight. Then I'd better announce the rewards from before. Saying that, Qin Shiru took out a commendation order. Comrade Lin Feng, your performance in the 518 special incident was exceptionally outstanding. It was as if you had supported a collapsing building and turned the tide. Now awarded the Sea Conquering Tiger Medal of Honor. Quote. This medal will grant you the highest privilege in the town Sea City. You can freely enter and leave all places in the town Sea City, including forbidden areas. At the same time, you will be the focus of the military's nurturing. You can apply for the military's S-level protection at any time. You have the right to form combat groups, economic alliances, etc. You can apply for the recaptured buffer zones or forbidden areas as your private territory. Quote. In addition, cash reward of 1 billion. Hearing the reward, Lin Feng was also stunned. He had already gained many benefits from the previous battle, and now he even got the highest privilege medal. In addition, 1 billion was not a small sum. For a normal position, the monthly salary was only a little more than 10,000. After reading it out, Qin Shiru handed the medal in the brocade box to Lin Feng. Since there was a reward, of course, it was better. After all, with the current situation, he had to take care of many mechs. 1 billion was a huge sum of money for ordinary people. However, if it was used on a mech, it would only be 2B grade components. However, being able to enter the Forbidden Land was extremely comfortable. At the very least, their efficiency in killing monsters was much higher than in the buffer zone. Even if he encountered a particularly difficult opponent, he would not be in too much danger with his angelic wings in the state of extreme speed. Qin Shiru received a long box from the security personnel behind her. Then, it opened, and a faintly discernible majestic power seemed to be released. Everyone couldn't help but look at the saber in the box. Qin Shiru looked at Soul Devourer in a daze. However, she felt that her father's decision was correct. This saber bore the burden of pain. Perhaps when it shone on the battlefield, it could heal the scars from 5 years ago. Lin Feng, my father asked me to bring this to you. Old Qin is truly a righteous man. This is an S-class saber that represents honor. Xiao Shun had also experienced a tragic battle. Naturally, he was very familiar with Qin Yu and the significance of this saber to Qin Yu. S-grade components were usually sold for 10 to 20 billion, and they were also priceless. Even if one wanted to buy them, they might not be able to, especially weapons. Lin Feng could also tell that this definitely could not be measured by money. His eyes were burning with passion. Soul Devourer, S-class component, spiritual bestowment. After installation, melee firepower increased by 5,000, weight increased by 10T when equipped, energy consumption per hour is 3 megajoules per hour. Spiritual bestowment effect. Devour. When killing a demonic beast, it can devour the demonic beast's soul and evolve automatically. Firepower increases by 20% with every evolution. Current level. Level 1 strengthening, 0.10,000. Spiritual bestowment effect. Reverse nurture. Every evolution increases the core attributes of the commander and warrior by 10%. Automatic evolution. Lin Feng was indeed a little tempted. Moreover, Devour was too suitable for Lin Feng, who often fought. Su Dan and Qing Yun seemed to have thought of something. Hubby, this saber is very important to Uncle Qin. Let's not. Qin Shiru quickly interrupted them. Don't mind it. My father said that a good weapon can only shine in the hands of a strong person. Lin Feng looked around. Everyone seemed to know this sword. It seemed that he was the only one who didn't know. It's convenient to ask. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to accept it. Qin Shiru saw that Lin Feng had declined. She recalled for a moment and then spoke about the great battle 5 years ago. To what extent is the kinetic energy core damaged? Does it affect normal life? Quote. Hearing Lin Feng's question, Qin Shiru's eyes suddenly had a strange excitement. Could it be that he had the same idea as me to repair it? Yes, but you can't transform into a machine girl in mech. Maybe it can be repaired, but we still have to take a look first. Really? Lin Feng thought about it again in his mind. If he successfully obtained the kinetic energy core that Black Demon had installed. How about this? I'll accept the saber. As a reward, I'll help Auntie repair her kinetic energy core. Heroes shouldn't be like this. That's great, thank you. Chincharu's eyes were even more fervent now. Not being able to go to the battlefield with the commander was the biggest blow to the warrior. Oh right, there's one more thing. Father said that if you have any difficulties, just tell us. We'll do our best to help you solve it. There really is something. Z Alliance's most luxurious mech modification shop, as well as 10% of Z Alliance's assets. Are there any problems? Lin Feng had originally planned to settle it himself, but with the help of the maintenance team, it would be more efficient and the feedback would be better. After all, the economic foundation determined the superstructure. It was also very important to get money. Chincharu pulled out the Z Alliance's data and discussed it with Fu Min and Xiao Shun at the police station. After a series of phone calls, all the departments in Junhai City began to operate rapidly. Chincharu smiled slightly and said, "The modification shop is now under your name. We can go there now. The assets will be liquidated later, and the higher-ups will directly give us 50%. It might be around 100 billion. Lin Feng was a little shocked. He had heard that Z Alliance was rich, but he didn't expect it to be so rich. Alright, then let's go to the modification shop first. He bid farewell to everyone. The violent roar of the blade-edged chariot rang out. Cheng Miao, who had just climbed tens of thousands of stairs, was waiting at the door. Tell me, how many steps? Cheng Miao was sweating profusely as he stood far away and hurriedly said, 13,956 steps. Lin Feng nodded. The answer was no longer important. What was important was to finish what he started. Alright, your attitude is not bad. You guys come over too. Only then did the few people who were slapped come over. The muscles on their faces were already numb. However, they still walked over shamelessly, but they didn't dare to get too close. Because Su Qingwan was also in the car, they still remembered that Lin Feng said not to get within 2 meters. All of you go back. Remember, there are some people you can't afford to offend. Quote. Cheng Miao suddenly knelt down. Can you accept me? Just accept me as a maid. I can do anything. The most important quality of a machine woman is loyalty, ability, and obedience to orders. But obviously, you don't have loyalty. I don't have the energy to persuade you to change. After saying that, he left with the twin school beauties. Cheng Miao also knew that this would be the outcome. He just said helplessly, if we were lucky enough to meet such a commander from the beginning, who would really be willing to become a real boss? The helicopter behind also rose into the air and followed Lin Feng. Hearing that Lin Feng was going to the modification shop, and Lan also followed excitedly. Junhai City, Century Center. It was a huge technological and commercial complex, filled with futuristic technology elements. Z Alliance's economic entity was no small matter. A maintenance center was a standalone building, the size of a gymnasium. The largest maintenance cabin could accommodate a mech with a maximum height of 200 meters. It was prepared for warships, aircraft carriers, space battleships, space carriers, and other large mechs. He originally wanted to meet Su Qingwan, but he didn't expect to get such a big benefit. Su Qingwan belonged to the large mech category, so he didn't have to find a place to install the parts. East Machine Maintenance and Maintenance Center. What kind of name is this? I don't like it. Quote. Lin Feng felt something was wrong when he saw the name of the shop. Change it to Warrior Girl. Okay, I'll apply now. Chincharu followed behind Lin Feng and answered excitedly. She felt like she had become Lin Feng's personal secretary. Warrior Girl. Little sister, we're the main characters here in the future. Quote. Su Qingyan said excitedly, she also felt like she was in a dream. She had personally experienced Lin Feng's technology, and the effect after modification was beyond her imagination. Lin Feng was very satisfied with the size and equipment of the shop. From the decoration to the equipment, it was full of advanced technology. If Lin Feng wasn't already a master-level mechanic, he would have to learn these equipment for a few years. Chincharu looked at the staff list and asked, the previous mechanic here is said to be quite skilled. One of them is at the master level, do you want to keep him? Of course not, after all Qi Hong's identity has been confirmed. Lin Feng's attitude was very decisive. Then do we need to recruit new mechanics? What level do you think your technology is at? Although I've been studying for 5 years, it's only been a year since I graduated. So it should be between Diamond and Master. Quote. And Lan sighed, Shiru, you're already very good. I graduated a year earlier than you, but I'm only at the Emerald level, not Diamond level yet. Sister and Lan, you're different. You specialize in firearms, and you're one of the best in the whole Yan country. No. The two girls flattered each other, like job seekers in an interview. Okay, you two don't have to flatter each other. If you want to join, just be more direct. When Lin Feng saw the two women's fiery gazes, he already knew their intentions. Thank you. From now on, I'll be a subordinate of an SSS-level commander. Millie, who was at the side, teased, actually, you can be more direct and say that you're under Lin Feng. If it's possible, I'd rather be on top. I actually like to take the initiative. Quote. Although Lan pretended to be calm on the surface, he was very excited in his heart. This shop's equipment was much better than the police stations. After all, it was the best commercial maintenance center. Many people from other base cities who couldn't maintain their base cities would come here. In the future, I'll leave the simple stuff to you guys. If you can't do it, just contact me. I won't be in the shop often. Lin Feng now had the highest authority, so it was very easy for him to deploy one or two people. He had directly poached the strongest and most beautiful maintenance personnel from the police station and the maintenance department, although this was a bit of a drastic measure. However, the price could be cheaper for the police and the maintenance department. After all, such high-quality equipment was a win-win for both parties. Mecha maintenance and modification was a profiteering industry. His daily killing of magical beasts should be enough to sustain his huge consumption. Only when one's territory was stable would they have sufficient strength. How is it? Let's have a competition now. Lin Feng teased Qin Shiru. Ah. How? Quote. If I win, you and Millie can submit the contract application obediently. Lin Feng teased. Millie's S-grade military helicopter was very rare, so he definitely had to buy it. After all, he didn't lack money now. Qin Shiru had an SS-grade nuclear submarine. Because it only supported nuclear energy and didn't have the authority to control the sea, she became a maintenance engineer. However, this was the key to his fight for the control of the sea, because only this type of mecha could fight on the sea. Millie heard and said excitedly, okay, Shiru, quickly agreed to it. Okay. Pretty good. Then I'll happily marry myself to happiness. Lin Feng smiled and took out the S-grade Soul Devourer. Su Qingyan also turned into a machine girl. She obediently lay on the modification table. Hubby, be gentle. I'm afraid I can't take it, she said in a shy and charming voice. It's daytime. Restrain yourself. Lin Feng was speechless. She was supposed to be a cold and elegant queen. How did she become a charming driver in his hands? It's okay. We'll be a family sooner or later. The battle knife seemed to be an independent weapon, but it was related to the debugging of many systems and the connection of the energy interface. This included where to hide it when not in use, and the ejection mechanism when used, all had to be considered. Lin Feng's skillful movements, methodical processes, and high-precision control instantly made the two girls blush with shame. In less than half an hour, Lin Feng finished installing the Soul Devourer. The Soul Devourer was a two-handed sword with a maximum length of 3 meters, while the Waning Moon was a wrist sword with a maximum length of 1 meter. It could be switched at critical moments and used flexibly. Therefore, Lin Feng only installed it. After all, the S-grade kinetic energy core had enough space to extend and carry. Then, he installed the Hell Cannon and the Darksteel Shield. Hellfire Bubble, able to continuously shoot high-intensity oxidizing flames at 3,500 degrees Celsius. Long-range firepower increased by 2,000. Weight increased by 3T. Energy consumption per second is 1 megajoule. Darksteel Shield, able to increase defense by 2,000 points. Mech's overall combat power increased by 1,000. Weight increased by 2T. Although the Hell Cannon's level wasn't high, it had an area of effect damage. His smooth operation stunned everyone. Qin Shiru and Lan, the two experts, were even more shocked. The fog is everywhere. The clown is actually me. I was so naive to think that I wanted to compete. With this speed, I won't be able to catch up even if I have 10 years. Qin Shiru finally understood why Lin Feng could deal with all this so casually. At the same time, she looked forward to it even more. This is simply a work of art. I'm afraid you won't find a second person with this level of proficiency in the country. Lin Feng clapped his hands and looked at the blade edge mech in front of him with satisfaction. Okay, it's done. S-grade blade dancer. Kinetic energy core. Blade 251 1/1000. Grade. 1-star mech. Firepower. 10,000 close combat. 8,000 ranged combat. 2,000. Overall combat power. 19,000. Base shield value. 1,000. Mech material. Ceramic composite metal body. Defense value. 2,000. Accessories. Do B wings S waning moon A hell cannon D darksteel shield D. Special skill. Atlas/level 1 enhancement. Combat type. Agility based. Open black lens bracket. Close black lens bracket. Looking at the mech that was gradually approaching perfection, Lin Feng really couldn't help but want to roar. Tremble. Demonic beasts. Tremble. Mechanical abyss. Lin Feng, I have to go back first. There's an enemy in the buffer zone. Millie suddenly received an alert and said in a panic. Great, I'll go with you. Lin Feng was ready to test out the actual combat effect. How can this be? How can it be so fast? Quote. Millie looked at the radar analysis device and said anxiously. Then, the alarm sounded. Then, a citywide announcement sounded. Warning. A large number of flying beasts have appeared. The military is unable to intercept all of them. They may cross the buffer zone and enter the base city. All citizens, please evacuate to the underground city as soon as possible. Warning. A large number of flying beasts have appeared. The military is unable to intercept all of them. They may cross the buffer zone and enter the base city. All citizens, please evacuate to the underground city as soon as possible. Open black lens bracket. Close black lens bracket. The alarm of the invasion of beasts was broadcast on a loop. The entire city fell into fear. The citizens panicked and ran around, exuding a sense of loneliness and fear. Every time such a large surprise attack happened, many people would fall brutally. Flying beasts. There were only a few of them before. Why are there so many of them suddenly? Quote. Millie said, a little surprised. Millie, you go back to the camp first. I'll go there directly. Lin Feng said, and the blade chariot disappeared from the street instantly. At the edge of the forbidden area, at the headquarters. Chief, there are still new servant beasts swarming into the forbidden area. More and more are escaping. Have the artillery and anti-aircraft machine guns gone out? They've all gone out, but the Thunder Eagle is too fast. We can't lock onto it. Su Yunpeng looked serious and nervous. How many air units haven't gone out yet? Currently, 30 female mecha operators below 3-star have all gone out. More than half of them are injured. Including you, there are only 5 commanders who haven't gone out yet. Let the 4-star Ning Ming stay. The rest will go out with me. Chief, we need your command here. What if there are more aberrant mecha behind? Give the command to the 4-star Ning Ming for now. The escaping Thunder Eagle has far exceeded the limit of what the maintenance can handle. A fighter jet transformed into a mecha couldn't have the ability to fly. The 5-star mecha couldn't fully utilize its advantage when attacking in the carrier state. Attacking directly meant that Su Yunpeng had predicted that the situation was very urgent. Buffer zone, E-zone. Lin Feng had already entered the battlefield. He looked at the radar scan and then looked at the situation in the sky. This time, it wasn't Zone F where Millie was, but Zone E where Lu Qi was in charge. At this time, all the ground artillery troops in Zone E had entered a state of engagement. All kinds of anti-aircraft cannons had been deployed. Every unit that could be used to pin down the enemy had been deployed. However, the results were not great. Even if they were lucky enough to hit him, they would not be able to break through the tough steel armor. The 3 helicopters hovered in the air, but with only machine guns and a few rockets, it was completely inadequate. One helicopter had already been damaged, and soon another was on the verge of collapse. Seeing more and more Steel Thunder Eagles appear, the crowd became engrossed in the battle, unable to see any hope. The Thunderhawk's speed had exceeded their expectations. Lu Qi's beautiful face also froze slightly. She knew that this time, the odds were against her. However, he was still trying his best to boost their morale. Hold on a little longer. Reinforcements from other regions are already on the way. Even if you have to die, you will still have to guard the bottom line. Behind us are several tens of millions of the Fire Country's citizens. Under Lu Qi's encouragement, their morale increased by a lot. However, the fear in Lu Qi's heart did not subside at all. She suddenly thought of someone. Although he is very strong, he doesn't seem to be good at dealing with flying magical beasts. On the other side, the police also entered a state of combat readiness after hearing the news. All the armed forces were gathered at the edge of the buffer zone. Lin Feng didn't hesitate at all after quickly deciding on the battle route. Qing Yun, transform. Lin Feng jumped into the mech, connected to the system, and checked that all the equipment was normal. Activating the Dubi wings, he flew out. At this time, the maintenance troops had already seen Lin Feng, who suddenly appeared in the sky. Under the shining sun, it was dazzling, as if a new hope had been ignited. Look, what's that? It looks like a mech. Have you seen a mech that can fly? No, but if it's not a mech, then what is it? Look, his speed is even faster than the Thunderhawk. Lu Qi recognized this figure because she had seen it yesterday when she went to provide reinforcements to Area F. I didn't expect him to be able to fly. Lu Qi's eyes suddenly lit up. She quickly deployed. All combat units, cover the mech with all you've got. As for the ground troops, pay attention to the magical beast corpses falling from the sky. Lu Qi's words stunned everyone. Pay attention to the corpses. Just as they were doubting, a Thunderhawk's huge body had already landed. It lost its life in an instant. Lin Feng's extreme speed allowed him to quickly close in on the Thunderhawk. With a crescent moon, he slashed down. Lin Feng looked at the Thunderhawk that he had just killed. Although it's dead, it's still not that bad. Killed Servant Class Thunderhawk. Received double reward. Servant Class Energy Crystals x2. Points increased by 2*10. It's time for you to see blood. Devour. Lin Feng directly summoned Soul Devourer, ready to test the difference between A and S class. He directly leapt forward and quickly locked onto the next unlucky fellow. Similarly, he slashed down with a normal slash. The ear-piercing sound of metal clashing and the smell of burnt flesh instantly filled the air. The Thunderhawk with a wingspan of more than 2 meters was instantly cut in half. Its wings flapped twice before it fell heavily into the ground. This is the effect that it should have. Killed Servant Class Thunderhawk. Received double reward. Servant Class Energy Crystals x2. Points increased by 2*10. Soul Devourer's soul power increased by 20. Soul power also received double reward. Not bad. The blue-bladed mech leapt nimbly in the air. Its movements were very elegant, and it fought in the air as if it was on flat ground. With every slash of the saber, a huge metal thunder eagle would fall, smashing into the ground with loud thuds. At this moment, the security team was starting to be unable to help. They could only see Lin Feng advancing towards the forbidden area. At this moment, Millie, who had rushed over to provide support, sighed. Am I a cheerleader again? Seems like it. Lu Qi sighed. The atmosphere was very tense, but the moment Lin Feng and Su Qingyan appeared, the atmosphere changed. It was as if this was just an exhibition match prepared for Lin Feng. Let's go and clean up the fish that escaped the net. Lin Feng was like a warrior who was going against the flow, charging towards the Thunder Eagles. The corpses of the Thunder Eagles fell to the ground. The air was filled with a bloody mist and a strong smell of blood. The sword in his hand was still swinging, and in just a few minutes, he had already killed more than 50 Thunder Eagles. On the other side, Su Yunpeng, who was blocking the Thunder Eagles in the air, received a report. Sir, a mysterious flying unit is approaching you, and its trajectory is uncertain. It's coming towards the forbidden area. Su Yunpeng was stunned. Yes, according to the security team, the number of Thunder Eagles in the buffer zone is decreasing rapidly, and the risk level has been lowered. Su Yunpeng was a little surprised. He quickly glided to a safe position and looked at the red dot on the radar screen. It's decreasing so quickly. Could it be that old man Lu Gang has made his move? But he doesn't have such a strong air suppression ability. Su Yunpeng was puzzled and returned to his battle position. The demonic beasts are still coming. Let's postpone the deactivation and observe the situation first. Su Yunpeng had experienced many battles and was always more cautious. On the other side, Lin Feng was calmly harvesting this wave of good prey. It was perfect to be able to obtain points, energy crystals, and soul power at the same time. Su Qingyan reminded, "We're reaching the edge of the forbidden area, should we continue?" Lin Feng looked at his energy and still had 70%. "We still have enough energy, let's continue." "Okay, my dad's defense zone is just ahead. Do you want me to inform him first to prevent any misunderstandings?" "Okay, let's inform him. It's a good opportunity to meet my father-in-law and mother-in-law." Lin Feng was a little surprised, but since he had come across it, he decided to go over and take a look. Su Qingyan used the interactive system to connect to Su Yun's side. "Dad, we're here. Get ready to pick us up. You're here. Could it be that you were the ones who killed the Thunder Eagle?" "What else?" Su Qingyan was feeling a little smug. It seemed to be saying, "Look, the husband I found myself can't be worse than the one you recommended, right? The path I've chosen isn't any worse than the one you've planned, right?" Now, the Blade Edge Mech's overall combat power was 19,000. With the buff of stronger against stronger opponents, its combat power had doubled. Lin Feng increased his speed and killed all the Thunderhawks in the buffer zone. As for the demonic beasts that were scattered on the ground, he didn't pay any attention to them. After all, the servant-class demonic beasts that weren't gathered together wouldn't pose too much of a threat. Looking at the system, Shifeng saw that he had killed a total of 89 servant-class Thunder Eagles. Soul Devourer's points had increased by 1780. Adding that to the 3020 points he had left from before, Soul Devourer's soul power had also increased to 1780 points. He was more than 7,000 points away from the next upgrade. Lin Feng thought that since he was going to meet his father-in-law, he should bring some gifts. He wanted to see if there were any suitable parts in the points store. However, Grade C would cost more than 10,000 points, and Grade B would cost more than 50,000 points. He couldn't afford it. The parts of this mech were really not cheap. It seemed like he had to go to the forbidden area. Lin Feng still had 2 Grade D parts, but they weren't suitable for the fighter jet. The energy interface wasn't compatible either. He could only see if he could kill other soldier-class martial warriors. He planned to find the leader of the Thunder Eagles directly. Perhaps, he could end this crisis in an instant. "Tell our father that we'll help him clean up this wave and let his people rest." Then, he went all out and blocked the edge of the forbidden area. Looking at the position of the mechanical abyss, it was still far from the edge of the forbidden area. Lin Feng directly crossed the line of the forbidden area. He started to kill the Thunder Eagles that were coming at him. 20. He started his grand plan of killing 20 people with one slash. The female mechs who were fighting hard were stunned. "What's going on? Who is this? Why is he so strong?" "Who cares who he is? Just tell me if he's fast or not. He's entered the forbidden area. Should we report it? The chief is below. This means that he has given his permission." Su Yunpeng and Ji Yuying were also shocked. "What the heck? We worked so hard for so long and still couldn't stop the Thunder Eagles from crossing the line of the forbidden area. You killed one with one slash, but you're pushing it back. Are all high-end battles so simple and violent?" Seeing that the stalemate was broken, Su Yunpeng heaved a sigh of relief. He was filled with pride and joy. "Looks like us old guys are going to be killed on the beach." Then, he connected to the command system. "Alert, take turns to observe. Pay attention to the situation around the Blade Edge Mech. The other commanders and combat concubines, enter the base to rest." Lin Feng became more cautious after entering the forbidden area. After all, there were many soldier-class beasts in the forbidden area. After a round of killing, the number of Thunder Eagles increased. Not long after, a system notification popped up. "Warning. Detected Tempest Thunder Eagle Evolving. Please evacuate as soon as possible." "Warning. Detected Tempest Thunder Eagle Evolving. Please evacuate as soon as possible." Evolving Tempest Thunder Eagle. Promoted to Warlord. That's ridiculous. Without any hesitation, Lin Feng increased the pace of his attack. Although this was the outer area of the Forbidden Zone, there was still a high possibility of groups of demonic beasts appearing. At the center of the Forbidden Zone was a variety of mechanical abyss. It was the nest of the mechanized demonic beasts. However, it seemed like no one had entered it before. Only the mutated mechanical suits knew what was inside. After losing a large amount of land, it was impossible to defend it. Through the limited number of satellites, they could only see that there were many bottomless pits of various sizes inside. That was why it was called the Mechanical Abyss. Whether there was a leader or a creature of a higher civilization in the Mechanical Abyss was unknown. All they knew was that there was a powerful force inside, called the Mechanical Abyss Power. All animals that entered would be infected by the Mechanical Abyss Power. They would become extremely powerful and possess the ability to evolve continuously. At the same time, all of their parts would be strengthened. As they approached the nest, the number of Thunder Eagles increased. Lin Feng's single-blade attacks were already a little overwhelming. Lin Feng placed the blade behind his back to absorb the soul power. The mechanical suit on his arm opened, and the thick caliber of the Hellfire bubble appeared. Lin Feng pressed a button, and a powerful tongue of flame instantly shot out. The flame snake surged out for more than 100 meters. The violent and surging flames instantly engulfed the sky. The sky was like a fiercely burning cloud of fire. The temperature of the surrounding air rose rapidly. The raging flames instantly burned the Thunder Eagle's armor red. It was bright red as if it was about to melt. Crackling sounds could be heard. That was the sound of the flesh under the steel body. The smell of burnt flesh filled the air. Then, the Crimson Thunder Eagles fell one after another. Lin Feng continued to advance, and the number of Thunder Eagles gradually decreased. The Hellfire cannon was indeed very powerful, but the energy was calculated in terms of seconds. The energy consumption was reaching its limit. Lin Feng put away the cannon and took out the Soul Devourer on his back. It was as if there was a Teodi locked inside, crazily absorbing the soul essences. Lin Feng killed the last servant-class Thunder Eagle. The Tempest Thunder Eagle was currently standing on top of an abandoned building. After Lin Feng confirmed that there were no threats around, he looked at the Tempest Thunder Eagle, whose eyes were red with anger, with interest. Looking at the Thunder Eagle's expression, he knew that it was filled with anger and unwillingness. It seemed to be saying, "Shameless. How dare you ambush me when I'm upgrading?" Quote. Lin Feng, on the other hand, waited casually and did not make a move. "Hurry up if you want to level up. I'm in a hurry." The Thunder Eagle didn't seem to understand and didn't respond. However, it didn't stop its advancement. Instead, it sped up. Su Qingyu asked doubtfully, "Are you going to wait until it reaches the Warlord level?" "Yes, this way, others won't say that I won unfairly." Actually, Lin Feng only thought that the reward for the Warlord level was much higher. The Warlord level crystal was 5 times better than the Soldier level crystal. More importantly, Warrior level energy crystals had higher energy density, which could be used to strengthen skills directly. With 5 times more points, it would definitely be more worth it to wait. Newly promoted warlords were the best targets to practice on. In less than 10 minutes, the Thunderhawk spread its wings, and a huge amount of energy swept out. The debris from the roof flew to the surroundings. It flapped its wings merrily, as if it was demonstrating its power and showing off. The few reconnaissance aircraft that had been ordered to observe the situation quickly reported. "The bladed armor has encountered a warrior-level Tempest Eagle. Requesting backup. Requesting backup, I repeat." "What? Warrior level? Why are there warlords in the periphery?" Quote. As he spoke, he quickly entered the fighter jet. "I don't know either. Why did it suddenly report? It seems like it just leveled up." The reconnaissance aircraft didn't understand. "Hurry up and help." At this moment, Lin Feng smiled evilly, as if his plan had succeeded. He jumped forward and entered the battle zone. Detected a warrior-level demonic beast within the battle zone. Its star level is 2 ranks higher than our warlord. All attributes increased by 100%. Lin Feng instantly felt his soul shake, and the tiredness from the continuous battle was swept away. Su Qingyan also felt the cells around her surging wildly, and her fighting spirit soared. The Soul Devourer's blade was covered in fiery red energy, as if it had gathered flames. Because the Soul Devourer was larger, the energy required for each sky-raising slash had doubled. The Thunder Eagle seemed to have sensed the sudden increase in fighting power. The steel plate on its chest opened, and two laser-like items appeared. It's actually a laser cannon. Lin Feng glanced at it and didn't dare to be careless. This was because the speed of the laser cannon was basically the speed of light. The moment the Soul Devourer's energy was fully charged, he immediately activated extreme speed mode and jumped. 2 spins and a sharp turn to disrupt the Gale Thunder Eagle's judgment. A quick sneak attack, close to the Thunder Eagle's blind spot. Sky-raising slash. Violent energy spewed out from the blade. It slashed the Gale Thunder Eagle's neck diagonally from behind. Killed warrior level Gale Thunder Eagle. Obtained. Laser Cannon B grade X2, Warrior level Crystal X2, points increased by 500, Soul Devourer's soul power increased by 500. Lin Feng was overjoyed. B grade parts were extremely precious. The moment they appeared, they would be crazily strong. C grade parts couldn't be bought without some power. His luck was really not bad. But if the Gale Thunder Eagle was still alive, it would probably be cursing, "Old fox, no morals." The reconnaissance aircraft in charge of reconnaissance was stunned for a moment before speaking in the communication channel. Reporting, "Chief, there's no need for backup." The warrior level was cut down by the bladed mech. Sun Yunpeng, who had just flown into the sky, was stunned. Cut down. And in one slash. Quote, "Yes, I think I know how it appeared." The bladed mech encountered a Thunder Eagle that was evolving. Then, he even waited for 10 minutes for the Thunder Eagle to finish evolving. Quote, "The recon aircraft expressed its opinion in disbelief. This kid, is he trying to scare me to death?" Sun Yunpeng really wanted to curse. But the communication channel was still open, so he held it back. Crisis averted. All combat units, return. Please like and subscribe my channel. Chapter 31. Lin Feng was afraid that the surrounding demonic beasts would be attracted by the commotion. He packed up and left. He had gained a lot from this trip into the Forbidden Land. He had killed 115 servant-class demonic beasts and 1 warrior-class demonic beast. He had obtained 2,800 points and 5,820 points in total. He had obtained 230 servant-class energy crystals and 2 warrior-class energy crystals. It was just enough to upgrade the Heaven-Raising Slash to level 2. Lin Feng handed over the control of the mech to Su Qingyan and began to upgrade the Blade Edge mech. Upgrade successful. Heaven-Raising Slash upgraded to Red Fury Heaven-Raising Slash. Energy can be released externally. Attack range, 200 meters. Total combat power increased by 2,000. Energy cost, 30 megajoules per attack. After switching the control of the mech, Lin Feng swung his sword. A deep gash appeared on the ground. The energy wave can reach 200 meters. This power is incredible. Quote. Lin Feng looked at the dozens of fighter jets in front of him. He was about to reach the command center. He gave up on the idea of killing another wave. The battle just now had not only resolved the crisis, but it had also won the approval of the army's officers. When they saw the Blade Edge mech, they immediately lined up the fighter jets to welcome it. They gave it the most respectful welcome. Lin Feng's initial plan was to get the energy crystals and the energy crystals. However, he had also resolved the crisis. Seeing this scene, he understood that the army's Iron Warriors did not have it easy. In order to protect the citizens of the city, they did not hesitate even if their lives were in danger. The Blade Edge mech landed at the command center. Lin Feng was also a standard salute. This was the best response for the people from the military. Su Yunpeng was waiting in front of the command center. There were already a few strands of silver in his short black hair, and his slanted eyebrows were handsome and straight. He was tall and slender. He was like an eagle in the night. Beside him stood an elegant woman. She had fair skin and looked similar to Su Qingyan. She was Su Qingyan's mother, Ji Yuying. "Dad, Mom, let me introduce you. This is Lin Feng. Handsome, right?" Quote. Lin Feng greeted his mother-in-law enthusiastically. He was still a little nervous when he saw her. Su Yunpeng patted Lin Feng's shoulder enthusiastically. "Good boy. Your reputation will come faster than your person." Quote. Lin Feng smiled faintly. "I was going to pay you a visit that day, but Su Qingyan said that you've been too busy recently, so I only sent you a text to explain the situation." At this time, Ji Yuying stepped up the mountain and said with a smile, "We don't mean to blame you. It's Su Qingyan's greatest blessing to have a commander like you. She was just lucky. Quote, hee, it's not that I'm lucky. If it weren't for my perseverance in hunting magical beasts for the past year, I wouldn't have been able to survive. I wouldn't have met him at his best when I was at my most beautiful. Su Qingyan said affectionately. All right, stop showing off. Ji Yuying's eyes were filled with tears when she saw that her daughter had found a good partner. Lin Feng took out a B-grade accessory and said, it's our first time meeting. I was in a hurry, so I didn't prepare anything good. I'll give you the laser cannon, you can use it in all 3 forms. Quote. Su Yunpeng's eyes lit up. He was pleasantly surprised. It's actually a laser cannon. Isn't that a B-grade accessory? B-class. That's too precious. Ji Yuying was a little tempted, but she also knew how precious a B rank was. This kind of good stuff was usually in the hands of the government and the big family alliances. It was extremely rare for it to enter the hands of ordinary people. Yeah, we should be giving you something. You're giving it to us instead. It's not right. Su Yunpeng also felt that it was inappropriate when Ji Yuying said that. Lin Feng also only found out later that the contract was for the warrior concubine to give something to the commander. I should be thanking you for raising such a perfect daughter. It's also my fortune to be able to contract with Qingyan. What Lin Feng said was very true, without the slightest bit of exaggeration. Su Qingyan also said, just accept it. With this equipment, we'll be more at ease, right? Just like today's situation. Quote, Su Yunpeng finally accepted it. Then I'll accept it. If I had this equipment earlier, I wouldn't have been in such a difficult situation today. The bad thing about the military was that they didn't have enough freedom. All the battle gains had to be handed over to the country. However, there were also more generous rewards for meritorious service. All right, it's been a tiring day. Let's have a good meal as a family. Su Yunpeng also followed them in after arranging everything. The family had a simple meal. It was a joyful and harmonious atmosphere. The slight gap between Su Qingyan and her parents was also completely removed at this moment. After chatting for a while, Lin Feng saw that Su Yunpeng was quite busy. There were people coming to ask for instructions from time to time, so he got up and prepared to leave. All right, I have something to do. Let's wait for things to calm down for a while. I'll go back and have a good gathering. Oh right, I've just approved your contract with Jian Wei. You can find some time to complete it. You've made a great contribution this time. I'll also report it. Your privileges will probably increase. With me as your guarantor, you won't have to go through such a troublesome approval process in the future. All right, thank you. The two of them went straight back to Junhai Base City. Su Qingyan looked at the time. There's still some time now. Why don't we go and complete the contract now? Hee, I think you're scared, right? Su Qingyan saw that she was exposed and smiled charmingly. Just let me rest for a night. I'll let you do whatever you want tomorrow night, okay? All right, I like what you said. Lin Feng dialed Jian Wei's satellite phone. Wei, it's time for tutoring tonight. Jian Wei's face blushed when she heard that. Yes, I just saw that our application has been approved. Shall we go now? Actually, Jian Wei didn't see it by chance. Instead, she kept updating the status whenever she had time. That's what I was talking about. Get ready, I'll wait for you downstairs. Ah, okay, wait for me, I'll change my clothes. Oh yes, what type do you like? Jian Wei was so excited that she couldn't speak coherently. You're an OL now, just remember to wear glasses. This kind of pure style made Lin Feng very impulsive. After hanging up the phone, Jian Wei jumped onto the sofa excitedly, her two long legs shaking excitedly. I'm going to sign the contract. Finally, this day has come. Luckily, I didn't give up. Quote. She wanted to calm herself down. She quickly found a mirror and started to dress up. After all, every woman wanted to be the most beautiful on this day. Lin Feng and Su Qingyan arrived at the school. Su Qingyan said thoughtfully, I'll go back and cook for you. Then, I'll leave the rest of the night to you guys. I'll sleep in the dormitory tonight. Quote. So many rooms won't affect anything. Hee, I know Sister Wei. She can't let go when someone is around, even if they're not in the same room. I see, then we'll have to live together in the future. You don't understand women. After all, it's your first time. You'll get used to it slowly. Alright, then you don't have to cook alone. I can do it. Su Qingyan said coquettishly, after all, I'm your first woman. Can you satisfy my selfishness? I want the dinner you cook to be mine alone. Lin Feng understood. After all, it wasn't easy for him to be so tolerant. Moreover, it was better to have a ready-made dinner. Okay, I'll do as you say. Just then, Jianwei arrived at the meeting place. Sister Wei Wei, over here. Jianwei heard Su Qingyan's voice and looked at Lin Feng. Her eyes were half closed and she was smiling so sweetly. Lin Feng, Qingyan. Sister Wei Wei, you're so beautiful today. No, you're still young and beautiful. Jianwei said embarrassedly. Wei Wei, you're only 2 years older than me, okay. You and your husband are about the same age, and I don't have your unique temperament. Quote. Alright, all of you are very beautiful, and each of you has your own merits. How fortunate. But shouldn't we go now? If we stay any longer, the others will get off work. Quote. Go ahead, but don't exceed the speed limit. This is Sister Wei Wei's first time. Don't worry, you are now a person with special privileges. The staff will wait for you. Quote. Don't worry, I know what to do. Su Qingyan pulled Jianwei and whispered, he seems to like stockings and high heels. I've prepared a lot of styles for you to put in the cloakroom. Remember to bring more in. Quote. Jianwei's face turned even redder at the thought of the scene. Her voice was as soft as a mosquito's. Got it. Then I'll go back and cook for you. Come back early. Then, Su Qingyan disappeared from the street. Jianwei then transformed into an S-grade phantom motorcycle. Lin Feng looked at the message. Name, Jianwei. Form, human, carrier, phantom motorcycle, machine lady, phantom, mecha, phantom raider. Overall rating, S. Applicable energy, fuel, kinetic core, battle soul number. 12T 1000T. Integrated system, Pathfinder. Mecha material, light titanium alloy, high speed. Weapon, MP5 submachine gun, human, carrier, Gatling gun, carrier, sword of light, human, mecha. Special, Phantom Raider. Contractual relationship, uncontracted. Combat type, assassin. Open black lens bracket, close black lens bracket. Lin Feng got on the motorcycle. Detected that you can drive a vehicle. Do you want to forcefully log in? Then let's practice a little so that we can communicate at night. Jianwei was stunned. She did not understand. I want to touch, it's okay. Lin Feng chuckled and clicked on the forceful login. As expected of a phantom. It's really fast. It was just a normal speed, but it was really like a phantom. If not for his good driving skills, he might not have been able to drive it. Screech. The brakes screeched. It had stopped at the contract hall. It feels good. The speed is not bad, but the distance is a little short. Let's try running a long distance tonight. Long distance. You'll know tonight. Let's go in. Lin Feng helped Jianwei tidy up her messy hair. By the way, how did you get the control right away? It's a secret. How does it feel to force it? Quote. HMPH, it's nothing. It's not gentle at all. Jianwei gently tidied up Lin Feng's clothes and said shyly, your driving skills are very good. Hee, there will be more surprises in the future. The two of them entered the hall. This time, Su Qingyan helped to make an appointment, so it was very fast. The lady at work had a deep impression of Lin Feng. She recognized Lin Feng at a glance. Didn't you just come here yesterday? Has it been cancelled? Quote. Guanya could not figure it out. He was so beautiful and talented. How could he cancel the contract? Not yet, but I might come back tomorrow. The lady was stunned. At this moment, a leader walked over from behind. Xiaoya, just do it for them. It's standard procedure. The two of them completed the contract. Jianwei was excited. Can I call you hubby? Of course. That's your right. Quote. Hubby. Jianwei's beautiful eyes were filled with love as she called out happily. Very sweet. Very soft. A heartwarming dinner and a warm bath. Ha. She pressed the button to rest for this restless night. You're indeed a teacher. Your mouth is really good. Next, let's do a 4-wheel positioning. Yes. Put your hands here and knees here. The first surprise tonight is that I don't only know how to stab people from the back with a knife. The second surprise is that my spear is not only long. The third surprise is that I don't only shoot arrows in the dark. Quote. The begonia outside the window was like fire, echoing the dazzling falling flowers in the room. Lin Feng rubbed his eyes. What he saw was a mess. But the process was so smooth and delicate, touching the depths of his soul. Lin Feng used his hand to help Jian Wei tidy up her hair that was stuck to her face because of the sweat. Lin Feng's slight movement still woke Jian Wei, who was in a light sleep. You must be exhausted. Sleep for a while more. Quote. I'll make some breakfast. Lin Feng lifted the blanket and prepared to wash up. Jian Wei's beautiful face, which had always been pure and clean, faintly blushed. She looked like a flower that had been nourished by the rain and bloomed brilliantly after a night. Are you sure you can still do it? Jian Wei suddenly saw the spear that she loved and hated. She was stabbed by the spear last night and bled a lot, but she still wanted to. Jian Wei's face turned even redder. She felt a warm touch. Are you going to make breakfast for yourself? Quote. In the end, Lin Feng didn't eat breakfast at noon. After washing up, he walked out of the room and went to the dining room, only to see Su Qingyan sitting at the dining table. When did you come? Why do you think of me now? I've heated up the food several times. Quote. Well, it's not like you haven't experienced it before. Lin Feng smiled meaningfully. Su Qingyan knew what she was going to face at night from that smile. She didn't answer directly, but asked meaningfully, so Sister Wei Wei can't get up now? Yes, I told the school that she's resting for 2 days. 2 days. That's too much. Su Qingyan brought some food into Jian Wei's room. Lin Feng felt much more comfortable with this harmonious atmosphere. He was worried that the atmosphere would become difficult to deal with when there were so many people living together. Lin Feng ate the Eastern Heretic as he turned on his battle watch and opened the holographic screen to read the news. Breaking news. Flying mecha, killing in all directions, successfully saved the city's perilous defense line. Magical beasts have been active in the forbidden area recently. Please don't go to the buffer zone alone. A warship with the logo of the Escape Immortal has appeared near the sea recently. There are no signs of war. Open black lens bracket, close black lens bracket. Su Qingyan hugged Lin Feng, who was sitting at the dining table, from behind. She lowered her head slightly and pressed her face against his. How is it? My skills aren't bad, right? Quote. That's right. It smells good. Quote. Lin Feng turned to the satellite map of Junhai and asked, if we want to open the sea passage and build the military base, will it be easier to go through the forbidden area from yesterday? Well, although we can go around it, it's too difficult to build a port in the forbidden area. Yes, that's true, but it's not completely impossible. Lin Feng glanced at Su Qingyan and asked after she finished washing the dishes. Do you want to rest in the afternoon? I'm fine. This is news from Fu Min. She said that the police didn't get the parts you need. Black Demon is not cooperating. Yeah, you haven't told me anything yet. Don't expect her to obediently transform into a mech and let you take the parts. Tell them that we're heading over now. Lin Feng had thought of that as well. After all, to be able to be sent to the Fire Country, they must have undergone special training. It was impossible for him to speak up so easily. Go to Warrior Maiden and get in land. It'll be more convenient that way. Junhai City, special prison. Tell me, my time is precious. Shiyu said nonchalantly, great, I have a lot of time. I heard that you have dual energy cores. I'm very interested. Why don't we have a match? Quote. Why should I compete with you? If you win, you'll gain your freedom. Why should I believe you? Shiyu was interested after hearing that. Lin Feng waved his hand and motioned for Enlan to come over. Although Enlan was transferred to Warrior Maiden, her identity as the Special Operations Team Leader did not change. This is the team leader in charge of Machine Woman, Enlan. You don't have to doubt her promise, right? Enlan was known as the overbearing flower of the Junhai City Police Station. She was also a thorny rose that many nobles and officials could only dream of. Many people were infatuated with her beauty and temperament, but they were afraid of her sharp thorns. Lin Feng's words are still valid. Enlan's cold voice sounded. She had always been so cold towards people and things that she was not interested in. Shiyu's disdainful eyes suddenly had some hope. She thought to herself that she did not promise what she would do if she lost anyway. Okay, then let's compete. We'll compete in speed. Beside her, Commander Shu Liang, who coveted in land but did not dare to make a move, felt that it was unfair. Seeing that the usually arrogant Lan was so respectful towards this person in front of him, he was unhappy. He said sourly, "Hey, where did this brat come from? I think you're in cahoots with him. You're just looking for an excuse to let him go. Shut up." Lan heard that Lin Feng was offended and immediately cut him off. Xu Liang's body froze as if he had entered a world of ice and snow. His body trembled slightly. When Shi Yu heard Xu Liang's words, the vigilance in her heart lowered again. Lin Feng only smiled disdainfully at a commander like Xu Liang. This was how a weakling behaved. He said directly to Shi Yu, "Okay, it doesn't matter what we compete in." To Lin Feng, it did not matter. His goal was to get the S-grade parts. B-grade parts were already hard to get, let alone S-grade parts. Even a top-notch maintenance center like Combat Girl only had D-grade parts at best. "Bring her to the plaza outside. We'll be there immediately," Lan said calmly. "Are you confident in competing in speed? That's a 4-star. You just said that she has dual kinetic energy." Lan's voice was not as cold as before, but she was still worried. She did not know what Lin Feng was up to. "It doesn't matter. Actually, I don't have the time to compete with her here." "Then what are you doing?" Lan was even more confused. "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Get them to organize the questions they want to ask for me." Quote. Lan did not understand, but she still did as Lin Feng requested. "Xu Liang, I'll give you 5 minutes to organize them." Xu Liang saw that Lan treated him differently from Lin Feng and felt even more unbalanced. "Stop pretending to be mysterious. I'd like to know what you're trying to do." Xu Liang wanted to make things difficult, but he organized them seriously and wrote down all the important questions. Junhai City Police Station, Training Ground. 2 cars were parked at the beginning of a road. One was Xiaori's Black Alpha, and the other was Blade's supercar. The engine roared. Instead of Blade's supercar, Lin Feng walked toward the Alpha with evil intentions. Shi Yu asked in surprise, "Aren't you going to drive?" "Of course I'm going to drive. Are you ready? Let's find a private place to talk." Quote. Shi Yu was a little confused. She remembered Xu Liang's words. Is he really here to save me? Therefore, Shi Yu was not prepared. The distance between Lin Feng and the Alpha was getting closer and closer. Drivable carrier detected. Do you want to log in? Lin Feng did not hesitate at all and directly logged in. After all, once Shi Yu reacted, Lin Feng, who had transformed into a machine girl, would be in danger. Nervous system infiltration. You, what are you doing? Nervous system infiltration successful. Mental control obtained. Interactive system infiltration successful. Interactive right obtained. Following that, Alpha charged madly into an empty field. Now, Shi Yu seemed to be hypnotized. She could only let herself be controlled. Lin Feng smiled faintly. I didn't expect this system to work. Lin Feng took out the recording pen and took out the questions he had sorted out before. Is there any deeper relationship between the Z Alliance and the Creation Alliance other than the surface relationship? Shi Yu said numbly, the Z Alliance is responsible for the economic field among the many fields of the Creation Alliance. It's called Z Alliance because it's based in Junhai City, but it's also responsible for manufacturing. Lin Feng did not go deeper. Instead, he continued to ask questions. Have you infiltrated the other divisions of the Creation Alliance? I don't know. Our missions are top secret. The order I received was only to lure the leader of the Z Alliance. Is there any spy in the Black Firmament Academy? We did, but we didn't succeed. So, we used economic infiltration, hoping to gradually corrupt some people. Do you have any special characteristics of the spy? There's a red cherry blossom under the lower abdomen. It can be seen through the blue light. Quote. Lin Feng asked all the questions, and he was also surprised. No wonder Xiaori did not want to work together against the enemy but wanted to steal the technology of other countries. It was a plan of the Misakura Alliance. Lin Feng turned off the recording pen. Lin Feng recalled the manufacturing industry he had mentioned earlier. He recalled some of the special parts he had seen in the maintenance center. The things UZ Alliance make are military accessories. Yes, we will integrate and innovate the technology of various countries. We will manufacture parts below C grade for profit. Where is your military factory? It's located 1,000 meters underground, 2,000 meters south of the abandoned harbor in Junhai City. So you have a special safe route through the restricted area. We spent a lot of money to build a sturdy underground passage. Lin Feng smiled faintly and thought to himself, as expected of the deep-rooted Major League Alliance. This industry chain is amazing. He was prepared to take over and use the system's technology to directly counter the rampant foreign forces. More importantly, it was a good way to slow down the mechanical beast's gradually increasing attack rhythm. If the technological development of the Fire Country could not keep up with the upgrading speed of the mechanical abyss, the base city would always face the risk of being destroyed. Alright, let's go back now. Lin Feng got out of the car and handed the recording pen to Enlan. Everything has been explained. Enlan was a little surprised. You handed it over so quickly. Yes, listen to it yourself. The content might overturn your understanding, so it's best to find a leader you can trust. I'm going to get my S-grade parts. Quote, this was a meritorious mission and a very shocking plan. Lin Feng would not let Xu Liang off so easily, so he was prepared to let Enlan report it. Lin Feng called Su Qingyan and controlled the pomelo to leave. Xu Liang walked forward suspiciously. He did. Are you serious? Let me hear it. Quote, get out of my way. Enlan said coldly. Enlan knew that this was a serious matter and was prepared to have a discussion with the higher-ups. Century Center, War Girl Maintenance Center. Qin Shiru was maintaining the mechanical lady that was sent from the battlefield yesterday. How is it? Are there any difficulties? Quote, Qin Shiru heard Lin Feng's voice and was pleasantly surprised. It's pretty good. The equipment here is much better than the maintenance center, and there are more usable parts. They even sent my assistant over and said that they will pay the maintenance fees according to the market price. Quote, in terms of price, give me a discount. Let me calculate. Lin Feng roughly analyzed the price. In the future, just give me a 50% discount from the battlefield. He was short of money, but he had some principles. It was not easy to go to the battlefield. Qin Shiru was a little surprised and looked at Lin Feng with a burning gaze. As the saying goes, it starts with appearance and is loyal to character. After hearing about Lin Feng's incident yesterday, she was so shocked that she could not help but open her mouth. After seeing Su Qingwan's application, Qin Yu's eyes lit up. He immediately told Qin Shiru to fight for it. However, he was told that Qin Shiru's contract application had also been submitted. Qin Yu's emotions became even more exciting. Prepare a 10-meter dismantling room. I'm going to dismantle some parts. Yes, okay. Lin Feng also quickly adjusted the equipment. Now obediently turned into a mechanical lady. The pomelo directly turned from a carrier into a mechanical lady. Yes, much more obedient now. The pomelo now was like a fish on the chopping board waiting to be slaughtered. Lin Feng was tempted as he looked at the many high-grade components. However, he still followed the agreement and only removed the Grade S components. Lin Feng looked at it and was a little surprised. External Kinetic Energy Core Grade S product of Mechanical Abyss No. 9 in East 9 District. Fully purified. Can provide additional 500 T of energy for the machine lady. It's actually a product of the Mechanical Abyss. However, it was not much help to Lin Feng. Most of the equipment he contracted were Grade B and above. Their energy capacity was higher, so he did not have to worry about the upper limit. However, this was like a new life for the machine lady whose kinetic energy core was damaged. Nitrogen Jet Energy Enabling Device Grade S Spirit, Chongqi. Increased energy consumption, multiplied speed and attack power to increase explosive power. After removing the components, Lin Feng even installed a mysterious chip for Black Demon. He then walked out of the operation room and said to Qin Shiru, tell Auntie that I'm ready. She can come over anytime. Don't worry about the success rate. Qin Shiru's eyes lit up. This matter had been weighing on her and her father's mind for the past 5 years. Could it finally be solved? It was unbelievable. Really? Are you doubting your future commander? You'll be punished for this. Quote, Qin Shiru blushed. I'm just too excited. I'm not doubting you. Of course, I'm willing to accept any punishment. Quote, okay, I'll remember it. You take care of this place first. I still have to send Black Demon back. Quote, After the operation was completed, Lin Feng sent Shiyu back to the special prison. It's done. I'll leave the rest to you guys. Oh right, you can leave the rest to me after you're done. She has a good foundation. She might be a good war machine. And Lan was surprised. What kind of magic did you cast on her? She's willing to be removed by you. Quote, I don't know either. Anyway, it seems like she's very willing. Lin Feng smiled and removed the forced login state. Shiyu's nerves were shaken, and he was stunned. His face instantly turned ugly. You, what did you do to me? Lin Feng said casually, don't worry. You won't die. Quote. Then, Lin Feng turned around and left. She needed to take over the mechanical armor component factory as soon as possible. Not only was it an important source of funds, but it would also be of great help to the research and development of new parts. Lin Feng took Su Qingyan and entered the passageway using the biological password provided by Shiyu. Su Qingyan looked at the technologically advanced tunnel and asked curiously, is this also a part of the maintenance center? Sort of, but not entirely. In any case, the fewer people who know about it, the better. Su Qingyan saw Lin Feng's expression when he spoke. She also knew that this was not the property of Z Alliance. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. The speed of the blue blade was at maximum, and it took nearly an hour to reach the military research and development base. If it wasn't for the fact that he was sure that Shiyu was telling the truth, Lin Feng would have started to doubt it. However, it was understandable. After all, this place was originally a province. As the magical beasts continued to invade, it became a base city. Although the base city was very large, it was still much smaller than a province. Therefore, the distance between the city center and the port on the edge was very far. When the door opened, a strong wave of hot air rushed out. What was surprising was that there were no employees here. Everything was mechanized. And it was still running. Perhaps Z Alliance spent a huge amount of money to complete such a smart project to keep it a secret. However, this made things convenient for Lin Feng. Lin Feng directly logged into the system, connected to the database, and backed up all the data. After analyzing the data, he said, it seems that the highest grade that can be created is D grade, and they are all normal ones. D grade is already very good. The market price of D grade is already 20 million. Yes, the mechs are very expensive. However, the profit is 70%. What a huge profit. Now, the source of funds was stable. Lin Feng redeployed and upgraded all the databases and servers. Then, he reconstructed the core algorithm and upgraded the key. The firewall and defense system were also fully upgraded, ensuring that the previous account could not be logged in or accessed. The previous token was also completely ineffective, and all the access rights were cancelled. There's even an energy shield. We can learn from this in the future. After upgrading everything, Lin Feng started the program again. Debugging. East 8th District, number 108 Mechanical Abyss. This was a mechanical abyss located in the center of the forbidden area of Junhai City. In a secret room in a technologically advanced mechanical city. In the main seat was a completely mechanized being from another civilization. Tell me, how do you want to die? Lord Lin Feng, please give me another chance. This time, I will definitely take down the energy base of Junhai City. I will not affect you. A middle-aged man in a warrior suit knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. Didn't you say yesterday that you could use the flying beasts to distract the main force, and then you could bring the aberrated mech and launch a surprise attack? Do you know how precious the powerful flying beasts are? Quote. The robot man was a little angry as he spoke. He was almost roaring. The Thunder Eagle was completely wiped out, and it had a huge impact on his plan. Lord Lin Feng, please calm down. This was all an accident. Originally, the Thunder Eagle could have broken through the defense line with their continuous attacks, but... Bang! The robot man did not seem to have done anything. The man had already fallen to the ground, and his blood instantly dyed the ground red. An accident, this was also an accident. I did not do anything, the robot man said coldly. After hearing the sound, two strange-looking robots with green light all over their bodies dragged the man's corpse out. Junhai City, Mecha Parts Manufacturing Factory. After a few hours of work, everything in the Mecha Parts Manufacturing Factory was finally settled. Now, he could monitor and adjust the manufacturing plan remotely from home. Are we going back now? Su Qingyan looked at the time. It was already evening. Lin Feng looked at the specific value of his energy core. This was the key to maintaining the mecha in battle. The contract with Jianwei also increased the energy core by 20%. Currently, it was a total of 340% increase. Energy storage limit, 1020 mJ, energy conversion ability hour, 34 megajoules, current energy, 900 megajoules. Now that the energy is sufficient, I'm going to go around the edge of the forbidden area to train your combat skills and tactics. Later on, there might be multiple mecha tactical cooperation. Occasionally, you'll be able to fight alone. Quote. Okay, I'll learn the tactics of multiple mecha cooperation as soon as possible. Su Qingyan said confidently. Okay, let Jianwei rest today. Tomorrow, we'll train in team combat again. In addition, Lin Feng was also going to farm for another 400 servant crystals. Lin Feng now had 602 servant crystals. He calculated that he could strengthen an S-grade equipment with 1000 crystals. S-grade equipment was the highest grade that could be seen at the moment. If he wanted to continue improving, he would have to keep strengthening it. The contract with Jianwei also increased his personal attributes. Lin Feng was going to test the effect of the increase in his personal attributes in actual combat. Each of his 5 personal attributes increased by 5 points. Strength, 36, Stamina, 33, Spirit, 28, Agility, 26, Defense, 31. Lin Feng tested it. Every point of strength was equivalent to an increase of about 10 pounds. Jianwei had an S-grade talent and also received 2,000 points. His total points had reached 20,000. Moreover, he had contracted 3 female mecha. The system would be upgraded. The system would reward him for the upgrade. However, Lin Feng didn't see what the reward was. Lin Feng used his retina recognition technology to open the elevator. Then, the elevator rose rapidly. 2 minutes later, Lin Feng arrived at an abandoned factory. However, the elevator was well hidden. There was a password-protected door after exiting. Night was gradually falling. Lin Feng scanned the surroundings. The abandoned factory was about 20 acres. It was occupied by scarlet giant rats. However, Lin Feng didn't start the slaughter with them. Even rabbits knew not to eat the grass near their burrows. If he started here, he would definitely attract attention and be easily exposed. Lin Feng piloted the bladed mech and flew 5 kilometers away before landing on the ground. I'll leave the control to you now. I'll start testing the data and the monsters' data. I'll take over if I encounter monsters above the servant level. Don't worry. I've learned a lot from watching you fight. If he wanted to take root in the forbidden area, he would have to fully understand the characteristics of all the magical beasts. The bladed mech moved forward. Since it was going around the perimeter, most of the monsters it encountered were servant-class monsters. Corpses of demonic beasts kept appearing, and all the servant monsters couldn't even withstand a single slash from the bladed mech. The Soul Devourer was also constantly charging, and the number of points and crystals was also constantly increasing. There were more magic beasts in forbidden areas than in buffer areas. In buffer areas, one needed to search for magic beasts, but forbidden areas were different. Many demonic beasts would take the initiative to attack, and the bladed armor would become a demonic beast life harvester, wildly reaping the lives of the demonic beasts along the way. Killing their way through, they soon reached the buffer zone. At this moment, Mystic Moon was already hanging high in the sky. It's getting late. We should switch to the second battlefield. We'll practice the combination strategy tomorrow. After all, Vivian is the expert in this field. Lin Feng looked at the system data and said. This time, he had killed 211 servant-class magical beasts. There were 422 servant-class crystals, so he had a total of 1024 crystals, which was considered to have met his expectations. Lin Feng was going to use them to strengthen his weapon-type accessories. He was more inclined to attack and speed, but most of the time, he would gain the most from attacking. Currently, the Soul Devourer could evolve through soul power. Together with the previous 4,220, it had a total of 8,800 points. The system points were also at 12,040 points. Previously, he had used 3,000 points, so he was still 5,000 points away from the system upgrade. Xingyao Hall, luxurious tower villa. At this time, Jianwei had already woken up and had prepared a sumptuous dinner. "You're back. Sorry, I couldn't get out of bed this morning." Quote. Jianwei's sincere face was a little apologetic. Su Qingyan went up and held Jianwei's hand. "It's okay, Sister Vivian. I've experienced it too. You don't have to be apologetic. As long as you satisfy him at night, your husband is very easy to talk to." Lin Feng was stunned, but he still responded. You don't have to be so cautious. I like a more relaxed atmosphere. Have a good rest tonight. Tomorrow, we'll go and install the accessories, then we'll go to the forbidden area to increase our strength." Quote. Let's eat first." Seeing Lin Feng's gentle gaze, Jianwei's refreshing smile appeared on her face again. "That's right. You look much better this way." The three of them sat down and began to eat. Next, they discussed the battle that night. Jianwei requested a temporary truce due to her severe injuries. Therefore, Lin Feng and Su Qingyan would have a 1v1 battle. Su Qingyan chose a cheongsam in the cloakroom. Her beauty was peerless, and there was a hint of charm hidden within her luxurious beauty. Her beauty was enough to topple cities, and there was a hint of enchantment hidden within her beauty. She walked over gracefully with a slim waist and jade-like buttocks. Su Qingyan's voice was charming. "Now, I'll talk about tonight's battle plot. I was originally a beautiful thief who snuck into your house to steal things, but I was caught red-handed by you. You're stronger than me, so I started to resist with all my might." Lin Feng was stunned at first. After testing it out, he felt that it was quite interesting and quickly got into character. In the end, the beautiful thief was deeply penetrated by Lin Feng's character. The next day, he woke up very early. Su Qingyan's adaptability and endurance were good. She was getting better. Today's mission was to get 5,000 points. After completing the contract with Su Qingwan, he would be able to get the upgrade reward. 5,000 points was not an easy task. Therefore, Lin Feng was not too greedy. After all, there was still a long way to go. The three of them prepared to go to Lady Warrior to install the laser cannon on the Phantom Mech. Previously, Jianwei's financial conditions were limited. Her long-range weapons were all F-grade parts. When they entered the forbidden area, they did not have enough long-range firepower. The Hell Cannon did not suit the Phantom's characteristics very well. The equipment advantage could not be maximized, and it would affect the overall performance. Therefore, Lin Feng did not choose to install it. Laser Cannon B-grade uses a powerful directional laser beam to directly damage or disable the target. Long-range firepower increased by 3,000. Weight increased by 1 T. Energy consumption per second is 2 megajoules. The laser cannon's biggest feature was that it could reach the speed of light. After it was installed, it overlapped with the two F-grade long-range weapons that Jianwei installed. Lin Feng removed it directly to reduce the weight and ensure the advantages. After the installation was completed, Lin Feng connected all the systems and the energy was connected. He decided to get used to it first. After all, testing in the forbidden area was a dangerous thing. Jianwei transformed into a silver-black mech. The Phantom Mech was an assassin-type mech. Its specialty was stealth and speed. The mech's material was different from Blade. It was made of a lightweight anti-reconnaissance titanium alloy. The mech's height was similar to Blade. It was a small mech, but it was lighter. The mech's initial equipment and the total weight of the mech was 200 T. Name: Jianwei. Form: Human, Carrier, Phantom Motorcycle, Female Mech, Phantom Mech, Phantom Raider. Overall rating: S grade. Applicable energy: Fuel. Kinetic Energy Core, Battle Soul Number: 1, 201 T, 1000 T. Integrated System: Pathfinder. Mech Material: Lightweight Anti-Reconnaissance Titanium Alloy, High Speed. Weapon: Sword of Light, A grade, Laser Cannon, B grade. Special Skill: Phantom Raider. Overall Combat Power: 8,300. Nuclear Shield: 3,000. Combat Type: Assassin, Stealth, Raider. Personality: Intelligent, Pure, Smart. Open black lens bracket, close black lens bracket. This is the first time we're working together, Jianwei said excitedly. It was Jianwei's first time transforming into a mecha. She was a little excited. She had been waiting for this day for a long time. However, Lin Feng was very relaxed. He directly joked, "Haven't we already worked together many times? Hubby, don't tease me. I'm talking about our first mecha cooperation. Alright. It's a good opportunity to learn from the teacher today. Quote. Don't call me teacher, okay. It's a little embarrassing. You can just call me your wife or Wei Wei. Quote. What's there to be embarrassed about? 1 day as a teacher, 2 days, 3 days. Alright, I won't tease you anymore. Let's get started. Just as the two of them were exchanging their battle experiences, Su Qingyan received a call from Su Yunpeng. Then, he hurriedly walked over and said, My dad said that there might be a joint attack from aberrations and warlords today. The pressure is very high. There might be people escaping. Can you reinforce the buffer zone and stabilize the rear? Quote. Lin Feng was a little excited when he heard this. Wasn't this the perfect opportunity to give him points? Isn't this a coincidence? He's too capable. If demonic beasts came to deliver points, it would save him the trouble of looking for them. However, the frequent appearance of high-level demonic beasts also alerted Lin Feng. Then, Lin Feng also received a call from Millie. Brother Feng, the military is warning that there might be a batch of demonic beasts attacking buffer zone F. Do you want to come over? Then, Qin Shiru ran over from Warrior Girl and asked, My dad wants you to go over and help. Do you have time? Am I that famous now? It's okay if it's inconvenient. This time, it's the ground troops. The risk level isn't as high as yesterday's. Qin Shiru was a little confused about the situation. It's okay. Kiss. Qin Shiru lightly kissed Lin Feng's face. Okay, thank you. I'll tell Dad now. Then, she turned around and ran away with a red face. What's going on? Not even a second. There's no sincerity at all. Su Qingyan looked at Lin Feng's unsatisfied expression and said considerately, Hubby, let's go. I can talk to you later. I just learned it online. Big wife is still the most considerate. Then, the three of them directly went to Area F. Millie was already waiting with her team. After yesterday's incident, Millie felt relieved when she saw Lin Feng. This was because he could directly kill a warrior-level demonic beast even though he had just advanced. Brother Feng, your cheerleading team is here. This time, we don't have any expectations. We'll just be your cheerleading team. Now that the demonic beasts aren't here, do you want to dance first? Quote. Lin Feng wanted to laugh when he saw Millie's expression. However, since he was here, he definitely wouldn't let others steal his kill. Your positioning is very accurate. However, it won't be so easy after the contract. Okay, after the contract, I'll dance for you at night. I'm really a professional. Skirt killer, Pure Land, house dance. It was Jian Wei's first time seeing Millie. She was a little confused when she heard this greeting. Big sister Wei Wei, let me introduce you. This is the captain of Area F of the security team, Millie. We might be under the same roof in the future, so don't mind what she said just now. Then, she said to Millie, I know you're passionate, but control yourself. Hurry up and call me Big Sister Wei. Otherwise, I won't teach you new positions in the future. Millie was stunned. She guessed the relationship between Lin Feng and Jian Wei. She quickly said, Hello, Big Sister Wei Wei. Let's work together in the future. Jian Wei knew what Millie meant by working together. Her face was slightly flushed. Okay, happy working together. Lin Feng took out the radar to check the situation. We're not waiting anymore. Let's go to the frontline directly. Junhai City, Frontline Command Center. Artillery fire was already flying outside. The dense rain of bullets was like a rainstorm in June, washing away the ground that had been rotted by years of battle. Beasts fell constantly, and troops were injured from time to time. The air was filled with the strong smell of blood. This kind of thing happened at the defensive line from time to time. It was not rare. However, it was a little different this time. It seemed to be more violent. They had already sent out 3 ground troops to spread out on the 3-kilometer-long defensive line. Beasts began to madly charge at the defensive line, wave after wave. They seemed to be driven by some kind of energy and were completely unafraid of death. Sir, according to the radar, the beasts in areas 219 to 221 are gathering at this point. It's very likely to form a small beast tide. Su Yunpeng's commander, Chen Fei, said. Su Yunpeng looked at the analysis results that were marked on the screen. Looks like it's more serious than 3 days ago. Also, our ammunition storage is constantly decreasing. Yes, 3 days ago, our main pressure was the large number of aberrated mechs. However, this time, there might be more soldier-level beasts gathering. There will be more beasts. The only thing to be happy about was that there were no air troops. That way, the mech's level could still suppress them. Organize the defense according to the plan. Before Su Sunpeng could finish speaking, he saw a large number of red dots appear on the screen and connect into a line. What's the situation? The commander frantically gathered all kinds of data for analysis. They seem to have used some method to bypass our radar and come here directly. Should we immediately issue a citywide warning? The commander was a little uneasy. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. It seemed that the previous gathering was just a facade. He could not tell what was hidden. Apart from the supply team and the logistics team, all other troops will go up first. The first echelon will advance 200 meters into the forbidden area. Yes, sir. The messenger received the order and ran out hurriedly. Do we need to summon the high-ranking commanders in the city to participate in the battle? The commander was a little uncertain. That's the city's last trump card. We can't let them fall at the front line. That's the tinder. When it's time to retreat to the underground city, they're the last hope. Su Yunpeng said with a determined expression. Then let all the medical personnel and mech maintenance personnel form a buffer. The casualties have exceeded the limit of the field hospital. If we don't treat them in time, they will. Chen Feiyu choked a little. He didn't think as far as Su Yunpeng, but he knew what he had to do to reduce his losses. Su Yunpeng looked at the precarious situation on the battlefront. He also knew that this might be the most desperate battle in so many days. In the end, he nodded. Tell the maintenance team to ensure their safety. If there's a risk, they'll evacuate immediately. Is Lin Feng here? Su Yunpeng looked at the screen and seemed a little depressed. He didn't want to pin his hopes on someone, but there was no more reliable guarantee than Lin Feng. The bladed mechas massacre 2 days ago was still fresh in his mind. That was a terrifying ability that was comparable to a 4-star mecha. We've reached the buffer zone. That's good. Let's do our best and leave the rest to Lin Feng. This was a kind of trust, and also a generous determination to die. At this time, Lin Feng was riding a horse on the road. He did not know that the situation at the front line was critical. Because the previous tests had not been complete, he had been learning about the new Phantom Mecha as he hurried along. He did not want to fall into a passive position because of his lack of preparation. Lin Feng connected the bladed mecha's system to ensure that the long-distance power supply was normal. Then, he temporarily handed the mecha's control over to Su Qingyan. Qingyan, you fly solo first. I'll test the limits of the bladed raider. Because there was still an S-grade component that had not been installed, Lin Feng needed to thoroughly understand the Phantom Raider before he could decide which mecha to use the component to its greatest advantage. Okay, I'll help you observe from the sky. After saying that, the bladed mecha flew into the sky. It's your turn, new friend. Jian Wei heard him and transformed into the Phantom Mecha. The silver-black mecha seemed to hide an unlimited amount of energy and sharpness. Wei, now let's use your advantage and tell us the steps to connect multiple mechas. What systems need to be shut down? Jian Wei was extremely serious now. First, disconnect the individual mecha's sensory system and somatosensory command system. Under special circumstances, it might cause interference. Lin Feng followed Jian Wei's instructions and connected all the systems step by step. Lin Feng tested it out. Qingyan, is everything okay on your side? I've connected the Phantom Mecha. Everything is normal. Quote. This was the first time Lin Feng had connected so many mechas. He was cautious. Everything is normal. Okay, let's go. Lin Feng piloted the Phantom Mecha, took out the Lightstream sword, and carefully sensed it. The Lightstream sword was not a conventional melee sword. It was a pulse sword and was the most valuable component of the Phantom Mecha. It was a non-nuclear battery pulse sword. It did not need to be filled with ammunition and could be used indefinitely as long as there was a supply of energy. Its greatest use was to destroy communication, warning, and radar systems, causing the electronic components in equipment to malfunction or burn down. It was currently at level 1 and had a limited range. After strengthening, it could be fired from a distance and could detonate the warheads or explosives in missiles in advance. In addition, the Lightstream Sword's pulse could cause the enemy mecha or demonic beast to fall into a state of confusion or stun for a short time. Therefore, the Phantom Mecha's powerful stealth ability was not only due to the material of the mecha, it could also use special skills to strengthen the Lightstream Sword and paralyze the target instantly. If you can't avoid it, then kill it. This was the most direct method. This S-grade mecha's original weapon is quite good. He locked onto a servant-class demonic beast. Then, he used the Phantom Raider. In a flash, he appeared 100 meters away, leaving only a shadow behind. He saw that he had already arrived behind the servant-class demonic beast. The Lightstream Sword in his hand pulsed with energy and the demonic beast was stunned. Then, he smashed the demonic beast's head with a punch. It was very useful when paired with a long-range sniper mecha. This was only a test. In a normal battle, there was no way he would use a sledgehammer like this. The demonic beast he had to deal with was at least warrior class. Putting aside the kinetic energy core, these 2 points are already in line with the aura of an S-grade mecha. Lin Feng was very satisfied and full of expectations. He did not delay any further. Activating the laser cannon, he quickly charged toward the forbidden area. Frontline command. Chen Fei looked at the situation and paced back and forth anxiously. Leader, we can't go on like this. Our first echelon can't advance at all. I don't know why the enemy suddenly became so accurate. According to the data, the hit rate is basically 99%. In the past, it was less than 20% at most. Su Yunpeng was also shocked. His face was pale. He had never encountered such a situation before. It had far exceeded his expectations. He was gradually losing control. Stop advancing. We can't afford such a loss. Hearing the order, the front line quickly retreated. However, in less than 2 minutes, the situation changed again. It's over. That's not their maximum range. There's no way back. Su Yunpeng felt worse than eating a fly. What's wrong with their Kappa cannon? Didn't they not have a satellite positioning system? How is that possible? Quote, based on the current situation, they definitely have one. Moreover, this rhythm and deployment definitely has a deeper meaning. It's like there's a command. It's completely different from before. Quote, moreover, that Kappa has a longer range than ordinary demonic beasts. It's like there's a precise guidance system. Looking at the perilous frontline with people getting injured, his face became more worried. However, the frontline had no way back. This was because Kappa wasn't a fixed cannon but a mobile cannon. Su Yunpeng's thoughts turned quickly and he made a bold decision. Chen Fei, you take over the command. Ning Ming will be the deputy commander. I'll go personally. High-performance engine, S-grade kinetic energy core, and laser cannon. Perhaps we can get rid of their position. Quote, leader, I strongly disagree. This is too risky. Chen Fei was stunned and quickly objected. Leader, let me go. My combat concubine is also a stealth fighter. I will not disappoint you. The 4-star commander Ning Ming also quickly dissuaded him. This was because they all knew that this frontline was able to hold on under countless attacks because of Su Yunpeng. They all knew that the success rate of such an operation was less than 10%. Obey the order. Su Yunpeng's heroic spirit exploded. No one dared to speak anymore. Su Yunpeng also knew that it was risky. Killing the leader was the best choice at the moment. He knew that he would fail sooner or later. It was better to take a gamble. If I fail, all of you in the peacekeeping force will retreat to the edge of the city. Su Yunpeng said. Ji Yuying saw Su Yunpeng's expression. It was as if he had returned to the time before the war 5 years ago. She firmly supported Su Yunpeng's decision without any hesitation. After leaving a simple message for Su Qingyan and her sister, he immediately turned into an invisible fighter jet. Su Yunpeng hoped to use his high mobility and invisibility to stop the enemy from being able to hit nearly 100 times. Because of his many years of meritorious service, he felt that the accessories on his body were very good. However, reality did not go according to his script. As soon as he entered the forbidden area, the system immediately popped up a warning that he had been locked on. More importantly, his aiming system had also failed. What the hell? Something's wrong at this time. Ji Yuying was clear about the situation and reminded him, it's not that there's a problem. Not only have we been exposed, but we've also been countered. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw a cannonball flying toward him. Su Yunpeng's eyes were sharp and his hands were nimble. He quickly made use of the S-grade multi-loop circulating warp engine. Only by making use of unconventional displacement movements and rapidly changing the body of the aircraft was he able to avoid being locked onto. However, the lock-on alarm was not deactivated. After all, Su Yunpeng was experienced. He tilted the fuselage and used the laser cannon to detonate the missile in advance. However, the aftermath of the explosion and the thick smoke still caused the fighter to shake violently. After that, the fighter was engulfed by the thick smoke. Chief. Quote. Everyone only saw Su Yunpeng covered in smoke and thought that he had been shot. The scene was dead silent. Unexpectedly, it failed. Su Yunpeng quickly used the powerful performance of the warp engine to stabilize the fuselage. Su Yunpeng was somewhat unwilling, but in the face of the incoming missiles, he could only give up. As long as there was a 1% chance, he was willing to try, but now it was certain that there was no possibility. If I can strengthen the warp engine to level 10, it will definitely succeed. The warp engine could directly break through the speed of light when it was strengthened to level 10, but it was almost impossible. This was because the later levels not only required a large number of crystals, but also had extremely high level requirements. At present, no one could do it. The opponent's cannonballs were several times more than Su Yunpeng imagined. It seemed that they had been hiding before, and after seeing Su Yunpeng, they swarmed over. This time, it's really over. Even the warp engine was powerless to reverse the situation. Chen Fei and Ning Ming were ready to go forward to rescue, but they were tightly controlled by Su Yunpeng's responsible guards. In order to reduce the sacrifice, and also for the promise to Su Yunpeng, even if they were threatened, they did not let go. The front-line commander and the war concubine had tears in their eyes, and there was dead silence. At this moment, a circle of lasers swept past, and many missiles in front of them exploded instantly. Then, they saw a black shadow rushing through the Forbidden Area's defense line. The aiming system was running wildly. The laser cannon quickly intercepted the cannonballs in the distance. The performance of the mech state was much stronger than the carrier state. Qing Yun, speed mode, save him. Lin Feng roared. Then, the alternating blue and black bladed mech appeared and quickly approached Su Yunpeng. Dad, Mom, are you okay? Old man, what are you doing? Ji Yuying heard her daughter's voice and quickly said. Su Yunpeng's hands had left the operating system at the last moment. Hearing the roar, he quickly opened his eyes and glanced. With the help of the bladed mech, he broke through the air. It's the bladed mech. The bladed mech is here. Sir, we're saved. Quote. Everyone seemed to have forgotten the battle at this time and cheered. Looking at the stealth fighter that soared into the sky and then turned back, they cried tears of joy. But what they did not know was that they could have time to look up at the sky because someone was carrying the burden for them. 20. Quote. It was still the familiar voice, but this time, the mech was the Phantom Mech. The laser cannon was still very useful to kill the servant level as it could directly break through the steel plate. It was like a long sword at the speed of light, crazily harvesting the servant level demonic beasts that constantly rushed up. We've confirmed that the chief is fine. Why are you still standing there? Quote. Quickly return to your battle positions. Only then did the people around the command center realize that the battle was not over yet. However, when they turned around, they did not see the demonic beasts from before. Hey, why did the demonic beasts stop attacking? They only saw that the missiles were still raging in the forbidden area. Wow, so cool. What's going on? So powerful. Quote. This laser cannon is awesome. It should be a C-grade component, right? This firepower is C-grade. It's at least B-grade. Most importantly, why can't the missiles hit him? Everyone only saw the missiles exploding around him, as if they were all exploding around him. A black shadow shuttled back and forth in the forest, dodging and destroying with the sword of light. Since when did Junhai have such an awesome mech? Do you think it's possible for us to take back all the territories we lost? If all of us are as good as him, maybe we can. At this moment, Lin Feng was having a great time killing the demonic beasts. The points that were delivered to his doorstep were awesome. With good stealth and phantom assault, Lin Feng was able to kill the demonic beasts with ease. He dodged the missiles while collecting the crystals and the rewards. Lin Feng, go in and take a look. My father seems to be in a bad condition. I heard from the commanders that this crisis is more serious than expected. Even the base city is at risk of being destroyed. Quote. Lin Feng was stunned for a moment before he stopped. Destroyed? That's serious. I'll go in and take a look. Quote. Retreat to the back of the battle line and use long-range attacks to suppress the progress of the attack. Don't engage in close combat. These missiles have eyes. If it were not for the phantom assault, Lin Feng would not have been confident that he could dodge the missiles even if he was piloting the bladed mech himself. Lin Feng jumped out of the mech and his handsome face appeared in front of everyone. It's Lin Feng. Isn't he the commander of the bladed mech? Yeah, why? Quote. Who's in the bladed mech? You guys don't know yet, right? I heard from the commanders that there's a commander in Junhai City who can transmit energy over long distances. That means the two powerful mechs belong to Lin Feng. Oh my god. Some of the uncontracted female mechs began to fantasize. Do you think it's possible for us to become her war concubine? Just wash up and go to sleep. Didn't you see what Lin Feng's mecha looks like? I just haven't met a good commander. Quote. In the command center. As expected, I'm old and useless. Su Yunpeng, who was rescued and brought back to the command center, had a disappointed look on his face. He felt that there were a few more strands of silver hair on his head. He did not have the slightest bit of his former elegance, as if he had fought a humiliating defeat. Father-in-law, he doesn't look like the high-spirited hero from 5 years ago. Hearing Lin Feng's voice, Su Yunpeng quickly stood up. They raised their spirits and wondered if Lin Feng's special identity was because of his arrogant face that brought hope to everyone. This made Su Yunpeng excited. He felt that with Lin Feng's help, there might still be a chance for them to win this battle. Please tell me the specific situation first, Lin Feng said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. In front of outsiders, he could be a little more arrogant and pretentious. But in front of a true hero, they still had to show respect. Chen Fei, tell me. Chen Fei told Lin Feng about the abnormality that he had discovered earlier. Then it makes sense. I'll try my best, but I can't guarantee that I'll succeed. Lin Feng said thoughtfully. What are you going to do? Su Yunpeng asked seriously. Compared to defense, I prefer to attack. Lin Feng already had an idea in his mind. He was going to find out what was going on. But their missiles are getting denser as we get closer. We can't move forward at all. Plus, we don't have enough people to organize a full-scale attack. Chen Fei said worriedly as he recalled the miserable situation that they had to push forward previously. I'm going to go up alone. Lin Feng had seen the power of missiles. An ordinary mecha lady might not be able to return alive if she went in. You alone? Absolutely not. It's too risky, Chen Fei and Ning Ming argued. My mecha is a little special, and its performance is much stronger than a mecha. I want to try it. Lin Feng was not absolutely confident now. After all, the most worrying thing about going in alone was energy. If he wanted to avoid the dense attacks, he had to use phantom attacks continuously until he destroyed the enemy's radar aiming system. Every phantom attack would cost 10 megajoules. Plus, he was not sure what the enemy's headquarters was hiding. He dared to go in because he knew that he could not defeat them. He could still use phantom attacks to save his life. You're going to attack the enemy's headquarters directly. Su Yunpeng saw through Lin Feng's thoughts. Yes, even if we can defend until today, there are still hidden dangers. We will always be in the bombing range of the enemy's missiles. If we want to move freely, we have to destroy their base and get rid of the hidden dangers forever. Quote. I'm going to call it the base elimination plan. Lin Feng had just enjoyed the pleasure of killing demonic beasts. He did not want to be stopped by the threat of missiles so soon. This way, his plan of using multiple mecha to farm points and establish a safe passage to the port would be disrupted. Su Yunpeng had been worried about Lin Feng's safety and could not make up his mind. After a quick analysis, he still felt that Lin Feng's words seemed to be the best way to deal with the situation. This was because he had already tried using the precious R-Series close-range combat bullets and R-Series mid-range bullets, but they were all intercepted directly. After years of war, No matter how big the family's resources were, they would be depleted. They had already used the best weapons, so there was no other way. Su Yunpeng called Ji Yu Ying to the side and said a few words. Ji Yu Ying nodded. Then, her face suddenly brightened up and she smiled happily. Good boy, you're thinking the same thing as me. We'll support you this time. Sit for a while and remember to wait for me to come back. Quote. Then, Su Yunpeng and Ji Yu Ying walked out of the headquarters in a hurry. Please like and subscribe my channel. Chapter 41. Lin Feng waited for a few minutes, and when he saw that Su Yunpeng had not returned, he started to get anxious. Because he saw that the artillery shells outside had not stopped, and from time to time, there were injured people being carried down. Previously, it was said that the probability of 2 shells landing in a crater was very small, but today, he saw it for himself. The battlefront was already full of holes, not to mention some of the craters already had 3 or even 4 missiles. Without the suppression of the phantom mech, the beasts pressed forward again. The bladed mech was unable to enter the restricted area for close combat. Long-range firepower consumed too much energy, so Su Qingyan could not go all out. She only suppressed the beasts when the pressure was great. For the first time, Lin Feng had the idea of upgrading his mech. Another 2 minutes passed, and Lin Feng could not sit still anymore. He was ready to join the battle again. Just as he reached the door, he was called over by Su Yunpeng's guard. Qingyan, don't suppress the beasts first, I'll be back soon. After saying that, he turned and walked towards the military maintenance center. Come and see what this is, Su Yunpeng said with a smile, patting his hand. Although the smile was sincere, Lin Feng could faintly see the reluctance in Su Yunpeng's eyes. But he did not know what the situation was. Lin Feng looked at the thing in Su Yunpeng's hand. Multi-loop subwarp engine S, a product of a level 2 civilization. Uses energy to distort the structure of space and time to create a relative space. In this space, the speed of light can be achieved, and outside the space-time remains relatively stable. Note: because the blue planet did not supply it with energy, the engine's energy consumption and power has been limited, can be continuously improved through evolution. Current level: maximum speed, 12,000 km per hour, energy consumption, 200 megajoules per hour. Spirit bestowment: White Tiger, enhances the mech's instantaneous explosive power. After activation, speed and attack increase by 100% for 3 minutes. After installation, neutralization power increase by 6,000. Mech weight, 2T. Lin Feng saw that it was just a subwarp engine, but his eyes were filled with shock. This thing in his imagination actually existed. Subwarp engine. Even Lin Feng could not recover from his shock for a long time. Yes, you have contributed a lot recently, so I specially applied for it for you. Lin Feng did not believe it, although he had helped a lot in the past 2 days. But it was not possible to directly reward of an S rank. After all, S-grade spiritual beasts were extremely rare in the entire Fire country, as humans did not possess the necessary conditions to create them. Instead, it was the Fire country that had invented their own unique spirit bestowment. The source was also obtained from battles, the quantity precious. That was why normally, only those who made great contributions or became state knights could obtain one. Lin Feng looked at the oppressive atmosphere around him and finally figured it out. I'll believe you if you say you've applied for an A class. I don't believe in S class. Quote. Su Yunpeng laughed heartily. Sure enough, I can't fool you. This was all for the sake of the mission. If it weren't for you, it might have disappeared as well. Quote. Compared to a city, an S-grade component is nothing. If we succeed this time, it will be a great contribution. Coupled with your talent, I have full confidence in applying to the higher-ups. Quote. It's no exaggeration to say that you're the most important person in the city right now. This is the best support I can give you right now. Lin Feng was truly moved. If it wasn't for the fact that the upper limit of the accessory was S grade, it could definitely be placed in SSS grade. Being able to install a warp drive would be like adding wings to a tiger. Although the current energy could not unleash the full potential of the warp drive. But coupled with the comprehensive characteristics of the Phantom Mech, it was not impossible to win this battle that had been planned for a long time. Moreover, the GN series stealth fighter was originally a twin-engine configuration. It would not affect normal combat, but its performance was slightly worse. No one could use it for a long period of time. No commander could withstand its huge energy consumption. Okay, I'll accept it. If I have a suitable accessory in the future, I'll return it to you. Also, there seems to be a lot of missiles over there. I'll also get all the spoils for you to give to the troops. Lin Feng did not say that he would borrow it. If he did, it would seem fake. After all, after installing such a good item, how could he bear to part with it? Haha, good lad. We all believe in you. Quote. After speaking, the atmosphere of the scene seemed to have livened up a lot. It was as if they could see the dawn of victory. Time is of the essence. Let's not waste any more time. This is our best maintenance master, Zhou Cheng, Su Yunpeng introduced. Lin Feng looked at him and said bluntly, sorry, I don't want anyone else to touch my mech. This was a matter of principle. Everyone was stunned, especially the mech maintenance master, Zhou Cheng. Su Yunpeng was a little embarrassed. Then, can I use the equipment here? I'll be done soon. Quote. Everyone was even more confused. The maintenance master's face was a little strange. You're going to use the S-grade warp engine yourself. This is extremely complicated. I've been doing this for more than 10 years, but I still don't have absolute confidence. Quote. Lin Feng ignored him and looked at Su Yunpeng, waiting for a reply. He also recovered and said, of course you can use it. Time was of the essence. Lin Feng did not delay. After the phantom mech lay down, Lin Feng quickly started working. His operation was smooth and there were no unnecessary movements. Everyone could not help but open their mouths wide. They did not dare to breathe loudly, afraid that they would affect Lin Feng's rhythm. As his personal attributes increased, Lin Feng's hands moved faster and faster. After a few modifications, he became more familiar with it. In less than 20 minutes, he had completed the modification of the extremely complicated warp turbine. The sound of artillery fire outside did not seem to affect them at all. They were still immersed in the shock just now. I'm sorry, I was rude. Please forgive me. The military was like this. They worshipped the strong. As long as they were convinced in their expertise, they would be able to readily admit their gap. It's okay. Soldiers should be proud. Lin Feng did not mind. He felt that the speed was enough. Lin Feng spent 200 servant crystals to strengthen it to level 2. The attack range of the level 2 pulse was increased to 100 meters. The only thing missing was a targeted system problem. According to Su Yunpeng's introduction, once he entered the opponent's attack and interference range, the aiming system would directly fail. Therefore, Lin Feng chose for a while in the system store. He spent 2,000 points to buy the planetary anti-electronic interference system. Then, he used 3,000 points to install the planetary laser-phased array multi-point precision control radar. Then, he integrated it into the Pioneer integrated system. Junhai City, Frontline Command Center. Half an hour had passed by the time Lin Feng finished adjusting the Phantom Mech. Seeing Lin Feng walk out of the underground command center, the mechas fighting hard outside and the female mechas wearing mecha suits all looked at him fervently. The image of Lin Feng driving the Phantom Mech alone against a group of beasts was still vivid in their minds. Su Yunpeng only said 4 words. Come back alive. Everyone else gave a standard salute. This was the most sincere way for them to express their feelings. Lin Feng was deeply affected. It reminded him of many scenes from before. He also saluted back. I won't let you down. After that, Lin Feng directly drove the mech into the forbidden area. Qingyan, help defend here first. When I'm done, come back to support me. Okay, take care. Su Qingyan didn't stop Lin Feng's plan. She would obey all of Lin Feng's orders. She was also worried and knew the danger of this operation, but she only said the 2 words, take care. Lin Feng used the stealth feature to enter the battlefield. Boom, boom. The sound of cannons was loud. Smoke filled the air and bullets rained down. Smoke filled the air. There were bullet holes everywhere. Blood and demonic beast corpses flew everywhere. Lin Feng didn't use the warp engine at the beginning. Because the energy consumption was too high. It was better to be cautious when he didn't know what was ahead. He operated the Phantom Mech like a black shadow. It shuttled through the dilapidated buildings while killing the incoming demonic beasts with its laser cannons. It was an upgraded system. It wasn't affected by the local interference. The laser-phased array multi-point precision control radar could analyze the opponent's position and configuration very well. It included detection, identification, and differentiation of the enemy's distance, angle, movement, speed, vibration, and posture and shape. Soon, the general situation of the enemy base appeared on the monitor in front of Lin Feng. Jian Wei, get ready. We've entered the core area. The anti-reconnaissance material may lose its effect. Lin Feng's voice had just faded. 5 missiles flew toward him. The moment the missiles were about to hit, Lin Feng directly used a phantom attack and instantly pulled away. Boom, boom. The phantom mech's previous position was instantly covered by missiles. It's not over, is it? Just as he arrived, another 5 missiles flew toward him. Again, 3 groups, split up and shoot at the same time. Not bad. After a few rounds of probing, Lin Feng already knew the enemy's firepower. He directly opened the primary gear of the warp engine. At the moment, Lin Feng was not able to drive at full power. If the current speed of the warp drive was classified as 10 gears, Lin Feng would only need to show 1/10 of it to be terrifying. The phantom mech's current speed could no longer be described by the word flesh. He was truly a shadow. Even under such circumstances, Lin Feng was still constantly destroying the opponent's strategic points. At the same time, it attracted the attention of all 15 Kappa cannons. The pressure on the command center was now very low because there were no more missile attacks. The bladed mecha had already entered the battlefield and began to slaughter madly. Lin Feng didn't reveal his plan directly. Instead, he moved around in confusion while investigating the situation in the base. On the surface, it looked as if they were hunting for magical beasts aimlessly. East 8 District, Abyss 108, Command Center. Tiz looked at the screen angrily. Wei Xian, is this the most accurate information you mentioned? What's with this shadowy mech? Quote, not only is it fast, but it can also dodge the missile attack. Didn't you say it was foolproof? Why did it suddenly appear? Quote, this is your proof of allegiance. You'd better explain properly. I'm not sure if Lord Lin Fen will give you another chance. Quote. Tiz interrogated Wei Xian, but he didn't know how to answer. However, he was glad that Tiz was much better than Lin Fen, at least giving him a chance to speak. I've never seen this mech before. It might be the legendary mysterious mech of Junhai City. No one has seen it before, but I heard that its overall combat power is higher than Su Yunpeng's. The bladed mech from 2 days ago was really ordinary. The data I gave is definitely the most accurate. And Su Yunpeng's defensive power and configuration at the front line is definitely real. Wei Xian was also dumbfounded. 2 days ago, he had just seen Lin Feng awaken. He originally wanted to use the aberrated mech to kill Lin Feng while he was at it. However, he was killed directly, and number 108 Mechanical Abyss suffered heavy losses. Later, he analyzed that Junhai City's air defense was very weak, and their anti-air weapons were very limited. If he threw in a large number of flying beasts, he would definitely be able to destroy Junhai City's defense line. However, he didn't expect the bladed mech to suddenly be able to fly. Not only was the Thunder Eagle wiped out, but it also caused his assistant to be killed. In order to save his life, Wei Xian contributed all his 20 years of research as the director. With the help of the Mechanical Abyss, he deployed a powerful radar interference and accurate positioning system outside, and the demonstration effect was very good. Therefore, Tiz also fully supported and directly deployed the Kappa cannon that he had modified for many years. In the morning, he had achieved very good results directly. He thought that it was foolproof and was prepared to wait for victory at the Mechanical Abyss. However, he didn't expect that a mysterious mech that he couldn't hit at all would suddenly appear. Tiz looked at the phantom mech that was getting closer and panicked a little. He seemed to have seen through the phantom mech's purpose. What are you still doing here? If you don't go over, the base will be gone. Yes, Lord Tiz, I'll go right away. Wei Xian then realized that the bladed mech's hallucination was just a cover. It seemed like an attack without any strategy, but it was full of killing intent. Not only did it take down many strategic points, but it was now less than 1 kilometer away from the base. If the other party knew the location of the base, they would have arrived in an instant. The cost of losing this base was not something he could bear. As long as he could protect the base, he might still have a chance to live. Then, a white armor covered his body. This was the power he had given up everything because of his greed. 3-star mech. Forbidden land, outside the missile base. Gunfire continued to roar, and smoke filled the air, covering the sky. Ambush in a desperate situation, go all out. Lin Feng knew the situation of the base like the back of his hand. He was finally sure that not only could he enter, but he could also come out. Seeing that he was less than a kilometer away, Lin Feng no longer hesitated. As soon as he entered the range, he saw a warning from the mech. Many warlord-level demonic beasts appeared in front, please evacuate as soon as possible. Lin Feng didn't hesitate and directly jumped into the receiving area. Detected that many demonic beasts are stronger than our mech, attributes increased by 300%. This bonus is awesome, my status is directly increased to the maximum. However, this also meant that the risk was unprecedented. Lin Feng activated the nuclear shield. Beep. The light sword in his hand was completed. The demonic beasts near the base were almost all over the ground, and the radar showed a dense number of red dots. And the number was still increasing. After knowing Lin Feng's intention, Tiz immediately called all the servant-level demonic beasts over. Facing the many guns and machine guns, the mech was fired. The Phantom Mech activated its warp engine and stepped on the corpses of the demonic beasts to move and jump, getting closer and closer. A phantom ambush went straight for the opponent's control center like a ghost. He had to disable all the equipment and systems in the control center before the Blade Mech could come over. The Kappa was a warlord-level demonic beast, and it was risky for the Phantom Mech to deal with it alone. After all, the Phantom Mech's specialty was ambush. The light sword in his hand released a powerful pulse of energy. The pulse of energy that was 3 times stronger spread out wildly. All the radar, communication, and electronic devices in the base stopped. The surrounding demonic beasts were also unconscious, and the battlefield instantly quieted down. Qingyan, do it. Su Qingyan was happy when she heard this, and her hanging heart was finally at ease. She activated extreme speed mode and rushed into the sky. The frontline command center cheered when they saw this scene. The artillery has stopped. The demonic beasts have all returned to defend. The Phantom Mech succeeded. He really did it. Su Yunpeng also smiled with relief. All ground troops, move forward 5 kilometers to support. All air units, cover them. On the other side, the field hospital heard the cheers and rushed out. They heard about Lin Feng's situation from the wounded and were also very excited at this moment. Lin Feng, cool and spicy. Lin Feng, I love you. So handsome, I'm your idol. No, wrong, I'm your fan. Hey, big sister Shin, why are you here? The wounded's condition has stabilized. I came out to take a look. Is Lin Feng piloting the bladed mech? After Yin Shin went back that day, she asked around for information about Lin Feng. No, I just heard from one of the wounded that Lin Feng piloted the Phantom Mecha to carry out the base's plan. He contracted 2 machine girls. Yin Shin was a little surprised and pleasantly surprised. Yes, I heard that second place is not his limit. Yin Shin was the one who was overjoyed. That day, she mistakenly thought that Lin Feng was the same as the other commanders who pursued her. They were all obsessed with her outstanding looks and perfect figure. In order to win Lin Feng's attention, he said too many superficial things. He even said some of his top secrets, but Lin Feng didn't even look back. Only then did she realize how wrong she was. She regretted that she didn't tell him about her special skill directly that day. Perhaps Lin Feng would take a second look at her. She was afraid that she would never have the chance to do so again. Now that she heard that Lin Feng could pilot multiple mechs, her confidence was reignited. Because her special skill was very special, it was also because of this that she had been waiting for a commander who could move her and wouldn't let her special skill go to waste. Magical Hand Rejuvenation. Using a special method to nourish the commander's energy core, it can increase the performance of the core and the converter in the energy core. It can increase the commander's energy conversion speed by 100% and increase the maximum energy limit by 100%. As long as you look at me again, I will definitely prove that I'm an excellent machine girl. I'm not what you thought I was that day. Yin Xin thought in her heart as if she was praying. On the other side, Lin Feng piloted the Phantom Mecha and quickly put the core equipment of the missile base into the system space. Lin Feng had experienced this thing before and knew how terrifying it was. It would be a waste to destroy such a good thing. Perhaps he could use it on his own base in the future and the effect would be good. Then he started to clear the surrounding demonic beasts like a swarm of ants. Lin Feng's scalp tingled when he saw the dense crowd of demonic beasts. The laser cannon on the Phantom Mecha was almost used up. Fortunately, the pulse sword had a stun effect. It could greatly delay the encirclement of the demonic beasts. Otherwise, he was worried that he would be devoured by the dense crowd of servant-class demonic beasts. At this moment, the Blade Mecha rushed over. I only have 29% energy left. Let's finish this quickly. Follow me to kill those annoying Kappa first. After saying that, he piloted the Phantom Mecha and headed toward the Kappa cannon that made the army suffer a lot. The Kappa cannon was deployed in the mountain behind the control center. There were all kinds of demonic beasts' nests outside. The Blade Mecha activated the Hell Cannon. Violent flames fell from the sky and spread everywhere. The dense crowd of demonic beasts roared crazily. The ground instantly turned into a sea of fire. The Phantom Mecha stepped on the corpses of the demonic beasts and leapt forward crazily. With the Blade Mecha leading the way, the Phantom Mecha had a much easier time. It only needed to clear the scattered demonic beasts that kept coming. Looking at the points that were increasing rapidly, Lin Feng wished that he had endless energy now. He wanted to earn points crazily. The technologies that the Blue Planet did not have in the system store would soon be available in his hands. He moved forward quickly while killing the demonic beasts. He had arrived at the location of the Kappa cannon. A large number of demonic beasts were still rushing out of the mountain where the Kappa cannon was. The Phantom Mecha took out the light sword again and shot out a huge pulse wave. The demonic beasts in front of him instantly stopped moving. Let's go. Then, he jumped up to the top of the mountain. He saw 5 strange-looking Kappa. They looked like giant monsters in small days. They were about 5 meters tall when sitting on the ground. Including the cannon on their heads, they were about 7 meters tall. Lin Feng's laser cannon was a little difficult to hit them. They are all Warlord level. Kill them quickly. The Blade Mecha stood beside the Kappa cannon. He also used the sky-raising slash, that was 3 times stronger. With a single slash, a fiery red energy wave burst out and swept towards the 5 Kappas with an unstoppable force. The 5 Warlord Kappas were cut in half at the waist. 5 kills with 1 slash. The energy wave's power did not decrease and directly cut off the top of a nearby hill. It was a shocking sight. Lin Feng could not help but exclaim, "Tisk, it is indeed a combat-type mecha. This damage, this close combat ability." Killed Warlord level Kappa. 155mm light cannon A grade X2, Warlord level crystal X2, points increased by 500, Soul Eater's soul power increased by 500. Killed Warlord level Kappa. 155mm light cannon A grade X2, Warlord level crystal X2, points increased by 500, Soul Eater's soul power increased by 500. Looking at the continuous messages from the system, Lin Feng was ecstatic. I've earned a lot this time. 10 grade A cannons were in his hands, and it was very comfortable. Then, he found more than 500 divine sword-guided missiles in the arsenal below. No wonder they dared to bombard the ground with missiles. They're too rich. I wonder why the Mechanical Abyss is so rich. Are all their weapons magically made? Hearing Lin Feng's praise, Jianwei said, the Mechanical Abyss and Mechanical Abyss have a very advanced technology. The Mechanical Abyss civilization has extremely strong manufacturing ability and replication technology, and they have the mysterious power of the Mechanical Abyss. As long as they have energy, they can quickly create all kinds of conventional parts. According to the research of the researchers, this batch of creatures that accidentally appeared on the Blue Planet are only the lowest level creatures of the Mechanical Abyss civilization. Any higher and they can create grade S parts. Quote. Let's go back and do some research. Farming in the Abyss is like farming in a game. Not only is it exciting, but it also drops equipment. Lin Feng loaded the missiles and turned to look for the other 10 kappas. Using the same method, 2 mechanical suits worked together. One controlled, and the other killed. The 10 battle generals did not put up much resistance before they were all killed. This time, there were 30 grade A cannons. There were more than 1,800 missiles. Another huge deal worth tens of billions. Luckily, the system space was big enough. Otherwise, he would not know how to transport them. It's over. This huge destructive power scared Wei Xian, who was rushing over, so much so that his legs went weak. He did not dare to move forward anymore. What kind of monster was this? In just 3 days, he could move mountains and fill seas. He naively thought that his 3-star mechanical suit, 5 2-star aberrated mechanical suits, and the many demonic beasts in the base could handle it. After seeing this, he was completely stunned. He was in a dilemma. If he advanced, he would die, but if he retreated, he might die too. Because the missile base was completely destroyed. In the end, he decided to return to the mechanical abyss quietly with a fluke mentality. Warning, energy has dropped below 10%. Please return as soon as possible. Lin Feng, who was crazily harvesting points, suddenly received a system notification. Lin Feng was a little reluctant, but for safety's sake, he decided to stop. I'll go back first. The energy has dropped below the safe level. Lin Feng retreated while looking at his bountiful battle results. Battle results statistics. Hunting status, 1093 Servant, 15 Warlord. Energy crystals, 2186 Servant remaining, 3010 30 Warlord total, 30. Points, 29,360 total, 36,400. Soul power, 23,200 total, 33,200. What a great harvest. Although it was a little dangerous, the benefits were much more than expected. The target set in the morning was only 5,000 points, but now it was nearly 6 times higher. There were also plenty of energy crystals. Spirit Eater has met the requirements to evolve. Do you wish to evolve now? Lin Feng clicked Evolve. Upgrade successful. Damage increased by 20%. Soul Devourer is currently at level 2, 38,160 40,000ths. Not long after he walked out, Lin Feng saw troops coming to his aid from afar. Lin Feng took out 15,155 mm light cannons. Then, he took out 800 missiles. This was what he had promised to help with before, and it could be considered as a preliminary return of the favor of the South-class warp drive engine. Furthermore, he couldn't use that many cannons. Fighters like Su Qingyu and Jian Wei, who specialized in fighting and ambushing, were not prepared to install such heavy artillery. Su Qingwan and Enlan could be faked. Therefore, Lin Feng kept the system's gift. The ground troops were directly led by Chen Fei. Is it over? The base has been destroyed. There are only some low-level magical beasts left. It was faster than expected. Lin Feng said directly. Everyone was also excited when they heard that. It's been so many years, but this is the first time we've broken into the Forbidden Land. The key is that we succeeded. Chen Fei roared, salute. He saw all the machine ladies and the commander driving the war concubine. Their sizes and types were different, but their actions and emotions were shockingly similar. It was a kind of gratitude and reverence that arose spontaneously. The air units also returned one after another and formed a formation to salute. Lin Feng returned the salute and said, "You came at the right time. I was worried about how to transport the spoils of war back." Naturally, the fewer people who knew about his system space, the better. At present, only his war concubine knew. Changdong, take 2 mechas to move it. Lin Feng smiled and said, 2 might not be enough. Big guy, 4 tons of 155 mm cannon. Quote. Chen Fei was stunned. What? Cannons. Or 155 mm. Quote. Well, not many, 15. Everyone was stunned when they heard that. After continuous battles, more than 50% of the ammunition for this weapon had been consumed. If this was mounted on the military's medium-sized mecha, its combat power would increase by a level. Lin Feng directly returned to the frontline command center. Su Yunpeng was already waiting outside in anticipation. It's good that you're back. Su Yunpeng still only said 4 words, but it contained many emotions. Fortunately, I didn't disappoint you. I'll take the warp drive engine with me. Well, that's what you deserve. Su Yunpeng smiled and said. Lin Feng also smiled calmly. Well, I won't take it for free. You didn't lose out too much on the missiles and A-grade parts that I promised you. To the Army, the 15 A-grade components brought about a much higher improvement than the S-grade engine. However, that was Su Yunpeng's personal honor reward, which was priceless. Moreover, to Lin Feng, S-grade was much better than A-grade. A-grade could be obtained in the mechanical abyss. However, S-grade was very difficult to appear. That was because those were unconventional parts that could only be carried by Lord-level demonic beasts. Just as Lin Feng finished speaking, Chen Fei and the others pulled him over. White Eagle M77. Su Yunpeng was also shocked when he saw so many cannons. He couldn't help but touch the cannons and the Divine Sword missiles. If there's nothing else, I'll go back first. I've used up a lot of energy today, so I need to go back and rest. After continuous high-intensity battles, not only did Lin Feng use up a lot of energy, but he also used up a lot of energy. Only then did Su Yunpeng come back to his senses. Well, it's time to rest, our hero of the sea. I'll help you apply for your reward as soon as possible. The frequency of your meritorious deeds is too high. Well, there's no hurry. Lin Feng hoped that they could put them together and get an A-grade part directly. That would be great. Oh right, your contract with Shaowen has been submitted, and it's just been approved. Well, this is more urgent. Lin Feng said without hiding anything. When he thought of her outstanding beauty and her soft body, he had to admit that he was lusting after her body. Of course, he was also looking forward to seeing the large mech that was close to 100 meters long. That would be the key to regaining control of the sea. Black Canopy Academy, Dormitory. Su Qingwan sat on the edge of the bed on the upper floor of the dormitory. Her long legs swung casually under the white silk. Just like how she was feeling at the moment. Hesitation. After Ji Yuying left her a message, she called her in a hurry. She knew that Lin Feng had gone to the front line and was on a dangerous mission. She was hesitating if she should call him again to ask. But she was worried that it would affect the battle ahead. Then she got off the bed and walked around the dormitory. Suddenly, she saw a video call request from the Battle Watch. Lin Feng. Su Qingwan's eyes were filled with excitement after seeing the message. She tidied up her clothes and tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. She picked up the video call immediately. Lin Feng's handsome and arrogant face appeared on the screen. The contract application is approved. Where are you? I'll come and pick you up. How was the battle? Are you okay? Are you okay? Quote. The two of them spoke at the same time. No one knew who spoke first, but it was obvious that Su Qingwan's words were much more urgent. He blurted out the words that had been bottled up in his heart without any hesitation. He had already thought about these words countless times in his heart. Although it was less than 2 hours from Ji Yuying's message to the end of the battle, it felt like 2 days had passed. She called Ji Yuying more than 10 times, but she still didn't call Lin Feng. Sorry, what did you say? Qingwan, what did you say? The two of them were stunned for a moment before they spoke at the same time. Su Qingyan smiled and said to the video call. Dress up. Hubby wants you to register our marriage. Looking at Su Qingyan's bright smile, Su Qingwan finally knew that the battle was over. Register our marriage. Don't just stand there. Go and get ready. We'll come and pick you up right away. Oh, okay. Su Qingwan finally reacted. She suddenly thought of what she had to do after the contract. A blush appeared on her beautiful face. Su Qingyan smiled and said, Sister, it's a little special. You have to be gentle at night. Don't treat me like how you treat me. Okay, I'll be gentle. Soon, Su Qingwan dressed up and came to the dormitory. After trying on many outfits, she ended up wearing a white shirt with a blue checkered tie. She wore a gray pleated skirt and white stockings with lace that reached her knees. There was a hint of charm in the campus atmosphere. She must have had the habit of practicing yoga, so her figure had a kind of overall upright posture, just right for her soft breasts and perky buttocks. It was the most suitable model for girls of the right age to develop well. She had long legs and a slender waist. Coupled with her delicate and graceful figure of about 1.76 meters, she was the most voluptuous. She was at the prime of her life and had the best appearance. Everyone who saw her wanted to have her. Let's go, I'll send you there. Su Qingyan looked at Su Qingwan, who lowered her head shyly. Yes. Jian Wei smiled and pulled Su Qingwan to the side to communicate with her, as if she was passing on some practical skills. After some communication, Jian Wei said to Lin Feng meaningfully, then I'll go back and help you prepare. What theme do you like? Haven't you already tested it? Alright, I'll make the arrangements. Jian Wei smiled and left. Jian Wei then turned into a phantom motorcycle and disappeared from the street. Lin Feng and Su Qingwan got into the bladed sports car. Seeing Su Qingwan's slender hands intertwined, she seemed to be excited and nervous. She did not dare to look at Lin Feng. Nervous, Lin Feng pulled Su Qingwan's hand over. Yeah, I just feel like I'm dreaming. I've waited for a year, but it didn't happen. I didn't have any hope, but I met you. I'm surprised too. No matter if it's talent or being able to contract an excellent machine lady like you. Quote. The two of them chatted along the way, and Su Qingwan was gradually not as nervous as she was at the beginning. They walked into the contract registration office. You're here to register again. Guan Ya's mouth opened slightly in disbelief. What a coincidence, you're here again. This is my job. I'm here every day, unlike you who's a groom every day. You're so carefree. After meeting a few times, Guan Ya was getting more familiar with him, so she spoke more boldly. I'm busy every day too. You're quite busy. Busy looking for pretty machine ladies, right? As he spoke, he recorded Lin Feng and Su Qingwan's information. You and Su Qingyan are twin sisters. Guan Ya looked at it again in disbelief. Yeah, Su Qingwan opened her mouth and said shyly. She did not dare to believe that she and her sister would contract the same commander. No wonder I thought you looked familiar. You're Zhen Xing. The two sisters contracted together. Guan Ya looked at her with envy and shock. The greater the power, the greater the responsibility. Tisk. Alright, let's go in. After the contract was completed, Su Qingwan looked at the information in a daze. What's wrong? I'm just happy. I've finally contracted an SSS commander. How lucky. Su Qingwan was excited. Su Qingwan used her finger to stop Lin Feng from speaking. Hubby, don't talk. Kiss me. Su Qingwan's watery eyes were half closed. Lin Feng stared at her flawless face. Looking at those watery eyes, looking at the peach blossom pink on her cheeks, his heart couldn't help but beat faster. Su Qingwan looked at him. Her eyes were clear and charming, like the reflection of a bay. Their lips parted for a long time. The wonderful feeling was intoxicating, as if a century had passed. Su Qingwan adjusted her breathing, which was a little rushed. I was too nervous just now. I want to feel it again. Lin Feng carried Su Qingwan in a princess carry. It would also allow her to satisfy the longing of the young girl's heart. At this moment, he could not believe that he was carrying a medium-sized destroyer. Even Xiao Ji could carry a Pokemon, so it was reasonable that he could carry a machine lady. Hubby, it's still early. Can I try transforming into a mech? Su Qingwan, who was in his arms, suddenly poked her head out and asked. Of course, but we can't transform into a mech here. Let's go to Warrior Maiden. We can test it since I've never piloted a large mech before. Okay. Su Qingyan sent them to Warrior Maiden. She was looking forward to seeing what a large mech looked like. It had been a long time since a large mech appeared in Fire Country. Hearing that Su Qingwan had completed the contract, Chincharu also went to the Century Center training ground. I haven't recovered much energy yet, only 270. Let's try the basics first. It was impossible to pilot such a large mech without any strength. 300 megajoules per hour, and that was just the basic energy consumption. The energy consumption of the large mech's special skills would be even more terrifying. Under everyone's expectant gaze, the large mech appeared. It was 86 meters tall, and the bright white mech shone brightly under the sun, making people unable to look at it directly. Looking at the storm mech that was as big as a building, everyone was shocked. The people in the surrounding commercial buildings stopped in their tracks and even felt a strong sense of oppression. It was as if a light punch could make the whole commercial building collapse. Oh my god, what kind of mech is that? I've never seen it before. I didn't see it on the ranking board. Maybe it's a newly contracted mech. This large mech, could it be the campus belle of Black Firmament? She's the only SS-grade mech in Junhai City. You don't say, it's really possible. I wonder which commander is so lucky to own such a mech. Most importantly, it's the campus belle. Quote. It smells so good. Just looking at it is enough. Quote. Quote. Lin Feng's eyes were also burning with passion as he looked at the final state. Name: Su Qingwan. Form: Human, Destroyer, Machine Lady, Ocean Raider, Mech, Storm Goddess. Overall rating: SS. Applicable energy: Nuclear. Kinetic Energy Core: Ocean Raider, 4100T, 5000T. Integrated System: Pioneer Generation. Mecha Material: Bright Porcelain Anti-Reconnaissance Alloy. Weapon: A-Class 155 Howitzer Carrier A-Class Metal Storm Heavy Machine Gun, full form. Special Skill: Wrath of the Storm Goddess. Creates a storm with a diameter of 100 meters to sweep across the battlefield. Consumes 100 megajoules per use. Overall combat strength: 21,000. Quantum shield: 5,000. Combat type: long-range attack, heavy cannon. Personality: gentle, delicate, shy. Open black lens bracket, close black lens bracket. Lin Feng looked at the mecha excitedly. Then, the luxurious seat slowly descended. I'm ready. Commander, please board the ship. Su Qingwan's gentle voice sounded. Lin Feng sat in the cockpit chair and rose into the cockpit. This vision. Lin Feng felt a little uncomfortable when he saw the tall view. After all, the storm mech was too expensive. Perhaps it would be better to modify it. Lin Feng opened the system store. He still had enough points. After various discussions, Lin Feng finally chose the full-dimensional holographic display console that cost 5,000 points. The operating space in the cockpit was big enough. Lin Feng quickly completed the replacement. 5,000 points is not a loss. This is much better. This immersive feeling is too perfect. Lin Feng drove the storm mech forward. This feeling was like looking down at the mountains. The advantages of the storm mech were its strong firepower and high defense. More importantly, it could move on the sea as if it was walking on flat ground. Its shortcomings were its high energy consumption and slow speed. Its flexibility could not be compared to the Blade Mech and the Phantom Mech. Looks like the speed can be optimized. Lin Feng felt the performance index while noting down the shortcomings. Finally, through continuous modifications, the Storm Mech was close to perfection. As for the fire control system and the aiming system, Lin Feng had not tested it yet. After all, this was still the city. 4 rotating heavy machine guns. A round of fire could destroy a building. Not to mention the special skills. 100 megajoules for an envoy made Lin Feng feel a little pained. After experiencing the extreme operation, Lin Feng was ready to install the S-grade parts that he had taken from the Black Demon onto the Storm Mech. After all, the Blade Mech had the wings of the Sky's pivot and the Phantom Mech had the warp engine. Its speed and flexibility were guaranteed. Nitrogen jet enabling device S-grade speed increased by 100%. Flexibility increased by 100%. After installation, overall combat power increased by 400. Mech weight 2T 50 mj/h. Spirit enabling. Feng Chongqi increases speed and attack power by 100% for a short period of time by increasing energy consumption. After installing it, Lin Feng felt it again. Lin Feng did a backflip. Although it was not very smooth, it was more stable. Lin Feng was already very satisfied. Its maximum speed was about the same as 150 km per hour. As a large mech, it was already very good. The two of them returned home excitedly. However, when they entered the door, they were instantly stunned. This atmosphere. Lin Feng could not help but sigh. Jian Wei's decorations were simply making his hormones soar. Su Qingwan looked at Lin Feng's red eyes and lowered her head shyly. I suddenly don't want to eat dinner. Lin Feng carried Su Qingwan into the room. Su Qingwan's face was even redder. She nodded slightly, stretched out her snow-white wrist, and gently tucked a lock of black hair behind her white and tender ear. She looked even more beautiful and charming. This is my first time, please take pity on me. Her voice was gentle and pleasant with a hint of shyness. It's okay. Let's start with something simple. Okay. After gently touching it, it became vigorous and swollen, just like all trees. At this moment, Lin Feng's heart was so quiet. He quietly watched Su Qingwan's ups and downs, drowning him like the sea. Suddenly, the beast-like mouth immediately swallowed Lin Feng. He entered the bright darkness and then crazily looked for something inside. The flowers were not flowers, and the fog was not fog. It came in the middle of the night and left in the morning. How long had it been like a dream? Gone like the morning clouds, nowhere to be found. In just a short night, Su Qingwan experienced the nervousness and panic of falling from a high altitude. She also experienced the pain and dizziness of falling into a deep valley. She also experienced the feeling of floating in the clouds. Because she had experienced too much at night, Su Qingwan was sleeping soundly. As a result, Lin Feng did not feel anything when he got up and put on his clothes. Lin Feng looked at the scene of spring and then looked at the bright blooming flowers. It was like a dream. The feeling of yearning and lingering sound could not be forgotten for a long time. Looking at Su Qingyan who was smiling outside, Lin Feng could only bend down slowly to avoid appearing too abrupt. However, this subtle action did not escape Su Qingyan's eyes. What's wrong? Is Lil Wan not awake yet? Quote. When Su Qingyan saw Lin Feng come out with the tent, she guessed that Su Qingwan was not awake. After all, an outstanding machine woman in her eyes would not let the commander stay in a high position. Lin Feng nodded. I'm too tired. I'm in a deep sleep. I told you to be gentler. But as you said, it's too special. Su Qingyan did not blame him, as if she had already guessed it. Come and eat. Lin Feng obeyed and sat down. However, Su Qingyan directly bent down. Lin Feng thought that Su Qingyan was picking up things below. However, he was suddenly touched. What are you doing? Su Qingyan looked at him charmingly and said, It's nothing. You can eat up there, I'll eat down there. Lin Feng's body trembled. Hiss. Lin, I'm not worthy. It was already afternoon when the two of them left. After the battle, Lin Feng thought that he could rest for 2 days. Unexpectedly, Qin Yu sent a message saying that his commendation had arrived. When Qin Yu heard that Lin Feng could help repair his combat concubine's kinetic energy core, he was already extremely excited. When he heard that Lin Feng was free, he rushed over because the commendation had arrived and the battle had come to an end. When Lin Feng said that, Qin Yu and his wife had already arrived. Speaking of which, it was Lin Feng's first time meeting Qin Yu. He was not tall and sturdy, and he had a carefree smile on his face. It made people feel a sense of intimacy at first glance. Lin Feng, I finally get to meet you. Qin Yu smiled and put his arm around Lin Feng's shoulder and said, Now I'm also someone who has fought side by side with an SSS-ranked commander. Shiru, help me take a picture. Qin Shiru's eyes were a little moist. It had been a long time since she saw her father smile like this. It was as if all the sadness in her heart had vanished. Qin Shiru hurriedly preserved this precious smile forever. At this moment, Lin Feng also saw Qin Yu's right arm. Qin Yu noticed the look in Lin Feng's eyes. Haha, it's fine. It was left behind 5 years ago. It's a warning and also a kind of glory. Can you still operate the mecha normally? There's no problem at all. This mechanical arm has already been connected to the tactile system and nervous system. It's not much different from a natural hand. If there is a difference, it would be the material. Quote. That's good. Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. This was a man who could easily and magnanimously shoulder his responsibilities. However, the level of mechanization here was indeed quite good. It didn't have much of an impact. After all, the mecha could be directly loaded. Come, let me introduce you. This is Leng Xin, my wife. At this moment, Lin Feng saw a woman with an extraordinary temperament. Since Qin Shiru was so beautiful, his mother definitely wouldn't be bad. However, there was a faint sadness in her eyes. It had lost its previous light. Hello, Lin Feng. Hello, Auntie. Lin Feng knew why there was no light in Leng Xin's eyes. Shiru, is the maintenance room ready? Qin Yu said, I'm here with orders from the military. Let's talk about the reward first. It won't make a difference. Quote. It's fine. We'll be a family soon. Why are you so polite? Right, Shiru. Quote. As he spoke, Lin Feng directly held Qin Shiru's hand. Qin Shiru's heart trembled. Her beautiful and fair face blushed. So the most important thing now is to help Auntie repair the kinetic energy core. Seeing that the two of them were somewhat affectionate, the two of them didn't reject. They came to the control room. This is your shop. It's really not bad. It's not just a little better than our maintenance team. Quote. The two of them looked at the equipment in the shop and couldn't help but sigh. I got this by luck. If I relied on my own efforts, it would probably take me a few decades. This isn't luck. With your current strength, you're already standing at the top of Junhai City. Sometimes, to the strong, you can get whatever you want with just a word. Qin Yu wasn't stingy with his words. Lin Feng smiled and agreed. This was something that he had personally experienced. He had all kinds of privileges, wealth, and status. The beauty that he could only dream of before was now at his fingertips. Lang Xin's original form was a hardcore pickup truck. It was considered a small to medium-sized mech. As they spoke, Lang Xin had already turned into a female mech. However, she was a little weak and it would be difficult for her to fight. Is there still a chance? Qin Yu asked expectantly. Lin Feng looked at it. It's a little difficult to repair it directly. But don't worry, I have a way. Lin Feng took out the external kinetic energy core produced in the number 9 mechanical abyss in the East 9 district. Under the shocked gazes of everyone, he smoothly installed it. Qin Shiru and her two beautiful assistants had never seen something like this before. Yet, Lin Feng was able to operate it so skillfully. Qin Shiru didn't even know what level Lin Feng was at. It seemed that the current highest level was not worthy of Lin Feng's strength. Although he was skillful, Lin Feng didn't dare to be careless. He focused on installing it for half an hour. Alright, 500 T of load and energy should be enough. Also, I installed a hell cannon. The firepower is guaranteed. 500 T. Everyone was shocked. Lang Xin was actually a grade A. This was already higher than the original value. Alright, let's go and try it out. Lang Xin felt it and her eyes lit up again. It was as if she suddenly believed in light again. Qin Yu pulled Lang Xin and ran out. He was as excited as a child. They saw the scorpion mech running, jumping, flipping, and doing handstands in the training ground. They tried all the moves they could think of. It was as if they had released all the repressed emotions from the past few years. At this time, Qin Shiru's starry eyes were half closed. Her eyes were filled with tears of excitement. Thank you, Brother Feng. The distance between the two gradually closed. Then, they felt a warm touch. It was very smooth. It was very hot. It was very soft. Lin Feng would not let go of this opportunity this time. He swore to have an earth-shattering battle. After venting for a while, Qin Yu seemed to have used up all his energy before he stopped. Lin Feng took advantage of the time just now to train Qin Shiru's inexperienced tongue skills. Qin Yu ran in and said, haha, awesome, I haven't felt so excited in a long time. We can finally go to the battlefield again. Lin Feng, thank you. Lang Xin was also excited, and the way she looked at Lin Feng was much gentler. Seeing the two of them so excited, Lin Feng also felt that his efforts were worth it. It's okay, you're just equipped with some low-level parts. After you get used to it, Shiru will help you install some more suitable parts. Well, the hell cannon just now was very good, how much is it? I'll pay you together. Uncle Qin, you're treating me like an outsider, how can I take your money? Qin Yu directly gave him an S-rank Soul Eater to cheat him, such a small part naturally couldn't be charged. Now that he had the largest maintenance center and the largest parts manufacturing center in Junhai City, money was flowing in every day. Not only the money from maintenance and selling parts, but also the help to install the parts was also a huge income. Qin Shiru did a rough calculation, the profit in these 2 days was close to 200 million. Lin Feng finally knew why the Z Alliance spent so much money to build an underground manufacturing factory, the profit was too terrifying. Now, let's talk about your reward. This time, you killed the Thunder Eagle. The servant class you killed that day was a number that many 1-star mechs couldn't complete in a year. As for the warrior class, many 3-star mechs were helpless against it. Speaking of this, Qin Yu couldn't help but praise. Alright, I digress again. Yu tidied up his uniform and officially began to read. According to the Yan country's talent training regulations and the Demon Hunter reward system, since Comrade Lin Feng is hereby awarded the title of Wallkeeper. In times of military crisis, he can mobilize the maintenance forces and police. In terms of economic independence, he has the authority to operate all industries independently, has the right to mine energy and free construction. Quote. Then, can I also make mechs and sell parts and cannons? Of course, you can even build a military base. As long as you stand on the side of justice, the country will fully support you. Well, that's fine. Don't worry. It's not over yet, Yu said with a smile. Reward A-grade accessory, Achilles shock absorber. Reward A-grade accessory, magnetic rheology damper. Lin Feng was overjoyed when he heard that. 2 A-grade accessories. Most importantly, these 2 parts could be used on large mecha. It was simply too timely. After the installation, it would greatly increase the stability and agility of the Storm Mech. The country seems to reward demon hunters very highly. Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh. Yes, as the situation becomes more and more serious, the rewards will also be higher. After all, this world is too lacking in heroes, so they specially created a reward system. Yu sighed. Then according to yesterday's results, getting an S-grade component shouldn't be too much, right? Don't worry, there won't be a problem. After all, 5 years ago, even the strongest of the 5 C-suppressing tigers didn't kill as many as you did yesterday. Alright, that'll do. Plus, you're the tiger of Junhai now. Junhai is one of the 6 tigers of Junhai. I heard that you contracted the Storm Mech. I'm afraid that even if all of us combined, we won't be as strong as you. You're all seniors. I'm just a little luckier, but I don't dare to compare myself to you. Hehe, I have something that I need your help with, right? So, I have to tie us together first. That way, you won't be able to reject me. Quote. Lin Feng was stunned. So, this is what they were waiting for. If it's hunting demonic beasts, I'm more than happy to do so. Yes, but not all of them. Shiru reminded me that day, so I went to investigate. There's indeed a problem in our team. Our information has been leaked. Our initial targets are the police station and Pearl Institute. With your identity, no one will suspect you if you go to those 2 places. I want you to help me keep an eye out. If I go, I'll keep an eye out, but I won't do it alone. Instead of doing something that he wasn't good at, he was more willing to use a simple and violent method. East 8th District, number 106 Mechanical Abyss. The people of the Mechanical Abyss civilization were communicating in a language that Han Shao couldn't understand. Due to the failure of number 108 Mechanical Abyss, the energy station wasn't taken down on time, and they suffered heavy losses. They won't be able to form a large-scale attack in the short term. The task of attacking has fallen on our heads. What do you guys think? Quote. I think they're just scared out of their wits. I've said it before, we still have to rely on ourselves. The mutated mechanical suit isn't as strong as we thought. Quote. The leader was the ruler of number 106 Mechanical Abyss, Iraq. Hearing the disdainful tone of the crowd, he roared with dissatisfaction, I asked you guys to give suggestions, not to mock others. Michael, you go first. My amalgamated beast will take about 2 days to complete. It will definitely be stronger than the mutated mechanical suit. You can see the results after 2 days. This golden shield is very good. Yard, what do you think? My suggestion is the same as before. Just take down the destroyer on the surface and use the machinery to extract the energy from the sea. Iraq thought for a while and said, now, most of the energy sources have been hidden by the Blue Planet people in the energy stations of the base cities. Directly taking it is the easiest. Also, its strength doesn't seem to be much stronger than the Blue Planet's mechanical suit. Quote. Yard said confidently, I've investigated it. It looks like the weapon is also quite old. It might not be able to withstand my mechanized troops. But another Yi Xian came 2 days ago. We don't have many troops that can fight on the sea. Don't worry, they don't look like they're from the same faction. Also, our cannonballs aren't any weaker than No 108s. What about the rest of you? I agree with the amalgamated beast. I agree with attacking the sea. The sea. Iraq was a little hesitant. Both of you go and prepare. I'll take a look at the details. I'll inform you guys tomorrow. Junhai City, offshore. A cruiser was docked on one side of the port, and on the other side was a Sun-class destroyer. Different flags were hanging on the ships, which were Dongwang and Chongying. But strangely, nothing happened. Because something happened in the Azure Sea route, the core of the Sirens broke through again, and the situation changed greatly. After the Sirens retreated for the first time, Chongying and Central Axis joined the battle against the Sirens again. But even so, the Siren fleet was still unstoppable. The purpose of their trip was to find a human commander in this world to help them through the difficulties. The cruiser was the Escape Immortal. On the Escape Immortal was a classic beauty in a white traditional Chinese dress, holding an oil paper umbrella in her hand, which seemed to never leave her hand. The Azure Sea world was slightly different from the ship girls in this world. When the ship girls were not on the ship, they were independent from the ship. When they were on the ship would become the ship's equipment. All equipment and mecha would be scaled according to the scale. Of course, they did not have the ability to become mecha in this world, because they did not have a kinetic core. The woman was the Escape Immortal from the Azure Sea route, and people called her Sister Xian, Especially with her hair and makeup, she looked like a fairy. Of course, some people called her Leg Fairy. First Fleet of Dongwang Navy, Escape Immortal. Type: Light Patrol. Alignment: Dongwang. Identity: Zhongnan Talented Girl. Personality: calm, gentle, confident, hardworking. Mo points: beautiful legs, beauty mark, Cheongsam, straight black hair, straight bangs. Equipment: single 150mm main cannon, quadruple 152mm main cannon. Special skill: Dongwang's Trap. When attacking with any other characters in the Dongwang camp, the damage received by Yi Xian, Ning Hai, and Ping Hai is reduced by 8.0%, 20.0%. Evasion rate increased by 15.0%, 30.0%. Damage dealt by characters in the Dongwang camp increased by 1.0%, 5.0%. Open black lens bracket, close black lens bracket. But at this time, she was frowning. The situation was worse than she thought, because in the current fire country, the sea power seemed to be useless. It was extremely difficult to find a good commander. She came later than Shui Feng, but Dongwang's situation was more urgent. She was going to visit Shui Feng, at least she could get more comprehensive information. Shui Feng could barely cope with the attack from the sea, but he did not dare to move to the deep sea and the land. Because in this strange world, the warship's radar and targeting system. Energy was also a big problem. After all, the ship girls in the Blue Sea were somewhat different from the ship girls in this world. Shifeng had not even found a way to return to the Azure Sea world. She needed to wait for more power and more clues. Perhaps she needed enough quantum energy to return to the Azure Sea world, but she had never waited for it. Therefore, she decided to pay a visit to the Wandering Immortal, which had just arrived 2 days ago. After all, they were from the same world, and now they could be considered to be working together against an enemy. As a result, the two ships approached each other with a subtle tacit understanding. This action was also noticed by the mechanical Yuan commander, Yard, who was preparing. He had to reevaluate his plan. This was because he did not have many sea monsters, and the ones who were good at sea were the commanders of the other mechanical abyss. Junhai City, Warrior Maiden. Lin Feng couldn't wait to modify the Storm Goddess mech. This was because the 2A class components were very suitable for the giant mech. Achilles Shock Absorber Grade A increases the stability and coordination of the mech by 80%. Overall combat power increases by 1000 after equipping. Magnetoriological Damper Grade A provides resistance to movement and reduces movement energy. Increases speed and stability. Overall combat power increases by 1000 after equipping. After equipping, Lin Feng completed another backflip. This time, it was much smoother. Perfect. It was very shocking to see an 80-meter tall mech do a smooth backflip. At this time, Lin Feng received a video call from Su Yunpeng. Lin Feng, do you have time now? What's wrong? The military hospital was suddenly attacked by a 3-star mutated mech. Many of the mechs were severely damaged. Zhou Cheng is helpless. He said that you might have a solution. Send it to Warrior Maiden first. The components here are more complete. What's the situation at the frontline now? Do you need backup? The enemy has retreated. Seems like their goal is clear. Lin Feng was a little confused. This did not seem like the style of the mechanical Yuan commander. However, he did not think too much about it. Saving people was more important now. Not long after, a group of armed helicopters and various ambulances flew toward Warrior Maiden. What surprised Lin Feng was that there was also a commander wrapped in bandages. Lin Feng was a little confused. At this time, after transferring the last injured person, Yinxin started to look at Warrior Maiden curiously. Warrior Maiden, this name is very appropriate. I know, it's very appropriate. So, why did you bring these commanders here? Yinxin seemed to have heard the voice she wanted to hear the most in her life. She turned around excitedly. Her elegant hair fluttered gently, bringing along a fragrant wind. Lin Feng. Yinxin looked at the person in front of her in surprise. She was overjoyed and could not wait to hug Lin Feng immediately. Looking at Lin Feng, who was so close to her, her heart pounded, causing her 36E to rise and fall. They're worried about Warrior Maiden, so they wanted to come along. Because they're also injured, the chief agreed. Then, let's go in. Yinxin followed him in curiously. She was puzzled. Does he know how to repair mechas? Lin Feng's actions gave her an answer. Fortunately, it's not fatal. With his strong theory and the various mechas that he had seen recently. Now, as long as there was no problem with the kinetic core, Lin Feng would be able to repair it. After all, he had a complete component manufacturing factory. Shiru, stand closer so that you can see more clearly. After all, Qin Shiru was about to form a contract with Lin Feng. He wanted Qin Shiru to reach the master level as soon as possible. She would become his virtuous wife. Coincidentally, there were many types of mechas today, and the ones that were injured were very representative. It was a good opportunity for Qin Shiru to observe and learn. Looking at the dying mechas and the female mecha in Lin Feng's hands, everyone's eyes were filled with shock. They were grateful from the bottom of their hearts. Some of the commanders even had tears in their eyes. They raised their injured hands and saluted sincerely. At this moment, Chen Fei from the army walked over. Let me know when you're done calculating the money. The army will settle the bill together. There's no hurry. Actually, I'm more interested in the specific situation at that time. At that time, we were eating when we suddenly heard the alarm. When we went out, the hospital was already under attack. Nothing special. It looked like they were here to attack the hospital. If I have to say, I noticed that the enemy units scanned by the satellite were more than the ones I added on the ground. Lin Feng nodded thoughtfully. He felt that something was wrong. Alright, you guys go back first. Contact me if there's anything unusual. Quote. Okay. Thank you so much. I thought it was hopeless. Lin Feng thought as he walked out. Suddenly, he was stopped by a passionate and charming voice behind him. Lin Feng, what's wrong? Lin Feng turned around when he heard the voice. The woman was Yinxin. She had an exquisite figure, a naturally enchanting facial features, and skin as white as mutton fat that could be broken by the slightest breeze. Lin Feng was a little tempted, but he did not ask if there was a limit to the number of contracts. Looking at the reserved Yinxin, she was different from the bold nurse. Could it be that she's a contrast masochist? Whatever, I'll take her down first. I didn't expect you to know how to repair mechas. Can you help me see what's wrong? Lin Feng looked at Yinxin unscrupulously, and Yinxin's face became slightly hot. I can't see what's wrong. Why don't I turn into a carrier to take a look? Without waiting for Lin Feng's reply, a fuel tanker truck. Lin Feng glanced at him curiously. Less than. Name. Yinxin greater than. Form. Human, carrier, oil tank truck, machine lady, guardian, mecha, guardian of the galaxy. Less than. Overall rating. A greater than. Less than. Applicable energy. Fuel, electricity. Less than. Kinetic energy core. Guardian 10T 200T. Less than. Integrated system. Mo greater than. Mecha material. High-strength bulletproof and explosion-proof alloy, high defense. Weapon. Browning large caliber heavy machine gun, machine girl. Less than. To contract to greater than. Less than. Type. Rejuvenation. Can redo increase to increase to increase to increase redo to improve to increase 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 increase. It can increase the commander's energy conversion speed by 100%. The maximum energy limit is 100%. Personality: charming, passionate, pure. Open black lens bracket, close black lens bracket. Lin Feng was surprised. He didn't expect a grade A support type mecha to be so powerful. Looks like I'm not just attracted to her. I'm also attracted to her talent. Go back and wash up. Wait in the room. Huh. Yin Xin was overjoyed. She thought her chances were slim. There should be a membrane blocking the vent. Go and apply for a contract. I'll help you clear it tonight. Yin Xin turned back into her human form and asked, what should I wear? Do I need any props? Quote, this nurse uniform is good. You can decide on the props. Lin Feng smiled. She was indeed a masochist. Let's split up and see if we can find any clues. After Yin Xin left, Lin Feng called Su Qingyan and Jian Wei. The military hospital was invaded just now. It might not be as simple as it seems. The mechanical abyss sent out a grade 3 aberration. It's impossible for them to attack the hospital. Su Qingyan also understood. You're saying that they're creating a diversion. I wasn't very sure before, but Chen Fei said that the number of enemies scanned by the radar was more than what we saw on the surface. I think they might be hiding underground while the military's attention is on the surface. According to Uncle Chin, the school and the police station are the most likely to be infiltrated. Wei Wei and Qingwan, go to the school and scan with the radar. I'll contact and land at the police station. Steel beasts and aberrations could be detected through specialized radar scans. Okay. Jian Wei and Qingwan quickly set off. Where are we going? Su Qingyan asked anxiously. If we enter the base city, what do the mechanical abyss want the most? That should be people and energy. Could it be the energy station? I'm just guessing. I hope I'm overthinking. But the energy station is the most important place in the base city. Unless they're in the upper echelons, they won't be able to get close. As they spoke, a bladed sports car appeared in front of Lin Feng. I'm just afraid that what Uncle Chin said is true. If there's a spy, we have to get rid of him as soon as possible. Lin Feng got into the car and sped off. Please like and subscribe my channel. Chapter 51. Junhai City, Number 1 Energy Station. It was the largest energy station among the 3 in Junhai City. As the living space shrank, many of the energy points were lost. The 3 energy stations were responsible for the energy needed for the entire base city's production. Stop! The special forces shouted from afar. Lin Feng pulled out his identity information. Wall guard. The guard saluted after recovering from the shock. I suspect someone is trying to infiltrate. I need to go in and check. This way, please. After knowing Lin Feng's identity, the guard personally led Lin Feng through the layers of security. Show me today's records. The guard pulled up all the information about today's visitors. Police station, Shuliang. What is he doing here? This is the police station's routine patrol. What about this? Wei Xian. Quote. Lin Feng focused on the police station in the school according to Qin Yu's information. This is the Dean of Pearl University. He said that the freshmen will awaken tomorrow. In order to ensure a normal awakening, he's here to see if there are any abnormalities in the energy baseline. Sounds reasonable. He then turned around and asked Su Qingyan, do you think it's reasonable? The school's baseline has always been maintained by the police station. Normally, he wouldn't come alone. Su Qingyan recalled the figure she saw in the buffer zone. How long has he been in there? Just a few minutes ago. Lin Feng quickly said to the guard, ask and land from the police station to come over. Let's go. Lin Feng and Su Qingyan quickened their footsteps. Dean Wei, how have you been? Su Qingyan said calmly. Why, are you guys here? Wei Xian panicked the moment he saw Lin Feng. That's none of your business. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Qingyan, who was in her machine mode, had already placed the knife on her neck. She did not give Wei Xian any time to react. Wei Xian laughed. Don't be too happy. The 3rd generation mind demon core of the mechanical abyss is about to appear. It will be your doomsday. Are you not going to pretend anymore? Lin Feng directly destroyed Wei Xian's energy core with a punch. Wei Xian's face instantly turned pale, and he collapsed to the ground. He was no longer a threat. What should we do? Kill or? Su Qingyan was uncertain. Leave it to Lan and the maintenance team. Let's see if they can get some information out of them. We have more important things to do. Lin Feng took out a radar detector. Wei Xian was only able to enter the energy storage because he needed to do biometric identification. He had to go through the procedures above. However, the others should be waiting for him underground. It's right in front. Lin Feng entered the bladed mech. Sky-raising slash. Just as Lin Feng had expected, he slashed open the path in front of him, and several aberrated mechs appeared in front of him. Detected multiple aberrated mechs that are of a higher level than your mech. Attributes increased by 300%. He's at full health again. He looked at the 3-star aberrant mecha and 4 2-star aberrant mechas in front of him. There were also a few shield tunneling mechas who had opened up the underground tunnel. The 5-meter-tall 3-star aberrant mech saw the power of the bladed mech's blade. The steel armor in front of Lin Feng's chest quickly unfolded, and a launcher appeared. 8 black holes appeared, and Lin Feng immediately had a bad feeling. This place was too close to the energy station. Without any hesitation, Lin Feng activated his speed mode and slashed at the 3-star aberrant mech's head. Its head fell to the ground instantly. My blade is faster than any weapon within 3 meters. Killed 3-star aberrant mech. Obtained. Grade 8 unit vertical launcher *2. Points increased by 500. Soul Devourer energy increased by 500. The Soul Devourer in his hand did not stop at all and charged toward the fleeing aberrated mech. 1 small mech. Ending the battle in minutes. Notifications kept popping up in the system. Where are we going now? To the mechanical abyss, of course. It's impolite not to reciprocate. Since the other party had come, he could use this tunnel to check it out. He wanted to see what kind of ability the mechanical abyss had to be able to modify so many crazy war beasts. Ask where Wei Wei and the others are now. Then, Su Qingyuan picked up the video call. About 3 minutes. Okay, let's give the abyss a surprise later. A few minutes later, they arrived at the outskirts of District 108, Mechanical Abyss. Lin Feng was analyzing the distribution of the enemy forces and buildings in the mechanical abyss. At the same time, he also had to determine if there was any abnormal energy inside. What exactly was the legendary mechanical source energy? Why were they trying so hard to find energy? However, since there was such a good opportunity to let Lin Feng enter directly through the underground tunnel, he would definitely not give it up. You guys wait outside. The phantom mechanical suit and I will go in first. Lin Feng was not sure if there would be a radar system inside. The phantom mechanical suit had a stealth effect, so it would be safer. After Lin Feng figured out the pattern inside, he avoided the crowd and directly entered the mechanical abyss with 2 phantom ambushes. The mechanical abyss was extremely large, like an underground city filled with strong mechanical civilization. The phantom ambushes with the help of the warp drive were even more traceless. They directly entered the core area, and just as they were about to take another step. Warning! Warning! Danger! Danger! Lin Feng was stunned. Since the system gave him a warning, it was definitely not an ordinary situation. However, Lin Feng looked at it with his naked eyes and saw nothing. He opened the system to check and was shocked. Indeed, the mechanical abyss was not that easy to enter. They actually deployed such a thing here. If I'm not careful, I'll die. Flying Blade S. A type of high-strength nanomaterial. Only 1/100th the size of a strand of hair. It's extremely tough. 1 strand of it can lift up a huge truck. Place these nanomaterial invisible to the naked eye on the enemy's path. There's no need to use too much energy. Regardless of whether the enemy is driving a mechanical suit or a demonic beast, they will all be cut into pieces. It's even possible for them to see their own bodies being cut into pieces. It's actually so strong. Such a good thing must be taken back. It's perfect to place it in the military port as the initial defense. That moment just now was probably the closest Lin Feng had ever been to death. When you stare into the abyss is also staring at you. This was also the closest Lin Feng had ever been to the secret of the mechanical abyss. Because he had already entered the core area of the mechanical abyss and was only 1 step away from the core secret. He was not going to give up. If he wanted to attack from the ground, it would be extremely difficult. Furthermore, it was very likely that only ruins would be left, and he would not be able to find the core answer. If he wanted to destroy the opponent, he had to understand the opponent well first. Yes, the simple and crude method is a bit risky. With the existence of the flying blade, it was too risky to directly enter the data center and obtain the core data decryption method from the database. Although he now understood the effect of the flying blade, he did not know how to remove it and obtain it. He was going to use Plan B. He needed to wait for someone to come out or enter from the outside, and this person's position had to be high enough. Lin Feng pretended to be like everyone else. He walked on this street filled with mechanical elements, observed, and waited for an opportunity. When he came, he was only focused on rushing. Now, he could take a good look at the surrounding structure. The outer area of the mechanical abyss was not much different from a city. It was just that the mechanical abyss was a huge underground city, and the level of mechanization and technology was also higher. Occasionally, he could see strange creatures with green and blue light all over their bodies. They should be foreign creatures. Some of the languages were understandable, and some were not. It seemed to be the language of the blue planet. Most of them were depraved machine women and mutated mechas. There were also some ordinary women from other countries. These ordinary women were usually reduced to tools or reproductive tools for the mutated mechas. In just a few minutes, Lin Feng had already seen no less than 5 cases of men and women on the street. It was no wonder that so many people who failed to awaken as commanders chose to be depraved. They were indeed living a good life. These ordinary women might be living in order to survive the upcoming doomsday. It might also be the will of the country. Because most of them were women from America, this was a perfect fit with the 2 countries in the plan that Shiyu mentioned earlier. They had become the sacrifices of the country in order to exchange for more advanced technology. However, this plan only saw the cost and did not have any substantial gains. Because it did not give any substantial technology to the 2 countries, only occasionally giving out some good parts. Wei, take a walk outside and familiarize yourself with the environment. Pay attention to the core points, especially the defense points of the armory. Lin Feng looked around. You'd better stay in your girly mode. You're too beautiful. I'm afraid. Don't worry, I know how to protect myself. Jianwei also saw the ridiculous things that happened around her. Remember to contact me if anything happens. After saying that, Lin Feng turned around and headed to the core area again because he had found his target. A depraved machine lady from the core area. According to his observation, her level was very high. Fallen machine women had a higher status than ordinary women. They could participate in some production and life, but they were still controlled. Lin Feng had specifically chosen a 5-star one, which meant that she would be more likely to participate. The war had been going on for almost 100 years, so some of the fallen mechanical suits must have gained the trust of the mechanical abyss. Seeing the fallen machine woman, Wilderness Wanderer's operation, Lin Feng finally understood. So the flying dagger is integrated with a biometric identification system. Then it doesn't seem that difficult. Because the machine lady was a very complex structure that combined various systems, the machine lady maintenance manual would also have information about it. Lin Feng was already a true expert in electronics and information technology. He walked up and said, "Hello, I'm new here today. I got separated from the supervisor. Do you know where the deformed mechanical suits are installed?" The wanderer glanced at Lin Feng and was a little cautious at first. However, thinking about the strict screening, she did not think too much about it. It's inside, but you need someone to bring you in. Otherwise, you might die before you even enter. Then, sister, can you bring me in? Lin Feng took the opportunity to get closer and maintain a distance that the system could force him to log in. I still have something to do. No, you're fine. Lin Feng smiled evilly. Yes, I'm fine. Lin Feng found the opportunity to forcefully log into the Wanderer and gain control. Then, the Wanderer started to help Lin Feng enter the biometric identification system. After that, it was time for Lin Feng to enter the system and quickly hack into the algorithm and database. A few minutes later, the complicated flying dagger was already in his hands. He even successfully turned off the identification and alarm system. It looked flawless. Now, bring me to the core data area. Remember to warn me if you encounter the warning system. Yes. The Wanderer led the way obediently and dealt with the people they met along the way. Lin Feng took the opportunity to ask, is the structure of every abyss the same? It's more or less the same, but the scale and development direction are a little different. Tell me the details. 108 is considered a small mechanical source. Its main development direction is to use the Desire Stone and the Converter to create the Tesseract to control the deformed mechanical suits and the land mech steel beasts. It's called the City of Desire. Quote, City of Desire. Not a bad place. Take it by force, or destroy it. Lin Feng could not do it now, so he should not be too hasty. The main purpose of this trip was to understand the Mechanical Abyss plan and steal the core technology. Desire Stone. What does it have? Where is it? Quote, it's a stone that contains special energy. It can infinitely magnify the desires of creatures and control their minds. It's in the R&D building in front. Lin Feng nodded. Bring me there now. Tell me about the other mechanical sources. There are a total of 200 mechanical abyss cities in the 8 East districts. They are spread across 11 countries. The mechanical abyss bases 80 to 160 in Fire Country. The ones in Junhai are 106, 107, and 108. Quote, 107 mainly develops giant mechanical suits and marine mechanical suits. 106 mainly develops demonic beasts and sea beasts. Lin Feng was a little surprised. There were far more enemies on Blue Planet than he had imagined. Area 108 alone had almost destroyed Junhai City. At the center of the forbidden area was Area 107, which was also the strongest mechanical abyss. Are they attacking Blue Planet just for energy? Lin Feng continued asking. There are two reasons. One is to capture a large number of prisoners and ordinary people to provide genetic energy, which can also be used as their war machines are venting. The other is to plunder the various fossil fuels that humans have stored. They are the lowest creatures in the star field, and their strength is limited. They don't have enough ability to extract resources on Blue Planet, so they rely on plundering. The ultimate goal of the Mechanical Abyss is to wipe out the resistance forces on Blue Planet and complete the Stargate project. Lin Feng was a little glad that he seemed to have found a machine lady with a high status who knew a lot. Otherwise, he would have to decrypt the database to obtain these core plans. Along the way, many researchers greeted the Wanderer respectfully, which meant that she had a high status. Naturally, there was a lot of trouble. What is the Stargate project? Tell me in detail. Quote, the Stargate project is to create a portal to other star fields or worlds. The purpose is to allow higher-level creatures from the chaotic star field to come to Blue Planet. So, they don't have the conditions to transmigrate now. Currently, Blue Planet is very unstable. They can transmigrate under extreme conditions, but they can't grasp the pattern. What's the purpose of the higher-level creatures coming here? As their second home, because the geothermal energy inside Blue Planet is enough for them to use for 3 billion years. However, the ones transmigrating are the lowest-level creatures, which are equivalent to sacrifices or test subjects. They don't have the ability to use geothermal energy. Quote. After a while, Lin Feng was a little stunned. This content was too shocking. Such powerful technology was only the lowest level. It was really difficult for Blue Planet people to live. Take me to the data center now. I don't have access to the data center. My highest access is to enter the mecha loading area. Then take me to the data center first, then the mecha loading area. Lin Feng memorized the location of the data center and then went to the core R&D area. As soon as he arrived, many staff members came forward to greet him. The Wanderer said according to Lin Feng's request, this is the new assistant. I'll show him around. You don't have to worry about us. After that, Lin Feng followed the Wanderer to the mecha loading area of the R&D building. The core was a converter and a large energy pillar. In the middle of the energy pillar, there was an energy body shining with red light. This is the Desire Stone. Yes, the one next to it is the reactor. The one above it is the converter. It can absorb energy and convert it into the required energy. These derived small reactors can be combined with the genes of living creatures. Together with the special energy of the Desire Stone, they can fuse into the mind Rubik's Cube. Lin Feng then saw an ordinary person fusing with the mental Rubik's Cube, and the appearance of a mech quickly appeared around him. It was like 3D printing, but it was faster and could be retracted and expanded freely. They were more independent. All right, let them leave. There was no change or resistance in the Wanderer's eyes. He quickly asked the staff to leave. What will happen if I take the Desire Stone directly? It will disturb the guard of the mind and greatly increase the desire. If you want to move, you will need to use a special Abyss secret box. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and give it to me. Without any hesitation, Lin Feng hacked all the cameras and began to sweep through the place. The Desire Stone, the reactor, and the mental Rubik's Cube, he would take them all first. At this moment, he was only thinking about the needs of his research and did not have any evil thoughts. After all, how could such things be in the hands of the enemy? After taking the important things, Lin Feng ran straight to the data center. All right, go out now. Start creating chaos after 10 minutes. The more chaotic, the better. After that, you can escape. Lin Feng then ordered the military's White Eagle M Series 155mm cannon to push forward and start running into the strategic point outside 12 minutes later. After arranging everything, Lin Feng went outside to meet up with Su Qingyan and Jian Wei. Let's go. The three of them ran straight to the data center. Who are you guys? Is it important? Su Qingyan said calmly. The two guards had already fallen to the ground. Lin Feng piloted the phantom mechanical suit and attacked. All the warning systems were temporarily suspended. Lin Feng looked at the time and said, Qingyan, break the door. Bang! The blade mechanical suit directly broke the security door of the data center. Lin Feng jumped out of the phantom mechanical suit and quickly connected to the system. This was the most important purpose of this trip. All the technical data of Mechanical Abyss 107 was here. Lin Feng's hands moved quickly. After a series of crackling operations, all the firewall encryption locks existed in name only. Like paper paste, they were broken layer by layer. Using the high-speed transmission ability of the system, the data was quickly sent over. At this time, the wanderers outside could already start setting fires, spreading rumors, and giving orders blindly. All kinds of chaos continued. Done. Qingyan, go and meet up with Qingwan. At the same time, prepare to seal the underground passage. Jian Wei and I will go to the armory and give them a surprise. Yes. Lin Feng directly destroyed the data center and all the equipment. Then, he activated the warp engine, and lightning flashed all the way. All kinds of delays and dizziness. The outside was already in chaos. A few phantom attackers directly appeared in the armory. At the same time, Su Yunpeng's mechanical suit was already in position. 15 large-caliber grenades continued to bombard the periphery. In the state of war, the door of the armory had already been opened. There were people holding weapons, but they still did not know who the enemy was. Time was of the essence. Lin Feng directly looked at the best weapon. He took the best S-grade beam cannon. Then, he swept the missiles. The people beside him were stunned and took a long time to react. Too late. Lin Feng turned around and attacked with a phantom assault. He took out his lightstream sword and directly detonated the ammunition warehouse. The violent power was like a greedy beast, crazily devouring the lives of the enemies. It directly caused a chain reaction. The entire research building was shaking. Coupled with the loss of all the data, many years of research and development were destroyed. Recently, their strength was crazily depleted by Lin Feng. It would be extremely difficult for Mechanical Abyss 108 to rise again. Qingwan, seal the tunnel. A 100-meter-tall mechanical suit rose from the ground and put down the seal that was prepared in advance. The material quickly expanded and directly sealed the tunnel. Junhai, Frontline Command Center. This is so satisfying. Chen Fei looked at the satellite image and clapped. Looking at everyone's excited expression, it was obvious that they had been suppressing it for too long. So, the Mechanical Abyss has its moments of glory. Awesome. Also, the satellite system after Lin Feng's upgrade is so good. We can see the image directly. Quote. The 4-star commander Ning Ming could not help but praise. At this moment, Su Yunpeng was also excited as if he was on the battlefield himself. When Lin Feng asked him to provide support, he was still a little confused. However, time was tight, so he did not ask much and only pushed forward to provide cover fire. Good, very good. The pressure on the defense will be much lower now. Quote. Yes, after all, number 108 Mechanical Abyss has a large number of demonic beasts on the ground. Quote. Su Yunpeng reluctantly shifted his gaze from the Mechanical Abyss to Lin Feng. Quick, tell me, what did you guys do? When you said that the 3-star aberrated demonic beasts were only used to attack the hospital, I was already suspicious because this was not in line with their usual will. Lin Feng roughly explained. I see. I guess only you have such amazing ideas and courage. I don't even dare to think about such a plan. Su Yunpeng was stunned after hearing Lin Feng's bold plan. This is all because of Zanji's strength. Otherwise, even if I had such an opportunity, I wouldn't dare to try it. Before Su Yunpeng could react to the results, Lin Feng continued. What I did is not important. What's important is what I'm going to do. This was the reason why Lin Feng came to the command center directly. It was best to have the support of the army's resources. Su Yunpeng looked at Lin Feng curiously. He could not see through the shocking energy hidden under this arrogant and cold face. When Lin Feng said this, he knew that he had a big plan again, and it would definitely be shocking. Kid, what big move are you holding back this time? Lin Feng walked directly to the side of the map and knocked on the military port. I'm going to take back this biggest military port and use it as a base. Then, I'll transform this abandoned factory into the biggest missile base in Junhai and combine the sea, land, and air forces to suppress them. If we enter, we can go up north to reinforce Shanghai and Shangjing, go down south to take back base Sanya and even restore the aircraft carrier fleet, and attack the Mechanical Abyss on land. Lin Feng's eloquent speech shocked everyone so much that they didn't dare to speak. They were all dumbfounded, as if they had been hit by a stick. Su Yunpeng nodded as if he was eating a pie drawn by the shop owner. Now that the land is completely sealed, it's difficult for the base cities to communicate with each other. The sea is indeed a breakthrough. The surrounding people were already scared silly by this plan. It was as if thunder had exploded above their heads. Even their breathing seemed to have stopped. At the same time, he was also curious as to why Su Yunpeng was so calm. Was this the temperament of a commander? Su Yunpeng murmured as he recalled Lin Feng's thoughts. Suddenly, he realized something. He was stunned for a moment. Then, he swallowed 2 or 3 mouthfuls of saliva as if his throat was dry. Wah, what? What did you say? Take down the Joshan base. Are you kidding me? Su Yunpeng's actions startled everyone. Cough, cough. Su Yunpeng looked at the surrounding people and knew that he had lost his composure. Then, he said calmly. If you're dreaming, you can be bolder. I think crossing the Milky Way suits your temperament. Su Yunpeng couldn't help but tease him. Lin Feng's plan was really too far-fetched. After so many years of fighting, it was already good enough to be able to defend the last base city. Not to mention building a military base in the middle of the Forbidden Land. Lin Feng said with a serious face, crossing the Milky Way is already a future plan. Now, we need to be down to earth and take things one step at a time. No one knew better than Lin Feng how much power he had. The reason why the others couldn't understand his thoughts was because they didn't know his strength. Seeing Lin Feng's calm face, Su Yunpeng was confused. You can't be serious, right? Come on, tell me, how can you be down to earth? Quote. Lin Feng gathered his thoughts and continued. If he could get the support of the government, the construction of the base would be much faster. This was because most of the excellent missile vehicles and rocket launchers were in the hands of the military. However, they were all covered in dust because they didn't have any missiles or rockets. This was a powerful firepower configuration. Su Qingwan is a destroyer, and Qin Shiru is a nuclear submarine. Both of them are SS-grade machines. Coupled with the advantage of weapons and missiles, I can protect myself with just this point. Coupled with the upgraded flying dagger in his hands and the fact that Zhou Mountain was also outside the Forbidden Land, Lin Feng was not particularly worried. If we can subdue the 2 ship ladies at Ning Port, we can start to take shape. Then, combined with the missile vehicles and rocket launchers, we can gain a foothold. As long as we continue to increase our firepower, we can form a very good counterattack and start the counterattack. Although this plan was a little radical, it could be solved quickly. Coupled with the resources in Lin Feng's hands, he could indeed support his idea. The powerful sea performance of the Storm Goddess mechanical suit was his biggest reliance. Furthermore, through the trip to the mechanical abyss, he had obtained the core technical data and the largest manufacturing base. As long as he deciphered the technical data, he could put it into production. The recent experience of putting out fires everywhere made him feel like he was being led by the nose by the mechanical abyss civilization. In Lin Feng's eyes, offense was the best defense. Therefore, this time, he planned to build a base and take the initiative to attack. Step 1. With the mechanical suit as the core, manufacturing as the cornerstone, and technology as the support. Step 2. With the direction of the mechanical abyss, the goal is to recover the lost land. Step 3. Multi-point coordination, using points to cover the entire area. Everyone was shocked when they heard Lin Feng's maneuvers. Someone's pen fell to the ground, and everyone was pulled back. Su Yunpeng already knew that this was not Lin Feng's idea on a whim but a plan that he had thought through carefully. It turned out that he had planned this long ago. I apologize for my actions just now. Maybe I'm the clown. I've been beaten up for too long. I only think about how to defend and have forgotten how to attack. I'm ashamed. Go ahead and do it. The Junhai army will fully support your plan. I think those old guys in Junhai City will also do their best to help. Otherwise, I'll kill them. Quote. Su Yunpeng sighed. Then, he brought up the data and analyzed it with Lin Feng. Seeing Su Yunpeng's state, everyone knew that the all-powerful fearless vanguard from 5 years ago had returned. Everyone's emotions were also raised. First of all, the 2 warships at Ning Port look familiar, but I've never seen their flags before. They don't seem to be well equipped, but their energy firepower is very strong. Lin Feng looked at the WeChat picture and listened to the introduction. Actually, he already knew that it was the ship girl from the Azure nautical world. He was indeed very tempted. He also wanted to try what it felt like to have a ship girl who was full of cuteness in the 2D world. However, he did not know the purpose of their trip, nor did he know their attitude toward the human commander. He did not want to give it a try and die. He planned to contract Chincharu first. Once his strength was guaranteed, he would try again. After all, living with a machine girl made him feel like a king who did not attend court early. Junhai City, Frontline Command. Lin Feng and Su Yunpeng were discussing the specific deployment and how to cooperate and coordinate in the future. Su Yunpeng received a video conference notification from the Fire Country's military. Quick, get ready, it's an emergency meeting. Oh right, Lin Feng, you have to participate as well. Lin Feng was stunned. Wasn't this kind of military emergency meeting a top-secret meeting? Su Yunpeng smiled and said, although you're not part of the military system, your power is now on the same level as mine. And I heard that the main character of this emergency meeting might be you. Lin Feng was a little confused, but his face was still calm and indifferent. Not long after, a few of the senior commanders gathered in the conference room. This was a direct video conference with the Fire Country's military. The standard was very high, and the confidentiality was very strong. Everyone did not slack off and waited for the meeting to begin. After a series of signals, the image appeared. It was different from what everyone had imagined. There was no host, and no opening speech. On the screen, there was a burly soldier with a dignified face, shiny hair, and a faint heroic spirit on his forehead. The 3 golden stars on his epaulette were dazzling. On the pine-green epaulette, there were golden leaves and 3 golden stars. This was the mark of the army's general. This was the Fire Country's army's commander-in-chief. The commander-in-chief's opening words were also very special. Su Yunpeng, you can talk to me directly now. You can treat this as a special personal communication video. And this is not an official meeting, because this method is the best for confidentiality and the fastest for efficiency. The commander-in-chief said directly. Su Yunpeng's body trembled. The pressure of directly talking to the highest commander was indeed a little too much. Yes, according to your instructions, the 5 senior commanders and Lin Feng are all present. Lin Feng directly called him an expert. The highest standard emergency meeting, and you used it as a personal communication video, you're really a torture. According to your report, Lin Feng brought people to blow up the research and development building in 108 Mechanical Abyss. I immediately organized a meeting, and now the main thing is to convey the meeting's decision and to see our young hero. Su Yunpeng quickly pulled Lin Feng over. Commander-in-Chief, he is Lin Feng. Lin Feng also saluted and said, Commander-in-Chief. The commander looked at Lin Feng seriously. Not bad, very good. He looked at Lin Feng as if he was looking at a rising superstar. There was expectation and surprise in his eyes. When the commander received the report, he was also shocked beyond words. However, he knew that Su Yunpeng would not dare to report such a situation. In the previous report, the rewards that they had discussed hadn't been announced yet. Unexpectedly, an even more explosive result came again. Blowing up the R&D building was equivalent to destroying the mechanical abyss regenerative ability. Furthermore, he had obtained the key data. He immediately organized an emergency meeting and initiated this special call as soon as the meeting ended. Alright, the situation is urgent, so let's cut to the chase. I will announce the decision of the meeting first. Between Lin Feng's outstanding talent as a commander and his heroic feats in many dangerous situations. To be able to have such strength and achieve such results in 3 days, this is unprecedented. At the same time, this is also the first time someone dares to face the mechanical Yuan head-on. I also hope that Junhai will be the first base city to sound the horn of counterattack. What is even more precious is this sense of patriotism. Based on the above circumstances, we have decided to give Lin Feng the highest level of support in the Fire Country. Furthermore, this is also the only treatment available in the Fire Country. All the outstanding machine ladies in the 3 armies will be given priority to Lin Feng. Due to the special circumstances, we hope that the local security forces and police will follow suit and do not need to apply anymore. Quote. Hearing this, Lin Feng was a little stunned. This was far beyond his expectations. The highest level. It was even a custom-made privilege. This treatment was indeed a little too comfortable. He thought that it was just an S-grade component reward. This choice of excellent machine ladies was not much better than components. Lin Feng, this is only one aspect. If you have any other requests, you can directly ask Su Yunpeng or me. If possible, we will satisfy them. Lin Feng thought about whether he should be thick-skinned and ask for more components. In the end, he gave up. After all, one should know when to stop. Then, he spoke. Is there a machine lady who has awakened an aircraft carrier? That's right. One should know when to stop. When one could get a machine lady, one should never only ask for components. When Lin Feng's words came out, everyone was shocked. Su Yunpeng was stunned. Can't you be more mature and steady like me? Asking for a component is not too much. You just asked for an aircraft carrier. Is an aircraft carrier something you can just ask for? Is there a possibility that the commander was just being polite? That's official language, do you understand? However, to everyone's surprise, the commander did not have any intention to blame him, nor was he embarrassed or evasive, but just said calmly. If it was any other time, I wouldn't dare to say it. But this is a meeting of the highest level of confidentiality, so I will just say it. There are indeed people who have awakened an SSS-grade aircraft carrier, but I'm afraid you won't be able to control it at the moment. When Lin Feng heard that, he was secretly delighted. He had only wanted to give it a try, but it turned out that there really were. And from the commander's words, as long as his energy storage capacity was able to control it, he would support it. He learned about the awakening of the aircraft carrier in the Yan country. Lin Feng's deep eyes shone brightly. Many men wished to be able to come into contact with their secret. Steel was the most luxurious romance for men. The problem of energy consumption could always be solved. If not, he could join the training in advance. It was not a big problem to increase his star level. Seeing that the commander-in-chief was still waiting for his answer, Lin Feng began to estimate the bonuses he could obtain immediately. Every time he contracted a machine, his energy core would continue to evolve. Previously, when he contracted the SS grade Su Qingwan, the SS grade was 5 times the S grade, and the bonus directly increased by 100%. Currently, it was a total increase of 440%. Energy storage limit, 1320, energy conversion ability, 44 megajoules H. Strength, 61, stamina, 58, mental power, 53, agility, 51, defense, 56. The increased physical attributes also made Lin Feng more powerful on the battlefield. And after contracting Chincharu, it would increase by 100% and 25 points of attributes. There was also an auxiliary tanker waiting for him at home. He could continue to grow without leveling up. This was Lin Feng's confidence. With such a large base of 1 star, after entering the Tower of Trials to increase his star level, the benefits would also be greater. Su Yunpeng saw that Lin Feng did not continue and inexplicably heaved a sigh of relief. After all, he was the commander-in-chief. It was best to give in. But Lin Feng was only calculating his current energy storage limit. Lin Feng said confidently, "Don't worry about the energy consumption, as long as the performance is strong enough." Su Yunpeng felt that cold sweat was about to break out. Although it was the highest specification, you can't just ask for an aircraft carrier, right? The few commanders behind him were also shocked and broke out in cold sweat. At this moment, the commander-in-chief was also shocked. Was this the confidence of an SSS-grade commander? But no matter how he calculated, it could not be that high. Even an SSS-grade commander could not have more than 1,000 stars. As everyone knows, these SSS-grade machines are included in Project Spark. If one day we can return to the sea, they will be our greatest reliance. This is also completely confidential, but this is a highly confidential meeting. I will also let you know that the energy consumption per hour is more than 4 digits. After saying this, the commander-in-chief thought that Lin Feng would be discouraged, but to his surprise, Lin Feng was still as calm as ever. Isn't this a coincidence? My storage capacity has already exceeded 4 digits. Quote. As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. What did it mean for a 1-star commander to have more than 1,000 energy stores? With such a large base, how terrifying of an existence would they be after rising in stars? After that, many of the special parts required a large amount of energy. Offensive kinetic weapons, electromagnetic cannons, and particle weapons all required various types of energy, not conventional missiles. The commander-in-chief paused for a moment before saying, "I don't mean to suspect you. I'm just curious. Tell me, what's the upper limit of your energy storage? I'll arrange it for you." Lin Feng thought about it and was unsure of the actual energy consumption of the aircraft carrier. However, he knew that if he could satisfy them, he might be able to own his first aircraft carrier soon. He counted the machine ladies that he could confirm a contract with, especially the SS-grade Chincharu and the auxiliary tanker. Lin Feng said calmly, "The upper limit is a little over 2,000, and the conversion rate is no less than 80 megajoules per hour." He wasn't exaggerating at all. It was just that the bonus was brought forward. Furthermore, the 500% bonus from contracting an SSS-grade aircraft carrier had not been factored in. However, at this moment, no one dared to believe their ears. Even Su Yunpeng, who thought that he knew Lin Feng very well, was in disbelief. Other than shock, the commander-in-chief's eyes were also filled with surprise. Haha, good, good. I'll form an application later. How about this, I'll send you the information. Quote. Hearing the commander-in-chief's words, everyone in the conference room was overjoyed. Not only did they not blame him. After that, Junhai City also had an aircraft carrier. More importantly, Lin Feng actually had the energy to drive an aircraft carrier. This was even more exciting. More importantly, Lin Feng could also command other machine ladies to fight at the same time. Just thinking about it was shocking. No wonder Junhai City was called so. Lin Feng was looking at the information sent by the commander-in-chief. Just by looking at the picture, Lin Feng was already amazed at how such a perfect woman could exist in this world. The woman's name was Modi. As for her looks, she was the kind of woman that could be forgiven with just one look. Seeing that the commander-in-chief was so easy to talk to, Su Yunpeng even told him about Lin Feng's Operation Storm. The commander-in-chief was even more excited when he heard this. He said that there was no need to say anything else and that he would form a meeting now. Not only the aircraft carrier, but he also began to count all the machine ladies who had awakened their airships and sent them all to Junhai City. It did not matter if Lin Feng's body was strong enough. The most important thing now was to think of a way to send them over. After all, it was extremely dangerous to organize a cross-city escort under such circumstances. If they were not careful, the machine might be destroyed and the people might die. After hearing about this situation, Lin Feng felt that something was amiss. Even if it was a fighter jet, there was no guarantee that it would be safe. Therefore, he immediately went to pick them up. The other side only needed to give him the coordinates. Not only did he have a blade mech that could fly in the sky, but he also had a storm mech that could wade through water. No matter what, it was safer than a fighter jet. The meeting ended happily and hastily. Lin Feng looked at a message from Yin Xin. Spring is strong in the hibiscus tent. Where are the budding gentlemen? Lin Feng looked at this shy and provocative message. He smiled and replied with 2 words, wait. He admitted that he was lustful, but it was not to the extent that he was blinded by lust. He had more important things to do now. After comprehensive consideration, Lin Feng prepared to install the newly obtained S-grade beam cannon on the storm mech. This way, he could maximize his advantage. The beam cannon was also known as the mega particle cannon. Its attack method was to shoot a focused beam of light, a high-speed stream of mega particles. No ordinary armor would be able to stop its attack. As for the mega particles, Lin Feng was not worried at all because he could convert them into any energy needed. Normally, a machine lady equipped with the beam cannon would need to gather Milovsky particles from the body's nuclear fusion furnace. The Milovsky particles were collected by a device called an energy condenser. Then, they were compressed by a high-density I-force field until they formed megaparticles. Therefore, the beam cannon required a very high energy consumption and a very large energy condenser. However, this was not a problem for Lin Feng. Therefore, he decided to remove the energy condenser directly. It was important to reduce the size. If it was too heavy, it would affect the mech's mobility. Also, the advantage of the beam cannon was that it was not like an ejection launcher or missile device that needed to consider the missile. The beam cannon only needed energy. After Lin Feng finished installing the storm mechanical suit, he was ready to add the Eagle supersonic missile into the production sequence. This missile was expensive, but it was definitely useful. The Wilderness Wanderer has been found, but her injuries are quite serious. I don't know if she can be saved. Chen Fei ran in and reported. It was the Wanderer that Lin Feng had arranged to escape. He was worried that there would be problems with the decryption. Because there might be many coding rules unique to the Mechanical Abyss civilization that could not be dealt with, he asked her to escape after creating chaos. She was very familiar with the City of Desire, and her level was also very high. If used well, it would be of great help to the decryption. Let's go take a look first. She won't die as long as she's breathing. Quote. On this side, they were preparing to attack the military port in Joshan with great fanfare. On the other side, Mechanical Abyss 108 of Junhai City. Ruler Lin Yuan's mentality had already collapsed. Looking at the collapsed R&D building in front of him, he could not understand. He, who was having fun in the secret room, actually came out because of this. The R&D building was destroyed, and the buildings around the core area were also affected. Years of hard work were destroyed. More importantly, the Desire Stone was lost, and his control over the mutated mechanical suits and steel beasts was reduced. He could no longer produce the mined Rubik's Cube. He was already furious a few days ago, and now his mentality had collapsed. Useless things, trash, all trash, trash. Quote. As he spoke, he killed those mutated mechanical suits that he did not like. Even the life forms from the chaotic star field were not spared. They called themselves high-dimensional life forms. After coming to the blue planet for so long, Lin Yuan suddenly felt that the word, trash, appeared very frequently. Especially in the past 2 days, it had almost become a catchphrase. This was all because of Lin Feng's strong appearance. Not only because of the losses, but more importantly, he realized that the blue planet people were starting to challenge his authority. Yesterday, they destroyed the missile base, and today, they directly attacked his home. Are they going to destroy me tomorrow? Stupid blue planet people, just you wait. Then, he directly contacted the rulers of Mechanical Abyss 107 and 106, and started the Alliance Abyss meeting that had not been held for a long time. Although he did not want to admit that he had failed in front of them. But at this moment, he had already become the loser in their eyes. Monet of Mechanical Abyss 107 said with a slight teasing tone, Lin Yuan, what's going on recently? Your head is swollen, right? At that time, you volunteered to be the main attacker. He even said that he doesn't want us to interfere and wants us to develop in peace. Quote. It could be heard that Monet was somewhat dissatisfied with Lin Yuan's previous style, but he didn't argue with him. Recently, his own research and development had been developing very well. Arak from the 106th Mechanical Abyss also said, in the end, you won't get it. Maybe it's because you didn't choose the right name for this blue planet. It's definitely not a problem with your intelligence. What do you know? This is called the Fire Country's style. It is said that the Fire Country's culture has a long history and all of you wouldn't understand. Lin Yuan was a little embarrassed, but he still defended himself. This was the result of his careful consideration. Although he had initially refused to learn the Yan language, it was too difficult after all. Arak continued, all right, since you've admitted that it's a problem with your intelligence, I won't say anything more. You're putting a lot of pressure on us now. Yesterday, the East 8 main base asked me to take over the main attack position in Junhai City. The 8th East District is the key to Project Stargate. The lack of energy will directly affect the progress of Project Stargate. This was the last thing Yuan wanted to go through, but he had no other choice now. If he didn't save the situation, he might be punished directly. In order to live, this pride was nothing. The key was that he had no way of taking revenge now, other than the Blade Edge mechanical suit and Phantom mechanical suit that suddenly appeared in the open. He also heard that there was a mysterious commander in Junhai City. Lin Yuan said in a somewhat low voice, all right, the two of you don't need to bother me. Who doesn't know that what you guys have is the black technology with real combat power? Quote. I admit that the attack was too smooth previously, and I started to indulge in pleasure and slack off. However, you guys don't have to hide anymore. Help me. Quote. Arak thought for a while and said, yesterday, I was preparing to take back the sea area that was snatched away previously and use Yard's latest invention, the deep sea top, to extract energy from the bottom of the sea, but I ran into some trouble. Lin Yuan's eyes lit up. That's great. What problem did you run into? I still have a batch of trump cards with me. Quote. He knew that he had to plan carefully if he wanted to take revenge. He claimed to be the strongest on land, but he still failed. In the past 3 days, he had been beaten silly. The most important thing now was how to quickly gather enough energy to hand over to the main base. Otherwise, he would probably be the first mechanical abyss master to be punished. Arak smiled faintly. You can't help on the sea. Monet, why don't you help? I heard that your newly built giant sea mecha can go into the water. Monet was expressionless, and no one could tell if he was happy or angry. Arak saw through Monet's thoughts. He was just a little speechless that the energy source he detected was in the sea area that was occupied. He did not care about normal destroyers, but that destroyer was different. Its energy model was a little different, and its firepower was comparable to the 4-star or even 5-star mechas he encountered before. Most importantly, his cannonballs often missed or did not do much damage even if they did. Now, there was suddenly another cruiser that he did not know the strength of to work with. He did not want to put his own assets on the line. All right, as long as you help me take down those 2 ships, I'll give you 30% of the energy obtained in the future. Lin Yuan also said, that's right, we should work together. I'll also provide land missile support. I won't let your baby be damaged. Monet then said, all right, it's settled then. That sea mecha is a few times more precious than a ship. Take it easy. That's my 10 years of hard work. Quote. Monet was very tempted by the 30% energy. With this energy source, not only would he not have to worry about the quantum energy quota for the main base, but he would also be able to build the city of Mechanical Abyss. He could also ensure the development of his machinery city. The Mechanical Abyss he was in called the Machinery City, and he called himself the Machinery Lord. Take it. This is the secret control key. Be careful and try not to use it if you can. Then, Monet turned around and left. Arak went straight to the S-grade hangar to get the mecha and left excitedly. He had been coveting that destroyer for a long time. After taking it down, he would not have to worry about Monet's attitude at sea anymore. Furthermore, that sea area was originally his, so he would definitely be unhappy about it being occupied. He was not prepared to wait any longer and immediately contacted his general, Yard. Yard, gather the sea beasts and prepare for battle. Lin Yuan also had a lot of anger in his heart. He took out all the missiles in the spare arsenal, gathered the last of his forces, and sent them to Peaceport. He showed the greatest sincerity for the cooperation of the three mechanical abyss for the first time. Junhai City, Ning Harbor. Ning Harbor was a temporary military port that had been converted from an economic port, but it was abandoned now. Two ships were docked there. One was the light patrol ship Yi Xian, and the other was the destroyer Snow Gale. On Snow Gale, a fierce-looking loli in a white dress stood on the deck. She had silver hair and orange eyes. She also had a pair of pointy beast ears and a signature bow on her head. She looked a little cute with a stubborn and proud look on her face. She was the kind of big-eyed loli that would make people cry for a long time after being punched. However, she was Master Snow Gale in the Azure Sea route. Some people called her Master Lotus or Snow Prince. Snow Gale also had the title of Auspicious Rabbit. Her special skill allowed her to reduce damage to 1. This was also the reason why 106 Mechanical Abyss was defeated. Yang Yan Class Destroyer 8 Destroyer Snow Gale Lotus. Type: Banish. Alignment: Heavy Sakura. Identity: Lucky Ship, Nako. Personality: Proud, Regretful. Cuteness: Bow, Beast Ears, Baby Face, White Silk, Stockings. Equipment: 127mm cannon, quadruple 610mm torpedo T1, anti-air cannon. Special skill: when unsinkable Lucky Ship is damaged, there is a 5.0% 25.0% chance of reducing damage to 1. Wu Harbor's Snow Gale reduces damage to the main fleet. Open black lens bracket, close black lens bracket. Looking at the octopus tank that suddenly appeared in front of them. And the giant black shark steel beast that was moving at an extremely fast speed. Danger flashed across their eyes. The steel sea beasts of the mechanical abyss, luckily they are not coming for me. That scared me. Snow Gale patted her huge chest with her small hands. Sigh, no. You guys want to bully Sister Xian, Do you think Master Snowman is just a decoration? Quote. Then, she went directly to the quadruple 610mm torpedo tubes. Listen up, I'm the noble, lucky, and invincible Master Snow Gale. 4 big black guys were shot out quickly, hiding a huge amount of energy. When they came into contact with the giant black shark steel beast, a huge amount of energy burst out. 4 gigantic fireballs exploded, setting off raging waves. The 4 8-meter-long armored black sharks also instantly disintegrated, and the surrounding sea beasts were directly overturned. However, more steel sea beasts were still gathering. Looking at the turbulent surface of the sea, he knew that there were still sea beasts swimming downstream. If you don't want to live, then bring it on. The snow wind increased its speed to 20 knots and sped towards the Yi Immortal. The underwater exotic beasts were extremely difficult to deal with. This brought a lot of pressure to Shui Feng, who had a lot of battle experience. From time to time, they would crazily throw out water mines as support, and from time to time, they would mobilize their main cannons to attack. This was because the Yi Immortal was being besieged. According to Yard's experience, the new light patrol was weaker than the Snow Gale, so he made the Yi Immortal their primary target. Also, Shui Feng's psychedelic operation often made him suffer. He even suspected that there was something wrong with the missiles. At this moment, the Yi Immortal was under great pressure. The numerous and annoying sea beasts on the surface of the water were even more troublesome than the low-grade sirens. The high-speed cannons on the Yi Immortal spat out tongues of fire, intercepting the incoming missiles. The missiles continued to explode, and fireballs bloomed one after another. The surface of the sea was filled with smoke and fire, and smoke rose from all directions. The shells fell into the sea and splashed everywhere on the waves. The place where the water met the sky lit up as if a volcano had erupted from the sea. Today, Sister Xian was wearing a white cheongsam with knee-length stockings. This was the legendary long, straight black hair. Facing such a powerful and concentrated attack, even the usually calm and elegant Sister Xian was a little flustered. The ship shook crazily, and the sound of shells exploding could be heard. The Yi Immortal had run out of shells. The snow wind rushed over and attracted a lot of firepower. At this time, Sister Xian walked to the deck shakily. She was already injured in the battle just now. Why are there so many of them this time? Did they really think Master Shui Feng is easy to bully? Shui Feng said proudly. Sister Xian looked at her own situation and said, I'm almost out of ammunition. Am I going to fail? No, definitely not this time. The Yi Immortal stood up again. She looked at the incoming enemies with determination and confidence. Even she knew that the difference between the enemy and her was huge. She took out her binoculars and looked. The enemies started to form up on the surface of the sea as if they were waiting for something. There were more than 50 strange octopus tanks and huge black sharks with huge fangs. There were also many unknown creatures on the surface of the sea that she didn't know. The missiles on the ground were also a great threat. If all of these were still within her range of tolerance. 2 huge battleships appeared on the surface of the sea, and her heart sank again. It was only a matter of time before they failed in this kind of firepower. At this time, Shui Feng also saw the situation. Sister Xian retreat. We can't deal with this situation. Master Shui Feng will come back. Quote. Shui Feng looked at the energy she had saved up and was a little reluctant. But she didn't think that her luck could guarantee that she and the Yi Immortal could survive in this kind of situation. However, at this time, 2 huge killer whales suddenly appeared behind them and blocked their path of retreat. I've already tried to call for help. I don't know if anyone will receive it. The battleships appeared, and the enemy started a new round of attacks. Bombs kept falling. The 2 ships were struggling under the powerful firepower and were about to collapse. The dense firepower had overwhelmed the 2 of them. At this time, 8 fighter jets appeared in the sky again and formed up in front. It seemed that they weren't going to give them any chance. The ammunition was used up. Looking at the missiles hanging under the fighter jets, she knew that they couldn't avoid it this time. Did we still fail? The last trace of confidence in Sister Xian eyes disappeared, and she closed her eyes in despair. Bang, bang, bang. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, the sound of gunfire came from the distance. The rapidly approaching missiles exploded above Sister Xian's head like exploding fireballs. This thunderous sound caused her to open her plum-red eyes again. What is this? The main cannon is so fast. Sister Xian stood up and looked into the distance. This flag looks like the flag of the Fire Country. Are the reinforcements here? This is the lucky ship. Quote. The Snow Gale and Yi Xian's faces lit up with joy. They looked at the horizon and saw a white destroyer approaching quickly. The red flag on the control deck was very bright. The thunderous sound of firing came from afar and it was deafening. The sound of firing got louder and louder. It was as if thousands of soldiers and horses were galloping over, leaving trails of flames and red sparks behind. All they could see were exploding steel flowers. At this moment, this was the most beautiful sea of flowers in the eyes of the 2 girls. At the same time, a blue and black flying mech appeared in the sky. It was the bladed mech. The fiery red sword in its hand was swung and a large amount of red energy was emitted. The mech that had almost suffocated them turned into a fireball and fell quickly. The bladed mech activated its extreme speed mode and closed the distance between them. The mech was helpless. The cannons and machine guns fired wildly but it was to no avail. In the end, it couldn't escape the fate of crashing. The Yi Xian's eyes were filled with shock and anticipation. It's from the Fire Country. Is it a destroyer or a cruiser? Why does it feel different from ours? Oh my god. Quote. Is it a destroyer? But it's more advanced and bigger than mine. Quote. City, 052. It shouldn't be wrong. It shouldn't be an enemy, right? To be able to command such a powerful destroyer, it should be a very strong human commander. While the girls were guessing, Su Qingwan launched another attack on the city capital ship. The main cannon is in position. The target is locked, Su Qingwan said excitedly. This was her first battle as a destroyer and she was very excited. Fire. At this moment, Lin Feng was in the black phantom mech. Lin Feng gave the order. Bang, 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 bang. The rapid-firing ship's cannons spat out fireballs at a rate of nearly 50 per minute. It was like a roaring lion. The octopus tank in the distance turned into a sea of fire. Amazing. The accuracy of this rapid-fire cannon has reached 80%. Quote. At this time, the anti-aircraft cannons were also frantically intercepting the missiles fired by the opposing battleships. This did not affect Lin Feng's plan. The newly installed 8-unit vertical launcher rose and rotated again. The two sets of pitch-black cannon muzzles gave people a great sense of pressure. Eagle anti-ship supersonic missile in position. Target calibrated. Requesting launch. Fire. Two sets of Eagle missiles shot out, and the sputtering fireworks surged, covering the entire ship with a layer of mysterious veil. Lin Feng, who was in the mech, could also feel the blood rushing through his veins. The temporary Liger missile base built by Lin Yuan was instantly overturned. Smoke billowed like a volcanic eruption as a huge amount of energy poured out. With unstoppable force, it devoured all the living beings in the missile base. All hits, target destroyed. At this moment, the bladed mech, which had tripled its attributes, was already engaged in a fierce battle with the sea monsters. The bladed mecha didn't have the ability to swim in the sea, but she could fly. As soon as the sea monsters appeared, she doubted their bodies, whether they were servant or soldier level. They couldn't withstand a single slash from the bladed mech. After getting rid of these annoying long-range attacks, he confirmed that the bladed mech was no longer in danger. Lin Feng activated his long-range vision goggles and locked his gaze on the most threatening battleship. The main cannon of a battleship was extremely powerful and its defense was extremely high. It was far superior to destroyers and cruisers. It was difficult for ordinary conventional ammunition to cause damage. The beam cannon has locked onto Battleship 01 in the distance. Locked onto. Fire. A huge golden beam appeared, carrying powerful particles, causing the violent wind to stop. The command tower of Battleship 01 was hit. It instantly disintegrated. The missiles of the opposing battleship also flew over. Intercept. The high-speed anti-aircraft cannons trembled crazily, and the empty missiles also flew together like roaring beasts. Above the battleship, fireballs burst out one after another. The sound of explosions could be heard everywhere. After a few rounds of attacks, seeing that the capital ship was unscathed, the opponent was a little stunned. It directly transformed into a black mech that was 100 meters tall. However, Battleship 01 was hit, and there was an obvious hole in its chest. It's actually a giant mech. Lin Feng asked Su Qingwan to quickly approach the Yixian. Then, he exited the Phantom Mech's cockpit. Jian Wei, you go and save them. Remember what I told you before. Jian Wei directly jumped onto the deck of the Yixian. Storm Goddess Mech. Lin Feng shouted softly. Su Qingwan directly transformed into the Storm Goddess Mech. The cockpit seat popped out, and Lin Feng quickly entered and bounced up. The real battle has begun. Lin Feng smiled faintly and drove the mech to the side to increase the distance between them to avoid accidental injuries. The giant mech was stronger than the battleship form, but its energy consumption was also several times higher. Yi Xian and Shifeng, who were rescued on the deck, didn't even have time to hug each other and cry before they were stunned by the sudden change in front of them. Wasn't it a battleship just now? How did it become such a huge mech? Is this our ship girl form? But it's so big. Jian Wei looked at the two somewhat cute ship girls and felt a sense of familiarity. At least she was happy to be their comrade. Lin Feng's purpose of letting her come was naturally to let her use her advantage as a teacher. He took the two ship girls under his command. Jian Wei began to coax them with her voice and emotions. This is the ultimate state of the machine girl. You need to complete a contract with the commander to unlock the mech state. You need to have a strong tacit understanding with the commander. Usually, you will work closely together first. Quote. I'm also in mech form now, but I'm a small mech. My specialty is speed and electronic warfare. Quote. The two ship girls were not vigilant against Jian Wei, who came to rescue them. Like two obedient primary school students, they listened to Jian Wei's explanation. At this moment, Lin Feng had already piloted the storm mech and was already exchanging fire with the mech opposite him. The giant mech's combat power was not ordinary. It was several times stronger than the 3-star aberrated mechs they had encountered before. Lin Feng was having a hard time fighting against two of them. He could only forcefully increase the energy consumption and activate the S-grade nitrogen jet enabling device. The storm mech's speed, mobility, and firepower soared. While defending, it looked for opportunities to attack. With the help of the Achilles shock absorber A grade and the magnetorheological damper A, the speed and mobility of the Storm Goddess mech was gradually displayed. It was as if it was walking on flat ground on the surface of the sea. With a rapid glide, it pulled away and turned around, raising a violent wave. Then, the surrounding wind blew, gradually forming a huge tornado. The surrounding seawater surged, pulling up a huge whirlpool, gradually forming a huge water droplet with a diameter of 100 meters. Storm Goddess's wrath. The storm mech let out a loud roar and a huge storm of electricity swept towards Ji Shen, who was hot on his heels. The two huge mechs kept bobbing in the violent wind and waves, especially the injured mech number 1. Its system synchronization rate was less than 50%. The commander's orders could no longer be fully carried out. Then, the storm mech's hands turned into metal storm heavy machine guns. There were a total of 8 sets of machine guns, and each set had 8 30mm cannon barrels. The machine guns in the metal storm were fully fired, and the machine guns kept spinning. A huge amount of ammunition was shot out. All of them hit the chest of the number 1 giant mech opposite. The already injured mech was in danger under the continuous attacks of the storm mech, and its synchronization rate fell below 30%. The number 2 mech was personally piloted by Yard. It was much more cautious and more experienced. Taking the opportunity to pull away, he prepared the most murderous move. The huge palm opened, and a circular halo scattered. It looked a bit like the impact beam in Iron Man's hand. Then, a dazzling beam of light appeared and attacked the storm mech. Looking at the incoming beam of light, Lin Feng knew that with this speed, there was no way to dodge. A powerful beam of light came straight at him. The upgraded system quickly analyzed the energy. Since he couldn't avoid it, he wouldn't. Lin Feng smiled calmly. Quantum shield. A powerful energy shield appeared around the storm mech. Looking at the shield that was trembling slightly, Lin Feng said, "Too weak. Try mine." The chest of the mech opened, and a cannon with a diameter of 500 mm appeared. Then, a huge amount of energy gushed out, and a particle beam the size of a bowl went straight for the chest of mech number 2. Mech number 2 didn't have any space to dodge. Yard used the reverse thrust device and moved back crazily. At the same time, he activated his basic shield. However, the moment the shield was hit, it fluctuated violently and then disintegrated. Under the protection of the shield that Mecha number 2 was so proud of, it was still pierced through by the beam. This was because the cockpit and energy core of Mech number 2 were arranged separately. The active energy core was in the chest, and the cockpit was in the head. Yard barely managed to keep his life. In just one move, the winner was decided. Yard knew that he was no match for the storm mech. He ordered the injured mech number 1 to block the storm mech. Then, he used the reserve energy to escape crazily. Lin Feng saw a battleship sailing towards them from afar. He then looked at his rapidly decreasing energy. The beam cannon was very strong, but one shot of 103 could produce 200 megajoules of energy. He might be able to kill it if he chased after it, but the risk was too high. A gentleman doesn't build walls. Lin Feng decided to at least leave mech number 1 behind so that it would be easier to understand the giant machine box. Because this mech was different from the previous one that relied on biological cell tissue. It was an independent mech with a completely mechanical body. Then, you can stay. Mech number 1, who was going all out, was already in front of Lin Feng. Lin Feng turned the cannon into a fist, and energy gathered on the iron fist, facing the fist directly. Bang! A loud sound and energy spread. It was as if the air was whistling, and there was an ear-piercing roar. The storm mech stood still. Mech number 1 was already at the end of its rope. Its body swayed, and it almost sank to the bottom of the sea. Lin Feng didn't show any mercy. Only punches landed on flesh. Mech number 1 was severely deformed, and its fist could no longer move normally. At this time, a mechanical abyss life form with blue light ejected from the ejection pod. Then, the chi on his body spurted out as he prepared to escape. Stop struggling. The missile launcher on the back of the storm mech popped out, and an Eagle supersonic anti-ship missile shot out, leaving a trail of smoke behind it. With Lin Feng's immersive vision, it felt like a missile was swatting a fly. Higher dimensional lifeforms are nothing more than flies that fly a little faster. Boom! A huge fireball bloomed in the air, dazzling and eye-catching. Without its pilot, Mech number 1 was slowly sinking into the sea. Return to warship form. The gigantic storm mech transformed into a destroyer. Lin Feng turned the metal storm winch to drag the sinking number 1 mech. The number 1 mech had a lot of research value, and there were many good parts. He saw that the bladed mecha and phantom mecha had finished sweeping the battlefield and returned to the shore. Yi Xian and Shui Feng stood on the shore and kept waving their hands with their eyes wide open, as if they were welcoming the return of the victorious warship. Su Qingwan greeted him warmly. "Hello, I'm Cheng Duhao, you can also call me Qingwan." "Hello, I'm Yi Xian, thank you for just now." "Sister Qingwan, you were amazing just now, are you willing to be Shui Feng's friend?" "Of course, we'll be good sisters from now on." Su Qingwan looked at the two ship girls and felt good. "Sister Qingwan, do you want to turn into a ship?" Shui Feng heard from Jianwei that the ship girls here had an extra form. She was curious, ship form was the machine girl form here. "Sure." Su Qingwan put Lin Feng down and handed the number 1 mech to the bladed mecha. Then, she turned into a machine girl form, wearing a white mech. Su Qingwan stood proudly. "What a good body," Lord Shui Feng is shocked. At this time, Lin Feng slowly came out, looking at the machine girl form. Su Qingwan couldn't help but exclaim. He didn't know how a ship girl's age was calculated. At least, Shui Feng did look much younger. Lin Feng didn't interfere with what they called him. Lin Feng's appearance instantly attracted Yi Xian and Shui Feng's attention. "Human commander. Hello." Yi Xian began to observe Lin Feng. As for Shifeng, under the brainwashing guidance of Bafa Wei, he was more direct. "Are you the strongest commander in Junhai that Sister Wei Wei mentioned? Can my lucky Lord Shui Feng join your fleet?" "You can look at Lord Shui Feng's handsome face as much as you want." Lin Feng smiled. He secretly praised Jianwei for doing a good job. But he didn't expect Shui Feng to be so arrogant. She always talked about Lord Shui Feng. "You're still young. You can't always talk about Lord Shui Feng." Shui Feng was a little unconvinced as she puffed out her magnificent chest, her big breasts surging. "I'm young. Look carefully. I'm the mature Lord Shui Feng." Lin Feng didn't pretend. "You let me look, how can I not look good? It's indeed very big." Her breasts were magnificent, tight and beautiful, and her curves were perfect. "Are you satisfied? Can you consider Lord Shui Feng? Okay, can you consider Lord Shui Feng's future?" This caught Lin Feng a little off guard. This Jianwei was indeed a life mentor. He had completely fooled the little lowly into running around in circles. Of course, it could also be because they were looking for an excellent commander. Jianwei only answered their questions truthfully and imparted doubt to them. "You guys go back with me first." Lin Feng was now a little confused about the impact of the contract. He had just adapted to the collision of two civilizations. Now, the civilization of Azure Voyage had also begun to enter. This was the collision of three civilizations. What would happen after the contract? Could this be Mr. Yi's love for dragons? Lin Feng decided to take her back first. As for the contract, it was definitely a contract, but he had to study it first. Maybe there would be many different kinds of sparks. Are there snacks over there? Lord Shui Feng has been drinking fuel every day and has already vomited. Do you guys still eat snacks? Lin Feng hadn't heard of it, so he asked curiously. Of course, girls like to eat snacks. At this time, Yi Xian also turned into a ship and jumped over. Go back with you. Are you willing to fulfill the oath and become our commander? In the world of Azure Voyage, it was called an oath. Kind of. But the commander in this world is a little different from the commander in your understanding. Did Jianwei tell you? I said, I'm willing, but can you promise me that if you find a way to go back to Azure Voyage, can you save the Dongwang Guard Mansion? Although Yi Xian had transmigrated here by chance, they were still thinking about the Guard Mansion. If there is a safe and accurate transmigration method or machine, then there will be no problem. The Dongwang Guard Mansion in the world of Azure Voyage was equivalent to the Fire Country. After all, there were so many beautiful ship girls. But then what was the difference between him and Cao? But this was a big fierce lowly and an elegant and talented woman. He really couldn't stand it. He was just a first-level mortal, and he also had 7 emotions and 6 desires, okay. Yi Xian didn't know the hesitation in Lin Feng's heart. After getting Lin Feng's affirmation, Yi Xian was happy. She didn't expect that finding a commander would be smoother than she thought, and Junhai City was the strongest. Yi Xian bent her knees slightly, showing the unique etiquette of the Fire Country. The First Fleet of Dongwang, the Yi Xian, please let me serve you. Please like and subscribe my channel.